We're not
Does it
necessarily
track?
we're not necessarily going to be dealing with a lot of Ratmen during this campaign, but like definitely not as many as there are in fucking Vermintide, that's for certain.
Oh lord, yeah, I'm fairly certain Vermintide gameplay does not represent the RPG.
Yeah, no.
Or you can just hack through hordes of them.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Vermintide's like low key, really fun though.
yeah, we should play more Vermintide on stream.
What the fuck is going on with this?
Oh, I love this. The music's so good. We are live, by the way. Just a heads up.
Oh, okay.
Poo poo pee pee. Oh. Wait, we're
How
live.
dare
I'm
you.
now
Disgusting.
explain
Not
my
in his
character.
Christian server.
Yeah, I'm just I'm typing up the stream like, hey, we're live right now. Message, so give me a sec.
Unacceptable.
Yup, you good. We're still in Hawkaway. You're good.
Yeah.
We got like 10 minutes left of this, so no rush.
And put the link in. I love that we all just went silent there for a little bit. Just no one said anything.
Sorry, I'm busy.
We
maximizing.
provide only the best content.
Oh, of course, as always. Don't worry, that's about on par for my content.
Oh, look at James going in.
Oh, God,
Always with
it's-
that hydrate.
Yeah, every single fucking time, dude.
Don it.
I have milk though. I'm fine.
Do you have something with
Yeah.
milk, or did you just bring a glass of milk to come game with?
I just brought a glass of milk. I like milk. What?
Mom,
Nice.
I'm gaming. Bring me the milk.
I don't know. Sam also is the person who like just will randomly drink a cup of milk. I don't know. I only have milk with stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Really?
yeah, like if I'm eating something sweet, I have milk, and that's like the only time I
can
will drink
understand
milk.
that, but like, milk's it's just another beverage, my dude.
For some reason,
No, you're wrong. It's
milk
weird.
by itself for me just fucks me up. I don't know why.
I think that's called being lactose
Yeah,
tolerant.
I think that's
Well,
a condition.
if I have milk in other products, it's totally fine. Just a glass of milk by itself, for some reason,
Oh,
does
Maybe
me
you're
in.
just slightly lactose intolerant.
Probably.
Like me with pineapples.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness.
what are we
Aubrey
up to
refuses
today?
admit she's allergic to pineapples.
Today, Mr. James, we are giving a presentation on the lore and gameplay background for Warhammer Fantasy. This is gonna be a dense motherfucker. Look forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
I hate when the boss does something that's so just like so annoying, like making me move 10 feet.
Are you leveling Black Mage right now?
Yes.
Of course. Bro, do I have to move? This is bullshit.
Bro, I was
Hold on,
doing
everyone's
some
in here.
all earlier and I dropped my ley line, and literally right as I dropped my ley line, they dropped a persistent AoE over it. And I like had a stroke. I was so mad.
God, no. Oh, you're such a Black Mage main now. that's every
Listen.
fucking Black Mage main in existence. Just like,
Listen,
how dare you make me
Big
walk with my own
number.
feet?
big number gives dopamine.
He's not
I was
wrong.
playing White Mage for him, and let me tell you, this man does not dodge AoEs if he's mid combat.
Yeah, he's DPSing.
Listen, if it doesn't kill me, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna be real. I turn into that. Where does our story begin? We'll worry about that later.
In a tavern, obviously. Have you
it-
never seen a TTRPG?
It actually begins just outside of a tavern.
That's close enough.
Oh, for real?
Just up the road from a tavern. That's how the campaign starts. But you all basically have knowledge of each other before the ride begins. But the story of me talking about Warhammer is gonna start with comparisons between it and D&D, similarities and differences. The same with 40k. Then we're going to talk about factions, playable races, what the fuck magic is, what the fuck religion is, and then we'll go into talking about how the actual game plays. So it's going to be a lot of
religion on Twitch.
Who what?
Does Warhammer have like multiple, like how we D&D's basically you're playing 5e? Does Warhammer have multiple when we're playing
Editions?
a specific one?
Yeah. So we're playing 4th edition right now, which is the newest, and I've got.
Okay.
I actually own a physical copy of the book, and you all have legally acquired PDFs of the book available to you. Further up, if you scroll up in the Discord and follow the link to
Amazon to purchase.
Yeah, there was an
Crucible
Amazon
7,
link.
an
I just
Amazon
looked.
link. I have to specifically denote that they are legally.
It's a
acquired.
huge mega deal
Yep.
that he found on Amazon.
Yep. Very generous. Don't ask me for another link about it. I can't give it
Yeah,
to
you
you.
can't. It goes to another school, so you wouldn't know it.
Like,
It goes to a different school. What, dude? Hold on, I didn't share the announcement post on Fantasy or on Facebook. I'm just waiting for the if we have fucking meta now, we can have I kind of feel like playing an Order faction now. There you go. We've got generic Warhammer fantasy background music going on right now, so enjoy that. Kind of feel like playing an Order faction now. Yeah, for once. So the second that you guys are out of your dungery do, we will be kicking up.
All right, we're fighting the duo boss in hot manner.
The two-parter.
Yes, we're basically almost done.
Yeah, right now we're just hanging out with chat. How's it? And right now chat is just Mr. James. Hi, Mr. James.
Hanging out
Hey
with you.
James, how's it going?
Hope you're having a good one. Oh
Hope
man.
on your dad.
Shut up, Matt. I was gonna say that.
Huh?
I love it. I will also point out that it's crazy how, like, I'm trying to think of the word. Prominent? I guess prominent's the right word. The Skaven have become for Warhammer Fantasy. Because on the cover of the book, they're fighting Ratmen. Like, Skaven have shot up so far in popularity since Vermintide came out. And I'm down. Skaven, low-key, probably my favorite race in the game. Like, they are just
Oh wow.
so fucking cartoonishly stupid. I love it. They have zero redeeming qualities. They're all absolutely fucking terrible individuals, and I love them for it. They're like cartoon villains. I high-key fucking hate them in Total War. Which version of them in Total War? Because if it's like generic Eshin, or I don't remember all the clan names super well. All of them, every single lord. Understandable. I mean, that's also understandable because they keep fucking getting DLC. Stop it. Stop giving the rats more content. Also, stop giving the fucking lizards more content, especially content that is bad.
Well, lizard people are cool, bro.
Yeah.
Yes. But they keep giving...
Sorry, my cleric in Dungeon of the Mad Mage is a lizard folk. I
there
can't
you
just
Hope you guys
let
have your
this
return.
blatant racism happen.
Nah, man. It's not even racism. It's just the fact that, like, the Lizardmen keep getting lords and none of them are, like, well-designed. But, like, I mean, yeah, Eshin's scary. Like, there's a bunch of different versions of... There's a bunch of different factions in Warhammer, Total Warhammer, that are, like, intimidating for the Skaven. But there's few things more terrifying than the mutation dudes and the mechanics dudes. Like, fuck those two. One of them can literally nuke your cities. Like, oh god. It's fucking terrifying. And I love playing it. But playing against it is a pain in my ass. It's kind of weird to actually be, like, pretty intimately familiar with a rulebook again. I haven't, like, gone and deep dived into a rulebook like this in a hot minute.
I've been doing that with the 5e books since, like, 2013.
Since 5e happened.
Yeah.
Well, I encourage you to do so with this one, because I have read through the book a couple times. I have a distinct amount of knowledge of the set of like the mechanics. I know a lot about the setting. I know a decent amount of how the mechanics work. But at the same time, having other people to be in here that I could be like, hey, is this how it works, will be very, very useful.
I will as soon as I'm not
Yeah.
not struggling, but classes are my main priority when it comes to reading.
Yeah, when you're not getting completely dunked on by school, that's understandable. Here, we're just gonna go into just chatting right now, because it's just a fucking white screen for the presentation at the moment. And you might as well look at my beautiful face.
Ooh. Can I see the cover of the book again?
Here you go.
Do I have the right one open? I just
Rip.
We got the boss.
She got her
0.4.
invincibility at
Good.
0.4% health.
Thank
Okay,
you.
she did.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I love the cover. It's like the art in this is so good. I used a lot of it throughout this. I actually made a point of not using too much of it throughout this presentation, just because I wanted to draw from some older sources. That way you can get more of an idea of what Warhammer Fantasy has looked like throughout the very, very long tenure of its life. Because fantasy was kind of becoming a thing as D&D was being developed. So they're both kind of the same age. Warhammer Fantasy is a little younger, but it was basically designed to be Dungeons and Dragons, but darker. But I'm not gonna lean too far into that. I'm gonna be real. I've never been a huge fan of grim dark in Warhammer. I'm more about the kind of shitposty comedy that's been present in Warhammer since the beginning, and that Games Workshop seems determined to fucking stamp out sometimes.
I gotta pee and then I'm ready. Hear me?
Alright, go pee pee. Oh look, 6:22. Almost 6:30. I said on the post in our actual tabletop Discord, yeah, we start at 6. We're really gonna start at 6:30. Like everyone.
Yeah, good
try
luck
to get here.
wrangling everybody at 6.
Yeah, it's mostly just like wrangle towards the chat at 6. And then we will, with the goal of actually starting at 6:30.
My DM advice is always say you want to start 30 minutes before you actually want to start, because if you say the time you actually want to start, you will not start at that time.
No one will be there, including me. I will not be there. I have a bad habit of being late to things occasionally, so it comes in cycles.
Oh, I would have made it on time if not for that colossal shit that I took.
Oh boy, the doodles have started on the Roll20 map. Good.
Maybe.
Thank God for this clear drawings button.
Quick question. So in terms of the PDFs that we need pulled up on the character side, is that just going to be the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay PDF and then the character sheet PDF?
So the character sheet, if you go into Roll20, there you have a character sheet in the actual thing, and they're all just named your character.
Oh shit.
Where are we finding that? Because I had a physical copy for the last campaign.
It's in the same place. Oh, never mind. If you look at the top, it is the journal
above chat.
Tab. Yeah.
Journal. Oh, Aaron's character. Oh, yeah. And okay, I can edit.
There's also another one in there that none of y'all can see called Testy McSampleton that I used to kind of goof around with the character sheet. Everyone say hi to Testy. He's dead now.
Hi, Testy.
Hi, Testy. Oh, he's dead? Oh no, Testy.
Oh no, Testy. Okay. Matt, you're back, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna stream my view into Discord because that's less delayed. And you guys will be able to see that pretty quickly. So here is my presentation. Please tune in on Discord. That way you will not have like a fucking 15-second delay while I'm talking about these things. Alright, is everyone ready? Give me a thumbs up. Let me put the ready check into chat.
How do you get rid of people's icons on Roll20?
It's the gear all the way to the right, and if you scroll down, you can see chat avatars.
I have that turned off. Why is it not?
Yeah, it's different
Oh,
depending on the campaign
names
you're in.
only. I think that's like...
If
The
you
smallest
swap
you can
from
make
one
it.
campaign to the other, you will it changes the size of them.
Yep, I got it. Thank you. All right.
I need one more ready. Okay, we're good. Unless someone multiple reacted, I don't think anyone did. Okay, that's just being obtuse.
Got him.
All right, I see how it is. Okay.
It's so much
Welcome.
fun to be on the other side of this now.
Yeah. Oh boy, my favorite. Oh, thank you for the middle finger. I'll react that too. All right, starting. Welcome to Warhammer: The Old World. This is my presentation entitled Among Us: The Old World and You. An outsider's guide to the world of Warhammer Fantasy. So there are some similarities to D&D. Demonstrated by this Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man meme.
Oh my god.
So the core fantasy races, humans, dwarves, elves, and halflings, are still present. There is a similar time frame as some D&D settings. It is currently an early Renaissance period for Warhammer Fantasy, which is a little later than a lot of D&D settings, but earlier than some. D&D settings tend to vary pretty wildly in terms of the tech level on display. The basic gameplay concepts are the same. You do a thing, you roll a dice to see if it works, that kind of thing. There's crits on both ends. You can critically succeed and critically fail. We'll go into exactly what the definitions for those are later. The stats are different but similar. We'll go into more depth on that in a little bit as well. And there's a lot of analogs to the different D&D schools of magic, like evocation, necromancy, and all that, with the magical colleges in Warhammer. Faith magic is still a thing. You can play a priest, which is basically cleric. Magical items do exist. They do certainly exist. But they might be a lot different than you might be used to. Differences to D&D. So here you can see your average D&D protagonist, player character. Notice his clean clothes, his pipe that demonstrates that he has like a sense of refinement, his unusual weaponry, and generally burly physique. Now let's look at the average Warhammer Fantasy player character, as he slowly crawls up from the grave. Notice his hunched and shabby appearance, dirty clothing, lack of any real weaponry, and general nasty demeanor. This is the kind of difference you're gonna see in this game as compared to D&D. And then he just spins off into the distance, and the Warhammer guy just slinks back down into the void. So, one of the biggest differences to D&D is that magic is fucking dangerous. In D&D, the only real danger when it comes to casting magic is sometimes you might hit your friends in the back if you roll poorly. In Warhammer Fantasy, you can explode, or summon demons, or cause all manner of... It's like every magic is running with the wild magic feat. It's like every magic is wild magic in Warhammer Fantasy. It's crazy. Like, occasionally you'll miscast, and then just like, oh no, something 3 miles over has been born with a third eye. Like, it just happens like that. So, magic is something that you need to be very careful about. There is an ungodly difference in villager temperament. So, generally speaking, in Dungeons & Dragons, we could walk around with, like, God, what was everyone's race in D&D? We had a dwarf, we had a dragonborn, we had a... Furbolg. Like, we had
an Eladrin, and
like
a High Elf. Like,
just a bunch of crazy different stuff. And we could, generally speaking, walk through a village and no one would really, like, react to it. In this game, if you are an elf, people are going to look at you like you are a being out of a fairy tale. Especially in smaller villages. Like, some towns, you might just catch, like, a couple people, like, staring at you. But in villages, you're gonna be regarded as, like, holy fuck, what the shit is that? I have never seen anything even remotely like that. The only races that will not get reactions like that are humans and probably halflings. Dwarves, High Elves, and Wood Elves will definitely get that kind of treatment. Magical items are either absurdly rare or cursed, sometimes both. In fact, oftentimes both. This is not the kind of game whereby, like, 4th or 5th level, you'll have 1 or 2 minor magical items. Magic is rare and, as I have stated before, fucking dangerous. You will not be able to get your hands on a lot of, like, powerful weaponry without significant effort. Faith magic has elements of ye old paladin class. While invoking miracles and blessings of a god is certainly safer than magic, it also requires you to act within the strictures of what that god has set down. If you do not, you run the risk of being called to fucking account by your god and just being erased from the campaign. Which can be bad. So both faith magic and casting have elements of you can just fucking die with it. Yeah, Sigmar, bless this ravaged body. That's good old Vermintide quote. This is a D100 system, not a D20 system. This means that you are going to be rolling 2d10s or just slash D100 on Roll20 every time that you do pretty much anything in this system. There is a significantly smaller pool of enemies in this. In Dungeons & Dragons, there is a massive variety of different monsters. There's, like, crazy random bullshit that can come out of fucking nowhere. Like, it's almost impossible to really know every single monster in the monster manual in Dungeons & Dragons unless you're Chris.
Hello.
Hello, that is me. However, there's a lot more variety in the enemies that are there. You're probably never gonna fight the same bandit twice. And mutants all have their own independent mutations, which can be mixed and matched to form some really freaky motherfuckers. This combined with the orcs all having various levels of talent, and goblins being able to go from innocent, if, like, relative, well, not innocent, but harmless, if, like, annoying, to fucking small green Sam Fisher. Like, there's a good variety in terms of what enemies you'll be facing in, like, specific races. Combat is deadly in this game. Like, you will take a lot of damage out of nowhere and be very close to dying. You have to be incredibly cautious in this. Diseases, corruption, maiming, and dismemberment are common for PCs. Your player characters will not get out of this unscarred. Like, you guys will get fucked up. There is an absurdly huge class list. You can be anything from a beggar, to a duelist, to a noble, to a boatman. Like, there is...
Your thing you used to hide chat, by the way,
yes,
is like
I'm aware.
Wide.
I'm reading it out. Just watch on the
Okay.
Discord.
I got
Because
you.
it's not delayed.
Yeah, I just randomly pulled up stream and noticed.
Yeah. I'm reading it out for stream. Stream shouldn't
Okay.
be too much of a concern. My face also blocks some stuff occasionally. It's an acceptable L.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. James is good, so we're fine. Alright. So let's see. Well, Golden, you're going to have to cope. So we have some similarities with 40k as well. Because, well, one of the biggest things is that these four fuckers are still here.
Oh, yeah.
And then they leave.
That's Lanesh.
Yep, that's Slanesh. That's all the Chaos Gods. We'll talk about them later. So 40k was originally based off of fantasy. You can see this in a number of different elements throughout Warhammer 40k. It's like, hey, wait a minute, that looks a lot like this, and that's intentional. Humanity is in a similar-ish situation to 40k, where humanity, the, like, main character race is a giant, sprawling empire that is slowly rotting and surrounded by enemies on all sides. Elves, Dark Elves, Orcs, and Chaos work very similar to the way that they do in 40k. Elves are still kind of pompous pricks. Dark Elves are a bunch of crazy assholes. Orcs are very cartoonish, inspired by soccer or football hooligans. And Chaos is still corruptive and nightmarish. There's some light analogs between certain other races, like Skaven could be considered to be a Tyranid analog. because there's a fucking billion of them. Then again, some people would consider the Lizardmen to be the true Tyranid analog because all of their weaponry, well, not all of their weaponry, but the vast majority of their weaponry is biologic, as opposed to, but they don't have the same numbers as the Skaven. It's a little weird. Tomb Kings are basically Necrons. They, in 40k, the Necrons were essentially turned into Tomb Kings in space after a while. And Bretonia is kind of similar to the Imperial Knights, where they believe in chivalry a lot, and there's a downtrodden underclass, but, like, gameplay-wise, not even remotely close. Originally, Dwarves were in both games. There was a race called the Squats in Warhammer 40k, that were basically just the Warhammer fantasy dwarves in space, and then they got erased from the setting, which is what gave rise to the term being squatted in Warhammer stuff. So if you ever hear me use that term, that's what I'm referring to, is Games Workshop deciding that's no longer in the setting anymore. Alright, here's some differences with 40k. So here on the left, you can see just here you can see the two leadership characters for the main human faction. On the left, you see the Warhammer 40k leader, which is the God Emperor of Mankind. And on the right, you can see Emperor Karl Franz, the current Emperor of the Empire. Notice how the leader of the Warhammer 40k faction is a rotting skeleton man, barely kept alive, unable to communicate with anyone, and is also snarky and text-to-speech device. Notice how Emperor Karl Franz supports human flesh and can move around and do things and talk to people and make decisions. And he has cool armor and the Warhammer. That's the Warhammer from the name. And so that's one of the major differences, is that the leadership in the human faction is actually active, changing, and doing stuff in Warhammer Fantasy, as opposed to 40k, where it is stagnant and rotting. It's a fantasy setting versus a sci-fi setting. Most obvious change right off the bat. You will not find a spaceship here. The forces of order aren't complete idiots. I know it's heresy, give me a break. One of the biggest differences in Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k is that people will actually cooperate with each other. Heaven fucking forbid. In 40k, when chaos comes a-calling, generally speaking, all the other races just gang up on the Imperium and try to get a little bit more extra, even when, like, they really shouldn't be. In Warhammer Fantasy, elves, dwarfs, and humans will almost every time get together and try to stop a major chaos incursion. And even then, when they're not, like, they might squabble every once in a while, but they don't really war with each other. Because there's significantly larger other threats to deal with. Another major difference is chaos is not a secret in this setting. In Warhammer 40k, they deliberately keep the knowledge of the Dark Gods secret because Emperor believes that they're fueled off of belief. Whether that's accurate or not, go watch text-to-speech device. However, the Skaven are still a secret. Mostly for reasons that we'll get into later. There is
For the rat people, right?
Oh yeah, many rat people. There's a third kind of elf in Warhammer Fantasy, which are the Wood Elves. We'll get into them later as well. Magic is significantly safer than psychic powers in 40k, and it is officially, if not socially, accepted if you are licensed to do it. Technically speaking, yeah, psychers are a accepted part of Warhammer 40k, but most of the time, psychers tend to explode or get killed by people that don't like psychers. Wizards, generally speaking, won't be murdered in the streets. Although if you are in like any given really small town and you start throwing magic around, people are probably gonna start considering burning you at the stake. But if you manage to convince them that you're licensed, they might not burn you. They probably will, though, because people in the Empire don't care much for imperial law that is very distant and can't really affect them if there is a spooky magic wielder in their midst. There are gods as well as chaos gods and there are smaller chaos gods outside of the big four. So there are good deities in the Warhammer 40k setting, or the Warhammer Fantasy setting. There are no good deities in the Warhammer 40k setting. There's technically speaking the Eldar deities, but most of them are dead or irrelevant. And there are a handful of like smaller, less intimidating chaos gods in Warhammer Fantasy, whereas in 40k, it's basically the big three. Lizardmen, vampires, dwarves, and a ton of other factions are just completely not there in 40k. There is no real undead faction in 40k, aside from maybe Necrons, but they function very differently to vampires and stuff like that. Orcs are still present and goofy, but significantly less terrifying than in 40k. We'll go into the specifics of that later. Magic exists instead of psychic powers, and it comes in a whole variety of different flavors. There's technically speaking some schools of psychic powers in 40k, but in Warhammer Fantasy there's 8 distinct schools of magic, combined with a few other weirder lores that people don't necessarily, like player characters can't use, but antagonists can use. Things are generally less stupidly grim than in 40k. In 40k, the Imperium is basically doomed. Like, there's kind of no real way to pull it out of the death spiral that it's in, and it's gonna just slowly rot and descend until inevitably there's a big explosion and then everything kind of ends. And it's kind of a downer. Warhammer Fantasy is a lot more positive in the sense that, like, Warhammer Fantasy is not completely fucked. Like, there is distinctly a possibility that the forces of order could win in the end and manage to fight back chaos and, you know, sustain a actual, like, feasible living conditions for everyone. Also, this game has the Warhammer, which is what 40k and Fantasy are both named after, which is the Warhammer Gal Maraz, which we will go into later when we cover Sigmar. Questions, comments, concerns?
Are the vampires in Warhammer sexy?
Kinda, yeah.
Good question.
To a certain
Or
degree.
are they like the gross, like,
Yes.
you know?
There are the gross ones, there are the sexy ones, yes.
Please make them
Okay.
only gross ones. Don't give her a sexy vampire.
you'll-
She's
you'll-
too horny for
Please give me a
vampires.
sexy vampire.
I have not dug deep enough into the campaign books to know if there are vampires yet, but if there are, I will consider making them either sexy or nightmarish.
Please make them nightmarish.
They
I
will
don't
most
want to
likely
see
be
her
nightmarish.
spawn over a sexy vampire.
Oh, don't worry. He will probably rip her throat out if she does get horny for him.
This is acceptable.
Vampires
she
are
likes
not
that.
good
She likes
people.
that. Never mind.
Alright, moving on. So these are some important crunch rolls. Just really quick, we're going to go more in depth into this later.
G-roll.
We're going
I
from...
love that website.
Crunchy Rules, my favorite tabletop gaming watching site. So we're going from a D20 system to a D100 system. So you roll percentile dice for pretty much everything. You do not have a level. You instead spend experience to improve your stats, your skills, and gain talents. Maintaining your social standing or your economic status between adventures is very important, and will if you do not, you will lose certain standing and benefits that your class would normally provide. The stat block is much wider than in D&D, but most of the stats are comparable. For instance, this game has Fellowship and Toughness, which are basically just Charisma and Constitution. Having non-combat characters is really important in this game. Like, really important, because if you fuck up some rolls, you're gonna be in trouble. So having an entire party of murder hobos is not recommended. Mostly because your health, also known as wounds in this game, come back very slowly. If you do not have access to medical care or some kind of magical healing, you will find yourself being wounded over long periods of time. Also, corruption is always a threat. The Dark Gods are constantly thirsting for your soul. So be careful and try not to take any nasty temptations or you will get completely screwed. Magic is dangerous, faith is less so, but still risky. So keep in mind that if you play a caster type character, that you are in danger at all times. Alright, Important fluff rules. This is a human-centric society. If you play anything other than a human, you stand a chance of being subjected to actual racism, yes. This is a thing in this setting. It's pretty backwards. It's the,
Question.
What's up?
What about elves? Are they, like, subjected towards that same racism, or are they more revered as a higher being?
Comes and goes depending on the location. Certain people would probably be like, oh my god, elves, they're so cool, and some people will probably be like, god, they're so fucking stuck up, I hate those pricks. I wish I could just, like, kill them.
Gotcha.
Halflings are technically speaking a playable race, but they basically don't exist. Halflings are, much like the squats, a thing that has existed throughout most of Warhammer Fantasy's lifespan, but has slowly kind of been weeded out until the point that the only time that halflings are really brought up is during Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. Like, the RPG that we're playing right now is the only space where halflings are relevant to Warhammer Fantasy. Witches will be burned at the stake. If you are an unlicensed magical practitioner, you will get murdered. Like, you will have an angry mob come after you, and they will kill you, probably led by an entire organization of witch hunters. If you decide to play a witch, Aubrey, make sure you are incredibly cautious.
Why was that pointed at me?
Because you expressed interest in playing a witch back before.
She also wants to live in a swamp.
No, I don't.
What are you doing in my
You want to
swamp?
be a swamp witch.
Named Mara.
Named Mara.
Is this a reference? I don't know this reference.
A meme. Yeah, it's a meme.
Ah.
I made a witch one time as it was like a homebrew, like, one-shot, and I made a witch, and everyone kept saying I was a swamp witch, and I wasn't. And so there was just this whole meme about me being a swamp witch.
Well, there you go.
That is resurfaced multiple times.
I see. It's a
This
meme
meme has
that
been
just
going
won't
on
stay
for like
dead.
4 or 5 years.
Oh god.
Yeah. Well, because two other things because I named her Mara, and then somebody else named a character Mara later on, not thinking about it, and then like somebody else had like a parent named Mara,
Oh,
so
God.
the name kept coming back up, and so it just progressively got worse, and yeah.
That's true. Swamp hags do exist for orcs in this setting, so
There you go, Aubrey.
probably shouldn't be a swamp hag orc, but like you could potentially.
I'm not gonna be a swamp witch.
So most every single faction in this game has historical analogs. You're gonna see exactly why in just a second. But and the other thing that's kind of important is the global stuff for this campaign, like the entire world of Warhammer Fantasy, isn't really that important for this campaign. This campaign is really focused on the Empire and not much on the exact social structures and everything else that happens everywhere else. Which means there's a lot of jargon to learn specific to the Empire, which hopefully you pick up on it as we go. Okay. This is the world of Warhammer Fantasy. I believe the actual name for it is the Latin word for hammer, which, fucking subtle, guys, nice job. Because I'm playing an Empire playthrough. There you go, good content. You'll notice this looks kind of familiar. It looks a lot like Earth, because Warhammer Fantasy is in fact based off of the real world, except it is about 3 times bigger. Here are the lore basics. The old world is a near-Earth setting, just about 3 times as big. There are multiple human societies, mostly located in Europe, East Asia, and North Africa. Everywhere else is either monsters or fantasy races like elves and dwarves. I'll say it again, magic is fucking dangerous. Magic is really spooky in this game. At the northern, in what would be Alaska and Antarctica, except, more ice for Alaska, there are 2 giant rifts in reality called Chaos Gates that just spew magic into the world. That is where magic comes from. You are drawing from the raw, tainted powers of chaos to cast spells. And that magic can get back inside of you and cause some freaky shit to happen. Be very careful with magic. Also, all the art in the game looks like metal album covers. Like,
Nice.
almost without
That's very
exception.
important.
These are the factions. Also known as the many people trying to kill you. First off, and most importantly, we have the Empire. This is the fantasy Holy Roman Empire. If anyone here is a historian, you're going to get a lot of kicks out of this. They are basically a fantasy version of the Holy Roman Empire. They are the biggest, most powerful human faction in the setting. They are also the designated main characters beyond anyone else. They are similar to the Imperium in that they are huge, stagnant, and besieged on all sides by many different threats. But they are still not nearly as screwed as the Imperium, because good lord, the Imperium is fucked. Armies tend to be made up of typical early Renaissance stuff mixed with fantasy stuff, like wizards, or they've got a thing called a Luminarch of Hysh, which is a giant laser beam cannon. They also have a steam tank. So yeah, they're like early Renaissance, but they've got some crazy bullshit, too. Also, griffins. That's some cool shit. Here is a map of the Empire. If you go and look on the Roll20 thing, you guys will be able to see this. Yeah, just some steampunk every now and then crops up. We're going to talk about some important Empire locations real quick, which is basically all of these regions and maybe one or two important cities. So we have Reichland. You can see that in the south. This is the central province to the Empire, where most of the campaign will take place. It holds Altdorf, the capital city of the Empire. Big, important location. You guys actually visit it relatively early on in the campaign. Middenland, which is the Boomer province. It's about as close to Vikings as you can get without being Norska, who are literal Vikings. It constantly tries to have an emperor on the throne, and constantly fails. It is home to another notable city known as Marienburg. There is Averland, the southern mercantile prince. Big money, but they constantly have problems with orcs. Hochland has forests and more beastmen than it does humans. It makes some really fucking neat guns, though. Yeah, this map is slightly... So that's the other thing that I really need to address. There is no, like, one consistent map of the Warhammer world, because they don't have, like, satellite imagery to take pictures. So it's the kind of thing where each map is slightly different and changed and a little offset and slightly tweaked and not 100% accurate. So it's something that you guys just need to keep in mind, that things are always a little scuffed when it comes to the maps. There's also Nordland, also known as Please God Stop Raiding Us. It's as far north as you can go before hitting Norska. They're not very Viking-y, though, because they have a constant source of PTSD by being raided by Norskins 24/7. There is Ostermark, one of the most constantly raided provinces. Different from Nordland in the sense that instead of being constantly raided by Norska, they're being constantly raided by Norska, vampires, orcs, and beastmen all at once. And is probably the first place that gets burned when a big chaos invasion comes through. There is Ostland, which is smaller Ostermark, and nothing else. There is Steerland, which is poor as fuck, but mostly due to the fact that they lack a lot of resources and that they have vampires literally constantly fucking with them and sending zombies and shit to go and mess with them. It's not fun to live in Steerland. There is also Talabekland, which has some of the best armies out there, but absolutely no industry due to being almost completely made up of forest. And then there is Wissenland, home to Nuln, the capital of industry in the Empire. Not the capital city of the Empire, but this is where all the crazy technology comes from. They field an absolute shitload of industry. They have a ton of infantry, and it's capitalized by mechanical death machines like steam tanks, super cannons, and all manner of nonsense. It's great to live in Nuln. So here's another look at... Oh, hold on, I forgot about one. There's also Mootland, which is Halfling Town. Don't go here, it's a silly place. Don't even pretend that Mootland doesn't exist.
Go.
I know where I want to go.
That's
Damn,
more
good.
interesting, yeah.
So here's another look at all of the different areas. You can see them here now that you have heard of the names. Moving on. And you can see them much more on the Roll20, presumably, if it's not covered by penises already. Here are the other playable races.
Tyranids aren't on here, I quit.
There aren't Tyranids. Here are the dwarfs. Yes, that is the correct spelling. It is not dwarves. It is dwarfs in this. I don't know why, but it is. Dwarfs are mostly your typical fantasy dwarves, but spelled different for some reason. The main difference between these and other dwarves is that they are spiteful little fuckers. The king of the dwarves carries a giant book around with him that has all of the grudges that the dwarves have ever labeled against other people. It is written in blood, and they will grudge you for the most minor bullshit. Some of these are immensely petty, like got underpaid by 1 gold kind of petty. The dwarves will burn down your house if they grudge you. And yes, even for the petty ones. There is a story from one of the other editions of Warhammer Fantasy of a dude in the Empire that basically asked the dwarves to build him a castle and offered to pay them. He paid him well. The dwarves came in and they built his castle, and then they left. And then about a week went by, and then they came back, burned the castle, killed the noble, and, like, razed the entire area around it. The reason why? He underpaid them by 3 gold. Yeah, they, don't fuck with the dwarves. They will come and, like, burning down your house is not an exaggeration. They will do that. Generally speaking, though, they're nice people. You just have to give them respect. They are incredibly honorable, to the point that if they feel they have sullied their own honor beyond repair, they become death-seeking slayers, which can only repair their honor by dying in the most badass way possible. If you are looking for some recommended reading, I would recommend the Slayer books in Warhammer Fantasy, starting with Troll Slayer, which follows a Slayer dwarf named Gottrick Gurrickson as he attempts to die in the most badass way possible. And he's followed by a human that attempts to record his story and also not die. Those are some really good books. I highly recommend those. The dwarves are also paradoxically traditionalist and immensely industrial, where they have some pretty cool technology, but also never want to advance it ever at all. Like, they're kind of like the Mechanicus in that sense, if you're familiar with 40k, and that they're like, yeah, we have crazy tech, but never change it. Alright, next up we have, okay, High Elves, Dark Elves, and America. For some reason, people get really pissed whenever I draw this parallel, so please be patient with me. The 2 elven factions, High Elves and Dark Elves, are loosely based on, like, really polarized versions of America, where Dark Elves are, like, the worst possible version of America, and High Elves are, like, the best possible versions of America. The High Elves are honorable world police doing their best to keep chaos at bay. They use giant floating fortresses to launch huge eagles on long-distance missions. Their primary color scheme is red, white, and blue. However, they also tend to get involved in shit that's none of their business. Dark Elves are the opposite. They are horrible slavers who inhabit the North American analog of the setting, and they also use giant floating fortresses to plunder the world of natural resources. However, as much as America is definitely an influential part of these 2 races' designs, it's far from their only inspiration. I don't know why people get so pissed off whenever I point this out, but I think it mostly comes from people being like, no, it can't be! Even though there's a lot of, like, very obvious historical analogs between real-life countries and Warhammer Fantasy factions. It's dumb. Alright, let's talk about the High Elves properly. Look at these lads. These guys look cool as shit. While most factions in the game...
Why are they heads so pointed?
Because they be like that. That's just their helmets. Their heads aren't actually that pointy. They just have very...
No,
They are not, in fact,
their heads are definitely that pointy.
No, they're not.
They're all wearing
That's how
those
this
hats.
is now. Those are form-fitting helmets.
Oh god. So, while most factions in the game have a real-life analog, High Elves are mostly based off of Atlantean lore. They live on a giant donut located between Europe and North America. It's just a giant ring island. Generally speaking, the High Elves are nobles. They're pretty nice, noble people, but they still kind of suffer from elf-like snobbishness. They're kind of dicks at the same time. That said, they are still the most effective tool the world has against chaos. Every elf has a certain degree of magical talent within them. Most just don't choose to pursue it. Those that do can master high magic, which is magic that uses every single wind of magic at the same time without being all corrupted and nasty. We'll talk about the winds of magic later. They cannot physically mutate. High elves, and actually all elves really, cannot be physically turned into chaos mutants. They can't grow tentacles, they can't get a third eye, it's impossible for them. However, instead, they always get a psychological mutation if they are exposed to too much corruption, which can cause high elves to be, or really all elves, to be a little unstable sometimes. The high elves have an ancient beef with the dwarves that will flare up occasionally, and due to the fact that both races are really long-lived, they tend to kind of hate each other sometimes. It varies depending on the individual, as do most of the things in these lists, but generally speaking, elves and dwarves will not be fast friends. The main high elf race currently sits on top of a giant vortex that drains excess magic out of the world to prevent chaos from flooding in. And if that ever gets destabilized, congratulations, demons everywhere. Not good if that happens. Alright, so let's talk about the Dark Elves. They are dicks. They are also not a playable race. And they are irrelevant to the campaign. Moving on.
Cool.
Alright, here are Wood Elves. These are the pissed off cousins to the High Elves. They left the donut out of frustration with their asshole relatives. They have lived apart for a long time, but still remember the initial beef that caused them to leave. They are very in tune with nature, but they have become incredibly insular. Like, imagine the worst parts of, like, hillbilly America with people just living in the middle of the woods and having almost no contact with people outside of their small insular community. It's like that multiplies by 10.
So they're like Louisiana?
Yes.
Like swamp people, like that show.
Kind of swamp people Louisiana, but imagine them with, like, 10 times more dickishness.
Duck Dynasty?
What is that?
So, they are also tree lovers, but they'll also snipe you from a distant postal code if you so much as step on their fucking lawn. However, they ironically don't get along with the tree spirits that they bunk with because they brought conflict into the woods. Before, the tree spirits could just hang out and no one would bother them, but then the wood elves showed up, and now every once in a while some people come and try to cut down trees, and then the tree spirits have to go and get up and then rip them fucking limb from limb. Also, the tree spirits they're allied with are absolutely terrifying. Like, good God. Don't go into the woods. That's one of the biggest rules in Warhammer. Don't go into the woods if you don't have to. Just don't.
Okay, so they're not like Princess Mononoke.
No!
They're not like little cute, like...
No! The tree spirits that they're friends with tend to have more, like, Oh, Durthu, I think is his name in Warhammer, is like the big tree dude. His nickname is, Tree Hitler. Because generally speaking, he just hangs out and talks shit for a long time and then burns the equivalent of Poland. Or, no, invades Switzerland, I don't remember. Just, he commits war crimes. Durthu is an angry motherfucker. And then there's Drycha, who is an even angrier motherfucker somehow. Like, the tree spirits in this game are not nice. They are all angry, and they will all rip you limb from fucking limb. Alright, and that's all the playable races. Alright, fuck. I'll talk about the halflings. Yes, this is the only decent art that I could find of halflings. They have almost no art at all around, ever. They are basically a non-faction. They pretty much don't exist in the game anymore. The only relevance that they have on the world stage is that they have a vote for who becomes emperor. And this vote is only ever cast due to being bribed by nice foods. So whoever can give the hobbits, or not the hobbits, the halflings the nicest food, congratulations, you've won their vote for emperor. However, they are the best chefs in the Empire. Halflings know how to fucking cook. They're basically hobbits without any of the good aspects. You know how hobbits are generally, like, pretty insular, they live in their own little small knit communities, but they're pretty nice and calm and, like, They kind of shitpost. They have massive families and that kind of thing, but every once in a while there'll be like 1 or 2 hobbits that go off on a world-changing adventure, and they have the potential to like cause massive upheaval and be like integral to the world. Yeah, it's that, but not. Just cut out the very end bit of that where halflings can make a difference. Halflings almost never make a difference in anything. They have been completely abandoned in everything but the RPG. Their only notable modern inclusions in Warhammer Fantasy stuff is a single event in Total Warhammer and being a core race in this game. Alright, we're done with halflings. I never have to look at them again. Let's look at some other human factions. So this is Bretonia. This is the second biggest human faction in the game. They are the France to the Empire's Holy Roman Empire. Everyone here is aggressively French. I mean, like, put on the most stereotypical French accent you can think of. That's the kind of French we're talking about. They have the best cavalry ever. They have cavalry all over the place. Their armies are, like, almost completely cavalry. They believe in being incredibly honorable and chivalrous. However, they are classist as fuck. One knight's horse will eat better than an entire peasant village. And an entire peasant village will starve to feed one knight's horse. That said, their cavalry is busted. They serve a goddess called the Lady, which in reality is just a Elvis goddess fucking with people. They have the fantasy equivalent to Space Marines with a unit called the Grail Knights, and the Green Knight, which is the biggest and scariest Grail Knight, is basically a chapter master, if you're familiar with Warhammer 40k stuff. This is Kislev, also known as Fantasy Russia. They are the Empire's northernmost neighbors. They are Fantasy Russia, but somehow even more badass. Just look at their fucking bear cavalry, that's cool as shit. They have snow magic, bear cavalry, and some of the most hard-ass warriors alive. And they fill a gap in a mountain range. There's basically a mountain range and then an ocean. And between that is Kislev. And that is the only gap. That is the only land bridge that you can get through between the Empire and Norska and the Chaos Wastes. So they are almost constantly being fucked with by Chaos. They are consistently under siege. As such, they fight Chaos invasions basically every day. They're also the first to fall when a really big Chaos invasion is brewing, which means that the rest of the world will finally wake up and start taking it seriously. Think the Wall and Winterfell from Game of Thrones, but make it very Russian and replace the ice zombies with demons. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about here. Alright. We also have the Border Princes, Telia and Estalia. These are various other human kingdoms. I know I said settlements in there, but they're really more like kingdoms. The Border Princes are a loose collection of kingdoms to the south of the Empire that act as a buffer between them and the Orcs. Tilia is Fantasy Italy and doesn't do shit, and Estalia is Fantasy Spain and also doesn't do shit. Don't really concern yourself with these guys. You can say, oh yeah, my character is from one of these places, and that's probably all we're ever going to hear about them. Alright. There are also some pretty far-out human kingdoms, both in the sense of they're weird as fuck, and they are also very geographically distant from the Empire. There's Cathay, which is Fantasy China. They found a way to steal magic from Tzeentch without him corrupting it. They are literally the only safe magic casters in the world, but they are being constantly fucked with by Tzeentch because of it. You'll figure out who Tzeentch is later if you don't know him. There is Nippon, which is Fantasy Japan. We know next to nothing about it, but apparently they taught Clan Eshin of the Skaven how to be ninjas, which was a weird idea because they thought that giant rat men were the most trustworthy people to educate on advanced assassination techniques. Not a good plan there, Nippon. There's also Araby, which is all of Fantasy North Africa. They're not super important to the lore and really have never done much of note, and probably will never be brought up again. Oh, there's also Ind, which is Fantasy India, with all of Indian mythology just hanging out in their borders. And they're constantly being raided by Indian-flavored beastmen. Just, they're around. Alright, let's take a look at some non-human factions. These are the vampire counts. I reject my humanity, Jojo, pretty much incarnate. They are the main source of undead problems for the Empire, but not the setting at large. It was originally a rogue Empire state called Sylvania, which then had some very funny-looking individual named Vlad show up and start spreading the curse of vampirism among the nobles until eventually, uh-oh, vampires everywhere. Now it is just completely ruled by vampires. There's vampires all up in. They're, technically speaking, are still peasants in Sylvania, but they're almost exclusively used as fodder for necromancy and food stock for vampires. The vampires themselves are fucking terrifying, because they are not only necromancers, but they also have their own kind of blood magic, which carries a lot less risk than using wind magic. However, if vampires go blood-starved too long, they turn into giant, terrifying bat monsters, which will then be taken by their not blood-starved relatives and used as war monsters. So look forward to that. I don't know if that's in the actual game or not. Greenskins! My boys! Greenskins are made up primarily of orcs and goblins. The orcs are not fungus people like in 40k. They're actual flesh and blood beings. And unlike 40k, goblins are not related to orcs biologically at all. However, orcs do tend to bully them into being just part of their armies. That's not to say that the goblins can't be terrifying in their own right. There's actually a couple factions of goblins that are just entirely made up of goblins with very little orc presence, and they are some of the scariest motherfuckers around. Orcs do work a lot like they do in 40k. They still have these giant hordes of orcs called Wars! They still have a economy entirely based off of teeth, which is cool. And their character development is physically growing larger. The bigger the orc, the scarier it is. However, unlike in 40k, they do not run off of meme magic, and they do not release spores when they die, so you can actually get rid of an orc infestation. However, they also do have a lot of other monstrous races that don't have proper armies of their own that will fight with them. This includes things like squigs or giants or trolls and other such monsters. How's it going? Status check. How y'all feeling?
I am here.
Alright.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. We will continue. Welcome. These are the Ratmen, the Skaven. So the Skaven are, the quote that I started this out with is, giant rats in the sewers. Never heard of such a thing. You might want to go get your head checked by a doctor, friend. They are a race of giant rat men. They are incredibly technologically advanced because they have no OSHA compliance and run their tech off of magical super uranium called warpstone, which is, so the winds of magic exist in an ethereal kind of not really their way. However, if it ever actually like condensed to the point where it becomes heavy enough that it's physically present in the world, that's warpstone, and that shit sucks. These guys have World War II era technology in an early Renaissance setting. We're talking Gatling guns, and yes, nukes. They have nuclear weaponry. It's terrifying. There is also a frankly disgusting number of rats, and they live under every single major city in existence. Every single one without fail.
Gross.
The only reason they have not taken over the setting is because they're constantly infighting. They have a genetic compulsion to backstab each other, even when it makes no fucking sense to do so. Skaven have literally zero redeemable qualities. They will actually sell their own mother into slavery just because. Like, why not? Skaven hate other Skaven, but they hate things that aren't Skaven even more. And that's literally the only thing that keeps them from not just infighting 24/7. So, while chaos and the corruptive forces of the Dark Gods is open knowledge in the Empire, Skaven are kept very significantly under wraps. This is done both by the Witch Hunters to prevent a panic from breaking out, and the Skaven themselves to prevent their plans from being known, and mostly because they're all incredibly fucking paranoid. They're also my favorite race. Like, I love these guys. They're all a bunch of cartoon villain rat people. They're great. Alright. These are the Beastmen. So Beastmen are blood orgy pagan super metal furries. Yeah, it's a lot of descriptors, I know, but it's accurate. They live in the forests of the Empire, often in massive herds. They're not just in the Empire, they're pretty much everywhere. If you ever come across a huge stone monolith in the forest, you should probably run, because that's what's known as a herd stone, and is a giant concentration point of chaos magic for the Beastmen. And if there are no Beastmen around, don't worry, there will be. They are probably one of the biggest forces of raw chaos in the world. They literally just want to break anything involving technology. If you have stacked two stones on top of each other, the Beastmen consider this an insult and will kick it down. They must learn of our peaceful natural ways through force. Except they're never peaceful and will casually rip you apart on sight if you don't have at least 3 visible mutations showing at all times. They also have a ton of mythological bestial monsters in their ranks, like Cyclopses, Minotaurs, Centaurs, Harpies, Manticores, and Jabberwockies. What the fuck is a Jabberwocky? In Warhammer 40K, in Warhammer Fantasy, it's called a Jabberslythe, and it is constantly spewing poison everywhere, at all times. They suck. Alright, there's also ogres. These things are weaponized vor. They live on the other side of the huge mountains to the east of the Empire. That doesn't mean that they aren't a huge problem. They are true omnivores. They will eat everything. And yes, I mean everything. That thing you just thought of, they will eat that. All of it. At all times. The more they eat, the bigger they get. And not necessarily, like, mass size, as in, like, orcs, but I mean, like, fatter. If you see an incredibly fat ogre, run! Because that thing is terrifying. They will then proceed to cast spells based off of the things that they have consumed. They serve a giant hole in the world that they call the Great Maw, which was caused when a Cathayan emperor accidentally almost blew up the world with a super meteor. Just fun little fact. They are probably the scariest fucking thing in the entire setting because they particularly prefer meat, especially if it's still alive and wriggling. I will also mention that while the ogres are terrifying and absolute menaces, they will also serve as mercenary forces for whoever pays them enough, because they really don't mind. They're really just here to eat whatever is convenient to them. And so the Empire will occasionally use ogre mercenaries in their warfare. They're also best friends with the halflings
like
for some
dudes.
reason. Listen, they are chill dudes because they're friends with the halflings. Because the halflings are the best chefs fucking ever, so they can cook really good food for ogres.
True.
They'll also get eaten by ogres if they don't make good food 24/7. So, you know, fun times.
Oh.
Yeah.
What a life.
Yep. We also have the Tomb Kings.
Yeah.
These are also my dudes. I love Tomb Kings. These guys are the biggest source of undead problems in the entire setting. They are an entire race of undead mummies. Every single one of them is a dead person that has been mummified and come back. They're basically fantasy Necrons. They have giant pyramids. They have advanced magical technology. And they're really fucking slow. Their main leader is Cetra, the Imperishable, who you can see pictured here, behind all this text. He has a billion fucking names and is the biggest badass in the setting who once told all 4 Chaos Gods to their faces to fuck off. He was an absolute lad. This entire situation with the Tomb Kings was made possible by a guy named Nagash, who you will hear more on later. Mostly because I'll probably rant about him at some point. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time or really space in this to make a section based off of cool, badass people from Warhammer Fantasy. But I'll probably ramble about it at some point. The Tomb Kings you're probably not going to run into the Tomb Kings in this campaign, since they're like half the fucking world away in like Africa. But they're also really cool, and I like to talk about them. These are the Lizardmen.
Yeah.
The Lizardmen. They probably won't be relevant to the campaign because they live in South America. And this campaign takes place in Europe. However, I love them, so I'm going to talk about them. It's basically Jurassic Park, but with laser beams, magic frogs, and an entire swarm of bioengineered Aztec murder machines. They're wonderful. They were originally made by a race called the Old Ones back in prehistory to ensure that their enigmatic plans would follow through. And they will fuck up anything that goes against said plans, regardless of the consequences. There was one time that there was a mountain in the wrong place. So the Slann used their crazy fucking magic, which, by the way, the Slann, you see that giant floating frog thing in the background there? That's a big frog man known as a Slann. They are crazy strong wizards. Like, ridiculously strong. So a bunch of Slann got together, and they picked up the mountain, and they moved it to where it's supposed to be. The mountain was full of dwarves, and they all died.
Oh, no.
And the Lizardmen didn't give a shit. Even remotely. They basically caused a genocide, and they were like, it's not in the plan, so it has to happen. So, yeah, they're kind of fucking terrifying. They directly worship the Old Ones, even though the Old Ones are absolutely dead as fuck. And one of their giant dinosaur mounts is a laser cannon, which is pretty fucking sweet. And they are also pretty close to in the competition for being my favorite race in the game. Alright, we're coming to the end of the faction list. Here are the Warriors of Chaos / Norska. Technically speaking, these two are not the same group. The Warriors of Chaos are very different from Norska, but they both worship Chaos, so I'm kind of lumping them together here. Norska is the nation of tribes that inhabit what would be Sweden, Norway, and Finland in the real-world map. Norska is basically just fantasy Vikings, complete with hunting giant monsters, raiding coastal settlements, and making sacrifices to dark gods. They are like the metal album cover fantasy. The Warriors of Chaos are different in the sense that they are the human servants of Chaos, led by a dude named Archaon, that occasionally come out of the Chaos Waste to fuck shit up. They're a lot less organized. They're not like a society. They're just a bunch of motherfuckers that wear cursed armor that they can never take off and murderize the shit out of anything that looks vaguely ordered. Neither of these two are going to be incredibly relevant to the campaign, but they're important to know about for, like, context in the setting. Alright. So that's it for factions. How y'all feeling? Give me some feedback. What's up?
I'm feeling A-okay.
Alright.
I'm good.
No information overload? No one have headache?
No.
My
it all
gears
pretty
are
much
just
makes-
turning because I'm trying to figure out what I want to be.
Gotcha. Good.
Same.
Yeah, we'll get to character creation in a bit. Right now, we're going to look at another important aspect of the setting. Go ahead.
Just to confirm, I can't play a Tyrannid.
No, you cannot play a Tyrannid. I also am in stream mode, so I can't hear you if you disconnect. No, you cannot play a Sunashy cultist.
You
What about a
can,
beast
it's just you
man?
probably wouldn't stay in the campaign very long.
You can, but you would get so corrupted so fast that you would be gone.
Wait, no. Oh.
I just want to be a mostly naked crab lady.
What were you
If our
saying, Nadia?
character dies, can they become a Tomb King?
Under the right circumstances, yes. They could, technically speaking, be raised.
Questions.
Actually, I would need to dig into the actual magic that was used to resurrect the Tomb Kings, because I don't have time right now to talk about Nagash, but Nagash is basically the person that caused necromancy to be a thing in the setting, and he put a curse on all the Tomb Kings that said, "Hey, y'all are gonna come back when you die," which caused all this necromancy to happen. So, yes, it might be possible for you to turn into a Tomb King. It's very unlikely, though, because I don't think the knowledge of how to cast those spells still exists in the setting. Alright, speaking of spells and casting, welcome to Magic.
Oh, baby.
This is Magic.
The Gathering.
Yep. Welcome to, you can see 3 wizards here. From left to right, it is the Lore of Life, the Lore of Metal, and the Lore of Death, and you can see that the Lore of Metal had to do it to him. These are the colleges of magic. At either pole in the world, I talked about this earlier, there is a giant wound in reality that bleeds magical energy. As this energy enters reality, it fragments out into just like light through a prism, resulting in 8 different winds of magic blowing throughout the world. Humans can only safely utilize one wind at a time. You can still, technically speaking, use multiple winds, but you will suffer corruption by doing so. Wizards in the Empire, anyone with magical talent, has to be educated at a college or be executed as a witch. This is because magic is inherently tied to chaos, and if handled poorly can result in possessions, demonic summonings, mutation, and all other manner of nastiness. So let's look at each of the different winds of magic, because these things are really varied and really cool. The first one is Akshi, the red wind of fire. This is the battle magic. This is what everyone uses to fight things. It has some slight utility in the sense of, like, you can cauterize wounds and inspire your allies by inflaming their hearts kind of thing. Not literally, but, like, stoking the fire in their belly, you know, that kind of idea.
Fire inside the human body is a bad idea.
Yeah,
Trust me, I'm a medical professional.
Oh, yeah. They are mostly used to burninate countrysides. Pyromancers tend to have parts of their extremities spontaneously combust, as you can see with this guy. All of his hair is on fire. They're also fairly impulsive, headstrong, and hot-tempered. You should play as a red wizard if you want to destroy your enemy, the enemies next to them, and the entire hillside they were camped out on. Next we have Heish, the white wind of light. You know what fucking sucks? Demons. Fuck demons. Casually tosses flashbang into crowded room. Also laser beams. These are the 3 things that light does. This is the wind most associated with order. It is effectively order magic. Hierophants, which are... you'll notice that I'll drop like a proper noun in here. And that refers to the wizards that use this wind of magic. They trend towards discipline, intelligence, and purity, and also fucking hating chaos. You should play as a white wizard if you want to hard counter supernatural threats like demons and the undead, buff up your party, debuff your enemies, and flashbang people. And yes, holy hand grenade, that's basically what these guys do too. So here is Kamon, the golden wind of metal. Oh, wait, shit, that's the wrong picture. There's the right one. Insert menacing piano here. Jojo, da-na-na-na-na-na-na, golden wind.
Legit, when you said "hold on, wrong picture," I was fully anticipating a picture of Giorno to pop up.
Joke's on you.
I was kind of disappointed that that's not who you put there.
Joke's on you. The piano joke, the JoJo reference came after that. The golden wind makes all of the fucking money ever. Holy shit. They are rich enough to buy chaos if they were selling. You can make armor super heavy, make armor super light, make swords rust, make swords shine. Good lord, fuck that sentence. Or make swords into lightsabers. You know, just usual fucking metal stuff. Alchemists, which are what the golden wizards are known for, are often scientists as well as magicians, and that comes with all the assorted associated nonsense. You can also turn people into metal. They're fucking terrifying. Choose this if you want to look like Balthazar Gelt with a golden mask. Yeah, they don't know who Gelt is. I'll talk to them about Gelt later. Just watch out for that equivalent exchange.
So they're the Full Metal Alchemist, if you will.
Kinda, yeah.
Who?
You should play as a gold wizard if you want to play hell with the economy, be an alchemist, turn people into metal, or temporarily transmute stuff into gold for fun and profit. Alright, here's the next one. This is Gyron, the Jade Wind of Light. Hippies. They are hippies. Think druids from Dungeons & Dragons. They've got healing, dangerous vines, crop restoration, and all of this and more in hippie school. Druids tend to live away from cities due to them just being, like, all restricted from nature, man. They're incredibly chill people, and they have incredibly chill spells, but they will still carve you the fuck up with a golden sickle. You should play as a Jade Wizard if you want to be in tune with the cycles of the natural world, vibe with nature on an existential level, and commit horrific bloody acts and standing stones because you see... Fuck, I messed up the delivery. And commit horrific bloody acts and standing stones because you're such a Gemini, lol! That's the Jade Wind.
Beautiful.
This is Azir, the blue wind of the heavens. Lightning bolt is basically what this means. Thank
So
you
you
for the
can
sub,
heal your
Mr.
enemies.
James. yes, so you can heal your enemies with a fucking light. Oh! That's not a thing in this game. You will not heal anything with a lightning bolt in this game. Thank God. Immediately better than
Are
D&D.
you sure?
Yes! But also, like, Fate and stuff. This is simultaneously the most boring and the fucking coolest lore of Magic out there. You can give a +1 bonus on a dice roll one time. Or you can call down the coolest fucking spell in the game, which you'll see in just a sec. Astromancers tend to be almost supernaturally calm and contemplative, but they can also be very absent-minded with their head in the clouds. It's hard to tell the difference between the two. They can also see the future. Play a blue wizard if you want to mug D&D's cleric for its blessed spells, and also if you want to drop fucking meteors out of the sky onto bandits. Also, they can do this. Which I think is pretty cool.
Oh.
This is Ulgu, the Grey Wind of Shadows. Ulgu, what's this? The stealthy magic. Where did he go? No one knows. He's super fucking invisible now. You can also stab people through their armor with shadows. Grey Guardians are hard as fuck to read. Often shifty people, but are the best diplomats around. Play as a Grey Wizard if you want to kill guards through their armor, sneak into places you aren't supposed to go, dab in front of the Emperor, and all without anyone noticing.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
baby.
Oh no.
This is Shyish, the Purple Wind of Death. Totally not necromancy. Seriously, we're not necromancers. We actually hate necromancers. Yeah, we also drain people's life force, talk with ghosts, and spread supernaturally enhanced fear in enemy ranks, but at least we don't make zombies. That's fucked up. Death Wizards tend to be socially distant people, but also completely capable of taking your head off with their giant fucking sides if you call them necromancers. They are currently fighting the Priests of Mor in a legal battle over who gets to use cool sides. Play a Purple Wizard if you want to be a necromancer in all but name. This is Grr, the Amber Wind of Beasts. Think the other side of druids in D&D. Chat with animals. Grow claws and gouge a man's throat out. Cause a raven to burrow through a man's throat. Turn into a furry. Fucking murder the shit out of beastmen for being twisted chaos abominations of the animal world. Get fucking murdered by beastmen because, oh god, that's a lot of gores. Shamans, much like druids, tend to be reclusive from society. However, unlike druids, they don't give much of a shit for cycles of nature and instead just want to hang out with animals. Play an Amber Wizard if you want to be best friends with animals. Alright.
Aubrey.
Here are the non-wind magics. There's other kinds of magics than just the colleges that don't really fit in with the winds. There's petty or arcane magic, which are general use spells. They draw on such a small amount of magic that they don't really get influenced by the actual lores of magic themselves. That's especially true with petty, but arcane magic, once you actually start studying a lore of magic, will generally speaking be like influenced by your by whatever school of magic you've come to understand. Like there's a magic spell called Bolt in arcane magic, which if you're a fire wizard, that's going to be like a fireball that kind of explodes and dissipates on contact. But if you're like a light wizard, it's a laser beam, or if you're a shadow wizard, it's like a plume of enhanced darkness or whatever. Like it's mostly just fluff, but arcane spells are pretty much spells that any wizard can use. There's also dark magic and high magic. These are magic that utilizes multiple winds all at the same time. High magic is the safe version, while dark magic is the dangerous version used by crazy people. Humans are only ever able to use dark magic, as high magic is too advanced for them. Elves can use high magic, but only absolute masters. Read, not player characters.
Anger.
There is also hedge magic and witch magic, which is not quite dark magic, not quite collegiate magic and not quite arcane magic. Hedge and witch magics are based off of nature. They still draw from multiple winds, though, but not... It's weird. It's not dark magic, but they are drawing from all the winds at the same time. It's just such a small amount that it has a... You do still have a pretty good chance of getting corrupted, but it's less than just straight up casting dark spells. Hedge spells are basically cantrips for witches, while witchcraft is a dangerous version of traditional magic that has a good chance to result in a lot of corruption. There's also others used by monstrous races, such as orcs have tribal magic, vampires have blood magic, and ogres use a kind of stomach magic. All of these and more will likely kill you and are completely unavailable to player characters.
Oh.
Alright. Moving on. Religion! We're only really going to go over the religion of the Empire since it's the only non-chaos faith relevant to the campaign. Each race tends to have its own gods and society that that they're based around. So if you play an elf or a dwarf or a halfling, you may want to look into that if you want to make it part of your character. So the gods of the Empire are largely split into 4 groups. There's the old gods, classical gods, provincial gods, and Sigmar. The old gods are the pantheon of deities worshipped by the Empire back when it was just a bunch of warring tribes. The classical gods are gods whose worship was spread into the Empire from the southern lands of Tilia. Sigmar balls!
Got him.
Got him!
Damn.
Provincial gods are deities associated with specific locations or professions. They're very minor compared to the previous 2, and we won't be looking at any of them too closely. There's also Sigmar. Sigmar! Sigmar is the chief deity of the Empire. He is the first emperor ascended to godhood after he went to get milk and cigarettes and got lost. He was a genuine badass when he was alive, who forged a pact between the Empire and the Dwarves that was so tight that it still lasts today. He single-handedly saved an old Dwarven king from a horde of Greenskins. Like, he showed up and fought a horde of Greenskins with no one else's help. He was 15 when that happened. That's the kind of badass that Sigmar was. He wielded the Warhammer, for which the entire franchise is named after, Galmaraz, which was gifted to him by that Dwarven king. He was such an incredible badass that he became the patron deity of the Empire after his ascension. He's honestly one of the chiller gods in the setting. He doesn't have a whole lot of restrictions on what you're allowed to do when you worship him, other than just fucking murder the shit out of anyone that threatens the Empire. Miracle-wise, as in the spells or the miracles that he allows you to cast if you choose to play as a priest of Sigmar, he's going to be mostly about buffing your allies, preventing psychological conditions from overtaking people like fear, and stealing a meteor spell from the lore of heaven. This is Manan, the god of the sea. He's an old god. He's basically Poseidon, but somehow even more of a dick. He will break your neck if you fuck with any of his albatrosses. He really likes those birds. Most of his spells have to deal with ocean stuff. Or most of his miracles have to deal with ocean stuff. You can drown people on land. Lots of cool things. This is Mor, the god of death. He's an old god. And probably the nicest god in the setting, despite appearances. Much like purple wizards, he fucking hates necromancers. He has an actually pleasant afterlife for those that don't fall to chaos. Yes, there is an afterlife in the setting. Yes, it's actually pretty good. If he ever gets a hold of that fucker Nagash, he's gonna grind him up and feed him to his ravens. He's currently in legal battles with the Purple College over who gets to use cool sides. Also, most of his spells have to do with, like, preventing death, fucking with the undead, and he has a few things that are offensive, but mostly speaking, he's pretty support-oriented and anti-necromancy. This is Mermidia, the goddess of strategy, a classical goddess. She's basically Bellona. Very similar to Sigmar, but more focused on the battlefield, whereas Sigmar is like, you know, honor and everyone should be chill and good, but also like fuck witches. She doesn't really give a shit about witches, and she mostly just cares about what you do while you're fighting. She's very anti-war crimes, which is kind of surprising given the setting. Unless it's against the enemies of humanity, in which case, feel fucking free. Most of her miracles, much like Sigmar, have to deal with bolstering strategy and like mass combat kind of stuff. This is a priest of Renald, the god of trickery, practicing in one of his holy places, which is just any fucking back alley. Renald is a classical god, and the shitposter-in-chief. Renald will often pose riddles in big-brain discussions about philosophical matters. However, none of these actually mean anything and are just distractions while he steals your money. He legit thinks that there is no greater sin than tattling. Play this if you want to be like a religious thief. This is Freya, I'm gonna call her Freya, the goddess of fertility. She is an old goddess, but do y'all motherfuckers like crops? Because boy does Raya like crops. She's basically the anti-Slanesh. Like, yeah, you can enjoy stuff in life, but remember that moderation is very important. She considers family, children, and crops all to be equally important. She's very positive towards sex. It doesn't matter who you bone, so long as it's loving. But she would still castrate Slanesh if she ever got a hold of him, her, her, it, them, zim, etc. This is Shalia, the goddess of mercy. She is a classical goddess. She's basically the anti-Nurgle and Khorne, kinda. She's pretty much the Good Samaritan goddess. You should always help people. It doesn't matter who they are. Help. Unless, of course, they're Chaos aligned. In which case, hit them with your walking stick, which is the only weapon you can ever wield. She also might just be the elven goddess Aisha trying to help out humanity. It's never been confirmed or denied whether or not that's accurate. This is Tal, the god of the wild. He's an old god, and he is surprisingly short. That's just a joke. I don't know how tall Tal is. He is the boomer deity. Grr, don't use technology. That's basically his whole shtick. Hurting animals is completely unacceptable unless it's in self-defense, sacrifice, or for food, and he smells absolutely fucking terrible.
What a description.
Yeah. This is Ulrich, god of war. He is the oldest god. I don't know if he's actually the oldest deity that was worshipped in the setting, but he certainly feels like it. Sigmar worshipped him. That's how old he is. His whole vibes are wolves, winter, and Viking shit. He's also probably one of the biggest boomer gods out there. Awoo! You can ambush things, but don't you dare ever use trickery or deception. He's pretty based around, like... Basically, if you want to be Kislev, you could pretty much just be an Ulrich priest, and you'll be pretty similar to a Kislev character. This is Verina, goddess of wisdom, or Verena. She is a classical goddess. She is literally Justice is blind. She is also literally the lawyer goddess. She's all about books and all that kind of nonsense. She's a huge nerd, but one of the only deities that actually gives a shit about advancing general society in the setting. Like, she's not about, like, oh yeah, you know, you can do this so long as you fuck over the underclass. Like, no, we should probably generally advance society as far as possible. She's possibly the most anti-chaos deity out there, since true wisdom in her book can only be found in the absence of chaos. Alright. You know them, you love them. It's the Dark Gods. These are, just remember, where there is light, there is shadow. Really fucking terrifyingly big corruptive shadows. These things are much more alien than the Order deities. The demons that you will see throughout the game are literally the cells that make up these things. Therefore, like, Zeech, Nurgle, Khorne, and Slanesh here, you will never be able to fight them, because they are so big that they cannot physically enter reality. Much like the rest of the threats in this setting, they spend most of their time infighting. Unless someone shows up and knocks enough heads in the Chaos Waste to get them to work together. When that happens, Chaos invasions happen and a lot of people die. The current ever-chosen of Chaos, which is the big badass dude that leads the whole thing, is a horny dude named Archaon. He keeps trying to do shit, but in every instance of him trying, he has failed spectacularly. Unlike in 40k, there's more than just the 4 Chaos Gods. I'll also include some of the less savory Order deities in here. So starting off, we have Khorne. And the quote, I have a quote for each of these guys, and the quote for Khorne is, "Blood for the Blood God! Skulls for the Skull Throne! Milk for the cornflakes!" He is the Chaos God of violence, war, and bloodshed. Not like the vampire kind of bloodshed, which is vaguely sexy. Like ripping a man in half lengthways and flailing the halves around to make a blood sprinkler kind of bloodshed. Which, I guess to some people would still be sexy.
So he's like the psychos in Borderlands. Like Meat Bicycle.
Oh yeah. Like, that, but taken to an even higher extreme. He's fucking crazy. It does not matter from where the blood flows. Only that it does. He fucking hates magic, though. He doesn't have an associated magical lore, so you'll never see someone cast a Khorne spell at you. Because casters are for nerds, and Khorne hates nerds. Also, the image that you're seeing is technically speaking Age of Sigmar designs. Please don't hate me for using them. It's the highest quality art I could find on short notice. Please forgive me. This is Nurgle. Could you look at this rash? 8 billion people die. Nurgle is the chaos god of rot, diseases, and stagnancy. He is an absolutely fucking enormous blob of pestilence and disease. He has a garden in the Chaos Realm from which all rancid vibes flow. He also has a big pot of stew that contains all the worst diseases that have ever existed. Unlike in 40k, he hasn't gotten his hands on the elvish goddess Aisha yet, because in 40k he uses her to test out all of his most rancid diseases, so that's fun. His followers are pretty easy to spot because their insides tend to be on their outside. They're also really friendly, and really infectious. Nurgle is actually low-key a nice dude, it's just that his love language is plague. And he has enough love for everybody, including you. This is Tzeentch. This is not Tzeentch. This is Kairos Fate Weaver, who is a major demon of Tzeentch. Just as planned, except it wasn't.
He really likes Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep. Tzeentch is the chaos god of change, magic, and fate, allegedly. He claims to be the smartest motherfucker in existence, but, and that he's capable of predicting everything that has ever happened and ever will happen. However, he could also just be bullshitting because it's impossible to call him on it. He is an insufferably huge nerd. His followers tend to look like birds, and he is the source of all magic in the setting. He also has some of the scariest magic in existence. And will burn Cathay to the ground as soon as he can figure out their bureaucracy systems. He is also the most Lovecraftian of the four, but the gods in fantasy tend to be a lot less Lovecraftian than in 40k. In 40k, they tend to be like, every single one of them is some unknowable, mind-raising horror from beyond the stars, whereas they can be they can be difficultly comprehended in fantasy. And thwarted, that's the other thing. And here we have Slaanesh. Notice how everything has boobs, except for the armored warriors.
Titties!
Yep. Slaanesh is into that. Slaanesh is the chaos goddess of excess, perversion, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Slaanesh is horny incarnate, but not just horny. See, Slaanesh takes a lot of good concepts from humanity and drives them to their absolute unhealthiest extreme. Basically takes the concept of hedonism to the furthest extreme possible. And is also simultaneously every gender that has ever been invented at the same time. We also have the Great Horned Rat. This is the 5th Chaos God. He is also the weakest Chaos God. He is basically the worst parts of every other Chaos God mixed into one rancid furry pile. He's the mindless bloodshed and slaughter of Khorne, the insufferable trickery and planning of Tzeentch, the excess and craziness of Slaanesh, and the disease and pestilence of Nurgle, all just stuffed into a giant rat. He's pretty much only worshipped by the Skaven. He is currently in legal troubles with Nurgle, though, because he violated his copyright on Plagues in the color green. And so
is he like 4 Chaos Gods in a trench coat?
no, he is his own thing. He's not just all the other Chaos Gods working together to make this one thing. He is his own independent individual. And while he is weaker than the other Chaos Gods, he can also feasibly be summoned directly into the material realm because he's that much weaker than them. Also, hi Bomb Pit, you're late for class. Please watch the VoD if you want to catch up. Alright, so these are kind of the rest. These are other nasty Chaos Gods and related deities. We have Archaon the Everchosen, who you can see on the left, who is very horny. He is not a god, but is the current Everchosen of Chaos. We also have Hashut, who you can see in the middle there, who is the god of Chaos Dwarves, Bulls, and Darkness. We didn't talk about the Chaos Dwarves because they're pretty much completely irrelevant. There is also Malal, who is the allegedly non-canon god of Chaos, Contradictions, and Infighting. And on the right, you can see Cain, who is the elven god of murder, also worshipped in the Empire. He is a genuine asshole and one of the only outright antagonistic Order gods. There's also Nuffle, the chaos god of RNG, football, and the patron deity of the NFL. No, I'm not making that up.
What?
Yeah, Nuffle, the chaos god of RNG, football, and the patron deity of the NFL. So, to explain that bit real quick, there is a spin-off version of Warhammer Fantasy called Blood Bowl.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
I get it now.
And Blood Bowl is Warhammer Fantasy, but instead of everyone fighting in wars, they just play football. And it happened because someone discovered a playbook made by the Chaos God Nuffle, who allegedly... So the bit is that they found an NFL playbook, and that's just how they pronounced it, Nuffle. And so, in that setting... Everyone just plays fucking
That's
football.
hilarious.
It's great. Honestly, I should probably play some Blood Bowl on stream. That game's really fun.
I will absolutely play Blood Bowl with you.
I will absolutely play Blood Bowl too.
Yeah. Well, we might start a league. Oh boy.
Oh no.
So that's all
So
for lore.
Blood Bowl is legit part of Warhammer?
Yeah,
Or like,
it's like an alternate
fuck?
setting. It's an alternate setting,
the fuck?
but it is
There's games
absolutely
on
Warhammer
Steam.
40k.
A new
Or
one came
Warhammer
out fairly
Fantasy.
recently.
Oh, I'll have to look
Get
into
the
that.
Spike Brothers shit out of here. I'm so tired of it.
It's so good. Alright, so that's all for the lore. That's all we're going to talk about with the lore. That's all you really need to know about general Warhammer Fantasy lore. Now, on to character creation. So this is what your general character sheet looks like. So these are your stats. And there's a ton of stats in this game. And the stat plot looks like this. WS, BS, S, T, I, AG, Dex, Int, WP, and Fel. WS is weapon skill. BS is ballistic skill. S is strength. T is toughness. I is initiative. AG is agility. Dex is dexterity. Int is intelligence. WP is willpower. And Fel is fellowship. WS and BS deal with your chances to hit things in melee or at range dependently. So if you want to be good at smacking stuff in the face, get better weapon skill. If you want to be better at shooting things, get better ballistic skill. Strength, toughness, intelligence, and willpower and fellowship are all basically your D&D equivalents. Like, toughness, willpower, and fellowship are constitution, wisdom, and charisma. Pretty much almost exactly. The only thing that's really different is dexterity, which has been broken up between initiative, agility, and dexterity. So I is initiative and exclusively determines how fast you can react in a stressful situation. So if you get caught unawares, that's your initiative stat. Agility is like your natural athleticism, which can determine how well you can run, hide, and sneak. That was generally covered between Constitution, Strength, and Dexterity back in Dungeons & Dragons, but now it's all just kind of under one stat. And Dexterity itself, the stat in this one is fine, precise movement, like sleight of hand, playing an instrument, or pickpocketing. When you hear in this game of a thing called a stat bonus. The game is referring to the number in the tens column of your stat. So if you had a 51 in toughness, your toughness bonus would be 5. Will this be on the test? Yeah, no, this all feels very much so like test stuff. But the test is playing the game. That's the meme.
Honestly,
I will say, this is
if
the
school was this interesting, I probably would have paid more
Yeah,
attention.
this is far more interesting than my 4-hour lectures on Sunday, or Saturday, rather.
Well, there you go. So here's how the basic mechanics work. You declare what you wish to do. Chris, declare something to do.
Punch me!
I
Punch
drink
me!
alcohol. I drink alcohol.
That is actually a skill in the game. It is consume alcohol.
I saw that.
I will tell you what stat or skill to roll for it, so I'll tell you consume alcohol. Then you roll a d100, and then compare it to, in this case, your consume alcohol skill. Which will, in that case, the consume alcohol skill is based off... Oh, hold on, you actually rolled. I don't know. It's a 59, but you don't have a skill right now, so we wouldn't know if it would be over or under it. So if you...
His would be 69, so it'd be...
So if you roll under the number on your skill or your stat, you have succeeded. Congratulations. So congratulations, Chris, you have succeeded. For every 10 that you roll below your target number, you gain 1 success level, which is an SL. Ooh. So in your case, Chris, because you rolled a 59 in that case, if your consume alcohol was a 69, which is pretty nice, you would get a +1 SL there. So the other example that I typed out is if the target number is a 67 and you rolled a 24, that's +4 SL. There are also negative SLs when you fail. SLs are used to determine various different beneficial effects. Whenever you cast a spell, generally speaking, it'll be like, oh hey, for every +2 SL you got, you can affect another target, or the duration will last a little longer. Or it can be used to determine just how well you succeed at something. So this is all about leveling up. You don't. Instead, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay runs off of a... it doesn't run off of a level-based system. Instead, you gain various amounts of XP, which you then will spend to buy advances, which improve your character by a predetermined amount. There's a few ways that you can actually spend XP. There is improving your raw stats, improving your skills, which is more specific and costs less. You can learn new talents, which are basically passive buffs to your character. Think like feats in Dungeons & Dragons. I know 5th edition doesn't use feats a lot, but that's basically what they are. You can then proceed to the next stage of your career, or change your career completely. Speaking of, let's talk about careers. This is essentially your class. There are about 65 different careers in the game, which means you have a lot of shit to choose from. Careers will tell you what you can and can't improve about your character. Careers are separated into 8 different classes of careers. There are academics, who are nerds. Burgers, or burgers, I'm just going to call them burgers because that's funny, which are people that live in large cities. Courtiers, who are noble folk. Peasants, who are townsfolk that live in the smaller communities around the Empire. Rangers, who are hobos. Riverfolk, who hope that you really fucking like boats! Rogues, criminals, and warriors, who are murder hobos. Yes, this means that you can play as things that are incredibly innocuous, like villagers, beggars, rat catchers, or fences. As in, like, people that buy illegal goods.
I just want to be a fence post. That's all I want to play.
I would like to be a living fence post. You would be burned for heresy at the stake immediately. So these are a continuation of careers. There are 4 stages to each career. As you go up in each stage, you gain access to new stats, skills, and talents to advance in. To go up to the next stage of your career, you need to take a certain number of advances in stats, skills, and talents. You also need to have the trappings listed on that next stage, which is basically your gear. So, this can range from not a lot to running an entire religious organization. It depends on the class, it depends on your career. Your career will tell you what you need. To hit the last stage of none, you need to be an abbess. Or like a abbess proper, where you need to basically control an entire religious organization. So you go up in this game. As you progress to a higher stage, you can still take advantage in skills and stats that are from your previous stages, but not talents. Once you advance to the next stage, you cannot take talents anymore from previous ones. So make sure you have all the talents that you're looking for. Each career also has a status associated with it. This is effectively your standing in society, and it conveys certain buffs and debuffs depending on cultural situations. The tiers go from bronze, silver, and gold, low, middle, high, low, middle, upper classes, and each one is associated with a number right after it, which tells you how high up you are in that. So if you're at bronze 5, you're less impressive than a silver 1, but more impressive than a bronze 3. So here is how to attack. I know we're kind of jumping up a little bit. We'll actually go into character creation once the whole PowerPoint is done. So to attack someone else in melee, you have to roll an opposed test against another person. Both parties roll, and whoever gets the most SL wins. If you win your attack as normal, if you win, you attack, everything happens as normal, and if you fail, your action just ends. Keep in mind that this does mean that you both can fail, and you can still go through with the attack. It just will look really stupid. So if you get -1 and the opposing person gets -3, you still won. You still get to attack, but you'll just like fumble as you do it. No, not fumble. That's a super negative thing. You'll just screw up as you do it. Fumble is an actual term in the game. So if you successfully hit, you'll then flip whatever your dice roll was, and that'll tell you where your attack actually lands on the person. So if you rolled a 25 to hit, you'll flip it and get a 52, which would then hit your opponent's body. There's a chart for that in here. I'm going to take the time to put all of the different charts in this into the different, as a bunch of handouts that you guys can just check whenever you want. So after that, you will roll damage, which is your weapon, which will be told to you by your weapon, plus your success levels. Then the target loses that many wounds, minus their toughness bonus, and whatever armor that they have on the location that you hit. So if you take more wounds than they had health, they start suffering critical wounds, which are severely damaging, and the first time that you run out of wounds, you get knocked prone. Also, if you are attacked or attack in melee combat, you are considered to be engaged. If you don't attack again or get attacked for a full round, you are no longer considered to be engaged. This is important for certain mechanics as we go. So there is an important mechanic to this game as well when it comes to melee and just general combat called advantage. The one thing I didn't mention is advantage. Every time that you land a hit on your opponent, you gain 1 point of advantage. For each point of advantage, you have +10 to your combat tests and psychology tests. That will raise the cap that you have on your weapon skill or ballistic skill, and basically make it so that you have an even easier time of hitting your opponent again. However, if you ever lose an opposed test, take any kind of status condition, or lose any amount of wounds, you automatically lose every single point of advantage that you have. Advantage can be ridiculously strong, and can result in individuals completely steamrolling on the battlefield. So it is very important to both manage the amount of advantage that your opponents have, and to ensure that your team has as much advantage as possible. So let's talk about criticals and fumbles, because everyone loves a good crit. So you might notice that you can't roll a 1, and you can't roll a 20 in the idea of being a natural crit or a natural fail. So instead, if at any time you roll a double, that will either be a critical success or a fumble. If the roll is a success, congratulations, you just crit. If the roll is a fail, you have just fumbled. There's also, technically speaking, if you roll like a 1 to a 5 on the dice, or a 99 to a 95 on the dice, that's also like automatic succeed and automatic failure. If you have done a critical hit while you are in combat, you automatically inflict the opponent with a critical wound. This does not mean that they fall prone. Sometimes that'll happen depending on the critical wound that you inflict. There are giant charts full of critical wounds. It's terrifying. Which you can see some of them here, which these range from, oh hey, you have taken a dramatic injury, to, hey, your ear just got fucking cut. And those are like the lower tier ones. If you fumble, you then roll on the oops table, which can be something as innocent as you accidentally nick yourself for 1 wound, or you have shot your ally in the back, which is certainly something that never happened in Dungeons & Dragons, Chris.
Oh?
The call out.
So there's ranged combat as well, and there's a few restrictions to ranged combat. Most ranged weapons just do completely fixed damage. You cannot oppose ranged attacks with melee skills. You can dodge if the shot is at point blank range, or you can block it if you have a particularly big shield. You cannot make ranged attacks while you are engaged unless it is with a pistol. And even then, if you do make a ranged attack with a pistol, your opponent is allowed to oppose it with their melee skills. There are also a number of very weird stats on this. So there's wounds. This is your health. Do not lose your health. When your wounds drop to 0, you don't die. Congratulations. You're not even technically speaking unconscious when you drop to 0 wounds. However, when you do run out of wounds the first time, you get knocked onto your ass and you are prone. And every time you get hit after that point, you take a critical wound, which can permanently maim your character or even outright kill them. There is also Fate, Fortune, and Resilience Resolve. So these are super important stats. They allow you to fuck around with RNG to ensure that you succeed in whatever you're doing. Fate and Resilience are both permanently burned if you use them, meaning that the 1 point that you had in it will be gone until you get it back, which is only done in very rare circumstances. But accordingly, they also have ridiculously strong effects. Fortune and Resolve are basically smaller versions of Fate and Resilience. They regenerate by... so you have as much Fortune as you have Fate, and you have as much Resolve as you have Resilience. And it regenerates at the start of every session. There's no specific time frame, it's just every session, boop, you fill back up. Unless we do particularly long ones, in which case you might refill at like the halfway point. They are also accordingly pretty weak in comparison to Fate and Resilience. So Fate is permanently burned when used, I will remind you of this a couple times, and it is only used in a near-death situation. You can either... Your 2 options when you burn a Fate point are, you can have the attack that just would have hit and killed you miss, or you can be completely removed from combat. If you have the attack that just hit and killed you miss, you are still susceptible to being hit in the future. You are not safe. However, if you are removed from combat, you are completely safe and your character will not die today. And these points are only regenerated after you do something heroic, brave, or significant, or basically finish one of the books in for the campaign. Fortune is weaker Fate. There's 3 ways to use Fortune. You can either re-roll a failed test. You can only do it once, but you can re-roll a failed test. You can add 1 success level to a test after it gets rolled, or change where you move in the initiative order. Resilience is similar to Fate points in that they are burned permanently when they are used, but you can do different things with them. So, there's 2 things that you can do with Resilience. You can either burn 1 Resilience to prevent a mutation from occurring. However, when you do this, you will not drain all of your corruption points. We'll talk about corruption in just a sec. You'll understand it in just a moment. The alternative is you can choose what you roll on a test. You get to pick what number comes up on the die. This can crit, and you can choose where it hits. This is immensely powerful, because it literally just allows you to do a crit hit whenever you feel like it. Resolve is similar to Fortune in that it's like weaker Resilience. It can be spent to become immune to psychological effects like fear until the end of the round. You can also use it to ignore all modifiers from various critical wounds you're suffering until the start of the next round, or you can burn one to just straight up remove a status condition that's on you. So let's talk about conditions, also known as status effects. These things are very dangerous, but the ones that come up most often are prone, surprised, stunned, unconscious, and fatigued. To sum it up quickly, prone is getting knocked on your ass. It sucks. You can get enemies get like plus 20 to hit you in melee, and you can only either get up or crawl away on your turn. And if you need to actually move, like use dodge, you get a minus 20 to it. However, I'm also going to house rule that you're harder to hit in range while you're prone, because you're fucking prone. Like, the fact that there's no rule in-game for ranged combat and being prone is kind of stupid, because prone in the game as it stands right now is purely a negative trait. Surprised is being surprised. You aren't ready for combat and people have a plus 20 to hit you in melee. This drops off after a turn of combat. So once your turn goes, congratulations, you are now no longer surprised. So stunned is when you get hit really hard. You can no longer use your action. Really quick, it's basically just like Dungeons & Dragons. You have a movement, you have an action, you can take a number of free actions on your turn. Pretty much exactly the same as 5e. However, when you are stunned, you can no longer take your action, you get a minus 10 to everything, and you lose the ability to cast spells. However, you are still capable of defending yourself, just more poorly. When you get attacked, also, whenever you get attacked, enemies automatically get one advantage before they even roll. So they automatically get plus 10 to whatever attack they do, and if they hit you multiple times, they can just farm advantage off of you. And then at the end of your round, you will make an endurance test. If you succeed, you remove 1 plus your success level number of stunned conditions, and once all of your stunned is gone, congratulations, now you're fatigued. When you are unconscious, you have been knocked the fuck out. All attacks get to automatically be used like you just spent a resilience point. You get to choose what number comes up on the die when you attack an unconscious individual. However, when you are no longer unconscious, you are prone and fatigued instead. Fatigued is just a minus 10 to all tests, and it stacks, and you can get rid of it by just hanging out and being chill. Wounds. Wounds are important. Losing wounds represents taking small nicks and scratches across your entire body. It is only once these pile up past a certain point that you start taking real permanent damage. These are critical wounds, and critical wounds fucking suck. These range from slight penalties to mangled body parts to straight up instant death. You will also suffer broken bones, torn muscles, and amputated body parts, each with their own method of healing and penalties associated with them. You know how I said that you determine where you hit on different people when you attack them? That is used on critical hit charts to determine what exactly happens. So depending on how hard you get hit and in what location, you can result in, like, losing fingers, maybe even entire hands. You only lose an entire arm if you get instantly killed. So there is no way to be completely arm loss, because if that happens in the middle of combat, you're just dead. It doesn't really matter. Wounds come back very slowly. This is not Dungeons & Dragons, where when you take a long rest, all of your health comes back. You only heal wounds after a nice rest, and if you succeed on a plus 20 endurance test. If you don't succeed on that test, you get no wounds back. If you take it easy for a day and, like, just kind of hang out and don't do much, you heal for slightly more. And if you have medical attention from someone, you heal even more than that. Critical wounds are also very hard to deal with, and most of them will not heal naturally. You will likely require some kind of medical attention to deal with them. Knowing a good priest or surgeon is very important in the old world. Let's talk about corruption. This is the taint of the dark gods upon your mind and your body. There are two ways... There are two ways to gain corruption points. You can either be exposed to corrupting influences, like seeing a demon, being in an area where nasty magic has happened, or staying near Warpstone for an extended period of time, or touching Warpstone, or just generally interacting with Warpstone. Don't fuck with Warpstone! Or making dark deals. Every time that you fail a test, you can gain 1 corruption point to re-roll the test again, even after your 1 re-roll done with a fortune point. Don't do that very often, because corruption is a pain in the ass to get rid of. Because eventually, corruption results in mutation. Should you ever gain more corruption than your willpower bonus plus your toughness bonus, you must pass an endurance test or be subject to a mutation. Depending on your race, this either affects your body or your mind. Once you mutate, all of your corruption points get drained, and you just start over from the beginning. If you ever suffer physical mutations more than your toughness bonus, or mental mutations more than your willpower bonus, you become fully corrupted by chaos. Your character vanishes into the night, becoming an NPC under my control. No, there is no class that thrives off of corruption. It is an inherently negative trait. I'm assuming that if they ever print stuff for, like, Norska or running actual Chaos Cultists, there will probably give you bonuses for becoming corrupted, but not fully corrupted. But as it stands with what we're using right now, no, you do not want corruption. However, there are ways to lose corruption. There are 2 main ways to cleanse your corruption. Dark Whispers is one of these ways, and a way that I absolutely adore. Dark Whispers mean I can ask you to spend a corruption point to do something very naughty, like purposely falling asleep on watch, letting some kind of enemy escape, or accidentally shooting an ally, Chris. Or I guess I should say Matt with that one. You were the one that left fucking Rush in the middle of the terracotta room of doom.
Oh yeah, I'll be really good at getting corruption points.
Oh no.
So, Dark Whispers are never something that you have to do. You are always able to accept or deny them. However, I will be the one to make the offer. You can't just shoot your buddy in the back and then be like, oh, there's a corruption point. Like, no, I have to have made the offer first. The other way is through absolution, which means that you have to undergo some kind of dangerous task related to the Order Gods. This is left purposely vague in the book as something that the DM is able to decide, and I'll be trying to figure out some good places where you can do it in. However, the campaign also provides a couple moments where you can get yourself cleaned up and drain a little bit of corruption.
This very much reminds me of, like, the Darkest Dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, Warhammer Fantasy and Darkest Dungeon have distinct similarities. There's a reason that the Cleric Errant fits in almost exactly with Darkest Dungeon, because he is basically just a Warhammer Fantasy priest. So, diseases and psychology are also things that exist. We're not going to be discussing them here. They are things that will fuck up your character. Psychology is just getting afraid while you're in the middle of combat. You can also hate things and get better at punching them. And diseases are nasty. Let's just not go more in-depth than that. So, let's talk a little bit about the faith and magic mechanics. So if you play a wizard or if you play a cleric. Not a cleric, a priest. I won't type up a whole thing for this just in case no one winds up playing a wizard or a priest. The long story short is that priests have to act in accordance to their deity's decrees or suffer their wrath. There's a mechanic called sin points. Every time that you go against your deity's decrees, you gain a sin point. And for every sin point that you get, you stand a better chance at pissing off your deity, which can range from pretty unfortunate things to death. Wizards have a hard time getting spells off and often explode due to the rough rules surrounding magic. In 4th edition, playing a wizard is hard. Like, it is not easy. To get off, so the way that casting works is you have a casting number to hit on a test for, let's say, you try to cast, Magic Shield. And so you roll your magic stat, and then you have to get +4 SL to cast Magic Shield. That is on the lower end. So you have to roll 40 under whatever the target number is. And this only gets more and more complicated as it goes, with flight being casting number of 8. That said, there is a mechanic called channeling, where over a series of turns, you build up your magical reserves until you eventually are able to cast it. And you basically roll every turn, and then you stockpile your SL until you hit the casting number that you're looking for. However, this is dangerous, because if you ever fumble, which also happens when you're channeling on doubles and any tens numbers, so 90, 80, 70, 60, so on. If you ever roll that while you are channeling, you have critically fumbled, and you have a major miscast. There are minor and major miscasts. You can't die on a minor miscast. That's an important thing. And if you get interrupted, you can suffer a minor miscast if you fail your cool test. If you're not cool enough and aren't wearing your Gucci sunglasses, then you can lose all your magic. This may be home ruled to be less harsh, because as it stands, playing a wizard fucking sucks. I'll talk to each of you individually if you wind up playing a faith caster or a magic caster. Just like go more in depth in a one-on-one conversation about how those systems work. All right, let's talk about money. God, I hate the way money is displayed in this game. So this system works off of a similar bronze, silver, gold system like in other games, but the conversion rates are fucked. So it goes brass pennies, silver shillings, and gold crowns. There are 12 pennies to a shilling and 20 shillings to a crown, which means that there are 240 pennies to make up a crown. See what I mean? The way that things are denoted in the game is even worse. Cash will often be presented like 6/8. So you obtain 6/8 money. This means 6 shillings, 8 pennies, or 80 pennies. This is made even worse because pennies are shorthanded to D in the book, which is not even a letter in brass or pennies. So I don't know why they fucking decided on it. While shillings are shorthanded to a /.
Why?
I don't know! Basically, money is fucked. I have no way to make it better. We're just gonna have to struggle through it together.
Okay.
Okay. Gear. Armor is pretty pricey, but it's also really useful. Wearing armor in locations gives you AP, which reduces the amount of damage that you take when you get hit there. This combined with a decent toughness bonus will result in you taking a significantly lower amount of damage. And yes, Bomb, it is basically Imperial measurement systems on crack. Weapons are also very good. They have a bunch of different traits, modifiers and such, but I'm not going to go into how every single weapon in the game works right now. Just be careful around black powder weapons, they tend to explode.
Oh boy.
And that's about it for playing the game. 83 slides later and we're done. Let's make some characters. You might want to make a couple. Because this game is fucking brutal. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yay!
Much appreciated. I appreciate the applause.
Hear these claps.
I can hear the claps. Thank you very much for your applause. I worked fairly hard on that.
That was very good.
Very
2,
important.
I got like slight information related to the stats, but I'm imagining that like disappears the more experience we get. So I'm cool with it.
Can you run that by me again, Matt? I was deafened by a Final Fantasy VII fanfare. Thank you, Aubrey.
Oh, I was gonna say that was a very good slideshow, and a lot of it made sense. But some of the stats and like fate and resilience and stuff like that kind of went over my head. But I'm getting into it. It will be easier to understand.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're going to talk about it right now as we look at character creation, because we're actually going to go into character creation right now. So if you have a PDF for the book, please pull it up. If you don't, I will be guiding you through this right now.
1 second. Let me pull that up.
I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
All right, yeah, we can take a break. Actually, I'm going to go downstairs and grab something to drink, so I will be back.
That's a good
in
idea.
just a
I'm also
moment.
going to take be back at what, like
Just like 8:30, 8:35, whatever.
30,
Okay.
Okay.
Kenny, where was the link to Amazon that you posted the books at?
Scroll up. It doesn't actually.
In general?
Yeah, in general of the actual Wooloo Gang Discord. It's weird because it says Mega and not Amazon, but trust me, it leads to an Amazon site.
Gotcha.
Please believe me, Discord, or please believe me, stream chat. All right, I will be back in just a moment.
It says mega because it's a mega discount.
Yeah, it's a mega discount. It's awesome.
And we're in the
That they offer.
Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay book in 4th edition. Correct?
Yes. Yep. It should be at the very bottom of the cart.
Okay.
All right, I'll return in just a moment.
Okay, I have the book pulled up. Now what? I'm lost already.
Now we wait for Kenny to get back. I will be back.
I'm just browsing the book right now.
Side note before I leave. I think I don't know. I don't know if we're supposed to discuss what we want to play. I think I want to be an herbalist. I don't know.
I think I want to support Sigmar and be a regular behind human, so I don't have to deal with all the disadvantages that I'll have otherwise.
Right. I don't want to be in magic. So, but I did herbalist. I think that has some kind of like helps people heal. So I think that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Oh baby.
That's interesting. Oh, so certain races can only play certain classes? I wish there was a way to sort this by race. Ooh. That might be an option.
This must also be posted in this general chat here because it's waifu cups. How could I not post it?
Wait, you put in general?
Yeah.
Ah.
Who doesn't love a good waifu cup, you know?
Right.
I, for one, love a good waifu cup.
I posted a link to plenty of them in general.
Oh wow, that
Okay,
is
so
just a waifu cup.
Imagine like showing up with the one that's like the Higo, whatever you say, faith. Imagine just showing up to your friend's house with that cup.
Power move.
So fell is what?
What?
What
No, fell is
fell?
fellowship, which is basically charisma.
Ah, okay, got it.
Where'd the character creation thing go? So what is everyone considering?
I have no clue. I was gonna ask you where I need to look to start like seeing my options
So
here.
it is literally like character. It's page 24 on the book, which might be a little off.
Page 24.
Yeah, everyone's gonna start on page 24. If you are undetermined and wish to simply roll, that is an option.
But I could screw myself if I'm like, okay. So if I'm a dwarf that's just hanging out with the lads, are people gonna hate me?
Probably not. Dwarves tend to be fairly respected, but occasionally disliked. If anything, you're probably gonna wind up hating everyone else because humans tend to be just a bunch of fucking idiots, and the dwarves really. Dwarves tend to get more annoyed by humans than humans are annoyed by dwarves.
I low-key would not mind randomizing my first character just to like learn the game.
No, there's a lot of
some of the things I might pick, and then some of them I might roll.
It is
You're
in
not gonna
fact
go full random.
It is in fact encouraged to go full random, because
Okay,
when it comes to picking your class, I think you get an extra 100 XP if you random.
Ooh.
I'll random then.
Yeah, it's plus 50 XP if you random, which that's not a full advance. That's like halfway to a decent advance. But hold on before you roll because not everyone is back. I want everyone to kind of move along this at the same rate.
May launch Roll20 because I exited out because Roll20 can cause my computer to lag, and it was causing that Discord to lag.
The other thing that's important is not all races are made equal, and I mean that quite literally. Because certain races are actually just better at things than others. Yeah, Bomb encourages total randomization, which is very based. Certain races are actually just straight up better than others, honestly. Like elves tend to be kind of cracked, but they have important things that they have to do outside of, like, in between major campaign beats. There's going to be moments where you guys have, like, an excessive amount of downtime where you're able to just kind of do your own thing. And during those times, elves get less time to do stuff to kind of bring them more into balance with halflings, humans, and dwarves.
Oh, baby,
but I will
I'm
say,
excited.
Matt, that if you do roll, you are probably getting a human. The random species table, 1 to 90 is human. And then
I was planning on being a human anyway, so if God wants me to give a 10% chance of something else, I'll take that.
Yep, there you go. I will be rolling up Testy McSampleton as we do this as well, so...
Oh, I gotta name my character. Warhammer.
Don't work on the name yet. You don't know your race.
Empire names.
And your name...
Friedhelm.
Oh, it's very German. Like, this whole thing is gonna be very German.
Oh, I could be Bernward Schrocht.
Which is why Chris was like, I'm going to be Hitler. Or Adolf.
Oh, that's where that came from.
Yeah, it's because... It's because, I mean, that is a German name, technically speaking. I would prefer to not have Adolf the Painter on my fucking Warhammer squad, but here we are!
Can I be, a Hans Burger, and then you can nickname me Hamburger?
Yes, absolutely. This is absolutely a thing that can happen.
Sigurd Reichart.
Just
I'm
kill
not sure
him
if any
first.
of you have ever seen the anime Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
I have
But I've
had
seen
people recommend it to me a lot.
I've seen 10 episodes of it, and every name on this random name generator is a name from that show.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Why are you sharing waifu cups?
Why not?
Who doesn't want a good waifu cup?
Okay.
Just want to sip some of that waifu juice.
Me specifically, I'm thinking of getting waifu cup 1 Origin because she's sticking her tongue out at me. Woo.
Gross. Bomb Pit does not approve.
I've narrowed it down between two selections for characters.
As in race or class?
As in race plus class or roll for random.
Okay, gotcha.
I think I'm gonna be kind of in the same boat where I'm like half picking things and half randomizing. And maybe we'll see if there's something that catches my.
So I don't know if you've read page 30, which has the list of the instructions for randomizing your class. So
yeah,
you roll a d100, and that'll give you a class depending on what race you are. If you don't like that one, you roll twice more, which gives you 3 choices. You get a little bit less XP for that, or you can just choose, which gives you no XP.
Just do the one. Just do the one and get out. Just whatever. Just stick with it.
I really like that randomizing is, but like you're given a bonus because I don't know what I want to play.
Yeah, you're encouraged to just random it.
What?
Yeah, there's a randomization. You can almost completely randomize your character. Like there's
and you get like a huge yeah, you get a huge amount of extra points.
It's not huge. It's an okay amount.
An okay amount of XP points.
Yeah, you're not like significantly farther ahead than everyone else. Yeah, also yeah, no, trust me, we know not to play to the win. Actually, no. 50 is a pretty solid amount to start with. Now that I look at it, that's like 2 characteristic advances or like 5 skill advances to start.
Okay, so race-wise, are people playing not humans?
You can play not humans. That's fine.
Okay, so are we talking about what we're gonna be, or?
Yeah, feel free to discuss.
I kind of want to be a wood elf. Not gonna lie.
That's completely fine.
I kind of want a random. I'm feeling the randomness. I don't know why.
I'm also feeling the randomness. I have a question though, because there is a character plus class that I'm kind of toying with the idea of.
All right, go on.
So I'm thinking about doing a high elf pit fighter that worships Kine, the elven god of war.
Oh, okay.
How
I could see that, honestly. That's not too out there for lore. I mean, it's kind of out there just because high elves tend to be very noble individuals, but there's weirdos in every race. Yeah, no, high elves can be pit fighters, and worshipping Kane would be a total move for that.
Right. But I was thinking about having him use like the Grey Wind.
Yeah, you might need to advance a little bit before you do that, because you will have not spent any of your life really looking into magic, to the point that you would probably only be able to use like petty, maybe some arcane spells, but it would cost some XP. Let me put it like this: you would probably spend some time after a campaign or after a major step in the campaign to be like, okay, I go off and I like train in this in using magic.
Okay. Yeah, I just kind of like the idea of him just being like a death bringer, like using his pit fighting skills and eventually like using that with like stealth to just kill things.
I actually decided I'm just gonna go full random.
Oh God.
I think I am too, Chris. Let's do this, bro.
We're gonna have huge point bonuses and we're gonna slay things.
All right. Well, or you're going to roll a villager and be completely non-combat and basically useless.
Yeah.
But that'll be cool.
That's actually a joke. Villagers are not useless. Villagers are actually quite good in specific circumstances.
I'm also tempted to go random though. Like I'm very tempted to go random.
Okay. Here's an idea. Since we're streaming this.
Okay.
I want somebody in stream to roll my race for me.
Oh God.
Oh.
Somebody roll like a D100 and tell me what you roll. The first person to get it in, I'll be that race.
See, there are dice rollers that you can find on the internet.
Yeah, you can like Google roll a D100 and it will just roll it for you.
Okay, Kenny, since we're on stream, can you make a poll for people in chat to vote whether I go random or do this idea?
All right.
Mr. James said 45, Chris.
45. That makes me a human, I believe.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll mine on.
You're pretty much universally human.
Where's the
90
table for this?
So you're looking from like page
90. Nah, you're human.
20 to like 31.
I thought 90 to 100 was different. I was one away from being a halfling.
91 to 100 is different.
I know. I was a little on the edge. I hate this game.
Alright, and Bomb Pit, if you're interested, you can roll for my class.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll my class too then.
Alright, pull us up.
Human. I'm a human 16.
Yeah, I'm an artisan for my own poll. I'm gonna just let everybody else decide for me.
I'm a human artisan.
Oh God.
How do I figure out what that means? Is that good?
Well, you're a Burr, so if you keep, so just write that down for now.
Okay.
I am also going to roll for Tessie McSampleton.
As a human, what am I when an 8 is rolled?
You're a priest.
Wait.
I'm a priest!
Oh shit,
I am a man
boy.
of the faith!
So he's a human. Apparently there are gnomes, allegedly. We don't have the book for it, so fuck it.
Human.
Bomb Pit, So it seems like everyone's either going random or just human. Also, you get plus 20 XP if you accept the result of your random class. Or of your random race. So congratulations to everyone that just rolled. You have 20 more XP.
Do I get more XP for getting a random class, too?
Oh, Aaron, you were playing the Elf Pit Fighter.
Oh, okay, cool.
If you take your first roll on the class, you get 50 XP. Hold on a second.
Well,
please don't move too far ahead. Aubrey, what race are you playing? Are you gonna random?
I don't know.
Then random.
Oh, so many
well,
choices.
no, I don't know if I want to random. I want the XP, but I also don't want to not like what I'm playing.
It is not that much of a loss.
Let chat
can I say something? Can I say something?
What?
These characters are probably gonna die.
That's
what does
also
it matter?
By the time you die, you'll have enough knowledge of the game to
Yeah,
actually know
you
if
can make
wanna
a character
play.
you actually want to play. Exactly.
Fine, I'll just.
Or if you don't like it, you can just. I mean, I'm not the DM, obviously, but I
Let
would imagine
chat
he'd let you
decide,
just walk
Aubrey.
out of the campaign. Like if you're a villager, you're just like, hey, yo, I don't want to fight these things no more. Let me
Yeah.
go back to village life.
Yeah, no, I feel that. That's
Bomb Pit,
absolutely
I'll
a
live
move.
for you. I
What?
will live for you.
Bomb wants to live.
Can I make my deity Bomb Pit?
No.
Aww. I tried.
You do have to worship one of the main Empire gods.
Alright, Nurgle.
Sigmar.
No,
Name
no.
your character Bomb Pit.
Name him like a Germanic version of Bomb Pit.
Bompitius.
That's not Germanic.
I know.
Friar Pit. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
Bombhire.
Bombhire.
Bombert.
So Audion, you're a human. So
Yeah.
everyone's decided.
Where's the?
Aaron,
where's the
I don't know if you
other
heard me, but
thing?
the elf won out.
Yeah, no, I heard you. I
Okay.
heard you.
Had Amanda spot in this campaign. I'll work you in somehow, Mr. Pitt.
I'm a human.
A human. We are almost
Did
all
you see
humans.
the peen that I circled? I
Yes,
found
I
somebody's
removed
hidden
it.
peen.
I removed it. I have been fucking castrating penises across this map.
Oh
I
no!
drew about 10.
Did I just find another one, or is that like a splotch on the map? Oh, that's just a splotch.
I
want
want to see if you found my hard to find. I think you did.
I just
Well, he
I-
cleansed all of them.
Yeah,
There's a button for
Oh.
See, here's the problem: is that we would draw important stuff on the map, and then y'all would draw the peens on my map. So I couldn't just clear drawings because then all the
Yeah, but I
important
have that
information was
power.
gone too.
Okay, now that races are decided, you can either choose. Where can I see this map anyway? It's right here. It's behind the character sheet, which is kind of important to be here.
Oh wait, that's not what I meant to do. I did not mean to make a square. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't delete a square.
What have you done? What they wanted you to. Alright,
Alright.
let me pull Testy McSampleton back up.
So
now you can either roll on the map, roll on the table to randomize what character you're playing, or you can pick it yourself. If you don't like the first thing you roll, you can roll 2 more times and get a little bit less money.
I think I'm gonna do that.
So how much XP do I get for rolling my race?
25. You get 25. You're gonna have to put that under the advances tab, which is just under like age, height, hair, and eyes, and then go to experience awards, and it'll be under. You'll open a thing up and then make a thing called character creation, and that'll tell you how much EXP you've gotten, or you can put in how much EXP you earned.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I didn't have my character sheet open yet.
Looking at your character sheet, go over to advances on the tab, which is just underneath like age, height, hair, and eyes. And then you should see a thing that says experience on the right hand side, and then experience awards. Click the plus on experience awards. Name it like character creation, and then put how much EXP you're gonna get at this point. You might get some more after you choose your class and career.
I'm gonna do the 2 reroll thing. I don't think I like ours.
bro.
Go ahead.
Should
Elves are bullshit. I'm just looking at their attribute table.
Yeah, elves are cracked.
88 or 67.
So an 88 on human is witch, and 67 on human is river woman.
Oh.
Nice.
Aubrey
Okay,
rolled
so-
a 31, which is an envoy.
No, I rolled a 31 earlier on my character,
Oh, sorry.
That's human.
Human.
Yep,
I rolled
the
a
50. What
which
the
is a
50?
villager.
Oh, God.
There it is.
Would you like to take the
The
double
hero of our
reroll?
story.
What the heck is a river woman?
A woman of the river.
Hold on, I'll check it really quick because I
Oh,
can
lady of the lake.
quickly flip through this.
Come out here, lady.
So you can be a river man. You don't have to be a woman. To be a river woman. They mentioned that.
Just say a river woman.
They mentioned that earlier in the book that some of these are gendered, but they are not actually. You don't have to be that gender to play the career.
Everybody can be a river woman.
And you said we can't be a witch, or we can?
Oh, you can feel free to be a witch, but it's incredibly dangerous. Like
Careful.
if playing a wizard is hard, playing a witch is 10 times harder.
Dang. So if I roll 3 and still kept my original, can I pretend I didn't roll the other 2?
No.
No.
That's not how that works.
So, River Woman, it looks like, I mean, it looks like you're just really good at boats.
Is that prevalent in this campaign? Can
yes.
you tell me that?
Yes, rivers are
nice.
going to be...
Ooh,
rivers are
okay.
prevalent throughout the entire empire. Like, if you look at the giant penis that is currently on the map, you can see underneath it, there's this giant river that runs through it like a huge vein, which is... That is the River Reich. And that is the one biggest motherfucking river on this entire thing.
Alright, I'll be a river woman, I guess.
If you don't want to be a river woman, you do
No,
not
I'll
have
be
to
a river woman. I'll be a river woman.
But between that, artisan, and witch, like, there's not a lot of great options. I think river woman does have some... You don't immediately have the ability to, like, do good combat. But you are, like... So your initial starting skills that you can level... Or, not skills. Stats that you can level up are toughness, agility, and dexterity. So you're gonna be pretty, you're gonna be pretty good at just, like, moving and taking, hits. And it's only when you hit your next tier, after you're no longer a fucking greenfish and move into being an actual river woman, that you're able to improve your weapon skills, so you'll actually be able to throw hands decently well.
Okay, so what about me as a priest? I'm a human priest.
Okay, so priests are in a bit of an odd place, because they are not very... So there is a warrior priest class, which will throw hands. You're basically like a pure caster.
Gotcha.
If you go and flip to your... Well, don't flip to your career right now. I'll just give you the general overview. You start out as an initiate. I would like to be a Bretonian peasant. Please do not be a Bretonian peasant. That is the worst fucking thing you can be in the entirety of Warhammer Fantasy. So, as a priest, your starting stats that you can level up are toughness, agility, and willpower. You never get the ability to improve your weapon skill, ballistic skill, or strength. You do eventually get a skill for melee basic, but you're not really designed for frontline fighting.
Okay.
You're very much so, like, early on you get Invoke and Bless for your talents. It'll be a while before you're able to actually invoke miracles, but you will be able to bless people a lot. Alright.
Okay, I found my name. Let's go.
So, Audion, did you roll for... Is that your class roll right there?
71? Yeah, 71.
As a human, that is a smuggler.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Let me go find smuggler.
Smuggler. We get to do riverboat shenanigans.
Yes!
Smuggling.
And I will... You gotta keep it hidden from me, though, because I'm probably not gonna like that. And I've gotta stand up to that, or else I'm gonna commit a grave sin and be smote.
Oh.
Depends on which god you worship.
True.
If you're a Ranald priest, he doesn't give a shit. He's probably gonna be all about it. What was it? Shit. What did you roll? 71? Oh, okay. That's also a river folk. Oh shit.
71. That's a smuggler.
Yeah, no, that's river folk.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We're both from the river.
Yep.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, so smugglers are specifically you smuggle shit on the river. You dodge taxes and risk river warden inspections to secure maximum profit. God damn it.
That sounds like me in real life. I'm no.
I am so down to dodge taxes right now. So you start out with agility, dexterity, and willpower as your 3 starting stats that you can improve, but you eventually be able to improve your initiative, your intelligence, and your fellowship. You also lack the ability for straight-up combat until your second level of your career. which is when you get access to melee basic skill. However, you are also very fucking sneaky. Nothing escapes the eye of the IRS, the most powerful Warhammer deity. So, sounds like Aaron might actually be our one actually good at fighting person.
Yeah. We need some.
So,
Alright, my
You
Can
can
I
thank
just
Stream
say
for that.
villagers have a talent called stone soup?
Yep, that means you can subsist off of almost nothing. You are very good at eating light. Because food is often a luxury that you can't afford.
I just gnaw on rocks.
I can
So-
smuggle some for you.
Yes, indeed. Eat rock slash. So, as a pit fighter, you start out only being able to improve your weapon skill, strength, and toughness, but eventually you get the ability to improve your initiative, agility, and fellowship. And you start out with melee any, so you can fucking learn whatever you want to smack people with. Just don't take... There's a couple things that you do naturally gain over the course of your thing, which you probably shouldn't take for that, but, like... You are easily the most, fighty dude in our group at the moment. Aubrey, are you sticking with Villager, or are you double rolling? Smack people with each other. There you go.
I'm trying to figure out what I do as a villager.
So, as a villager, you start out with strength, toughness, and agility, and you eventually gain access to weapon skill, intelligence, and fellowship. You start out basically being good at all the things that a villager can do, which is like endurance, drinking alcohol, being a little bit athletic, caring for animals, throwing hands, knowing the local lore. And then as you go up, you eventually become an actual villager, you get access to melee basic, you can help out some people with like, so basically the progression tier, if you look at the actual names of each of these things, you start out as a peasant. Which means that you're a shitty, like, you are not even a good villager, you're like a low tier villager. And then after you go from being a peasant, you become a villager. And then after that, you become a counselor. And then the final tier is village elder, which is when you actually graduate into being of silver money value. Okay. Yeah, so villager, you do eventually gain the ability to throw hands, alright, but you are, for the most part, very good at, like, local stuff. Let me go ahead and roll for Testy McSampleton, just to see what he gets. I'm not going to use Testy McSampleton at anything, so...
That's Bomb's character.
Yes. Oh god.
Yeah.
When you can't throw hands, what can you do? Honest question. Die. Stevedore. Whatever the... Why do I keep rolling fucking...
Huh?
We keep rolling Riverfolk, son of a bitch.
We're good at rivers.
Oh,
Someone should be a seaman.
go to the career tab.
Oh, so close. I like how Seaman is number 69.
Wait, really?
It's
Oh
like
my god, it
69,
is.
70.
That's funny.
Yeah. They knew.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing. Oh, son of a bitch.
What page is the random thing on?
The random chart, it's on page
wait.
30 and
Never
31.
mind.
Yeah.
As soon as I asked that, I finally scrolled far enough down.
I'd be inputting anything yet onto my sheet.
Yes, the EXP that you started with by taking whatever you did with your thing.
How much is
Like,
3 rerolls?
3 rerolls, and accepting your initial character, that would come out to a total of 50.
It's on the Advances tab, Chris. And there's a section called Experience Awards.
Ah.
And you click the
If
little
you-
plus.
If you took your first one, it goes up to 75.
I am a river woman. Do I need to put that under career river woman?
Yes, start. So you basically hit that you're making.
Is
a new career.
anybody else re-rolling?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I
Matt.
rerolled,
I
but
am not.
Matt did.
would not
Chris, did you?
recommend.
No, I
What?
took what I got,
Oh.
or what Bomb gave me.
Yeah, career, whatever the fuck is a stevedore.
character. So 75 XP. Oh no, that's 5. 75.
75.
Okay. How do I?
Yeah, so a stevedore is basically just a loader and an unloader. The person that loads shit up onto boats. Dock hands, foremans, and dock masters. Oh, you eventually learned how to read and write. Oh, wowzers.
Inputting your career into the sheet.
Is it what?
Yeah, it's not letting me do that.
Do the
Inputting
what?
career onto the sheet on Roll20.
Yeah, go to the advances tab, and it's under there.
Advances. Oh, okay.
Advances.
So this is a river campaign then? I mean, there's a good part of this campaign that does take place on the river, yes. Keep in mind, Testy is not actually going to be joining us on this adventure. I'm just doing this so I can follow along with my buddies. So are you taking your villager, or are you, getting a little bit of extra wiggle room?
I don't know.
You do have to make a decision here.
I know.
I mean, it's not entirely on the river, like, but, like, the river is... Oh my god. It's just... Found another dick.
Yeah.
Where?
I found it in the... between the cursed marshes and the marshes of... Oh, why am I fucking pink? Get that shit out of here.
I'm inputting my skills now.
But when they do river, they will be very good.
Oh,
Did you
shit,
put your
yeah.
stats in?
No.
I have not.
Okay, hold on then, before you do it.
Oh, okay.
I don't move too far ahead. I want to keep us at relatively the same point.
Yeah, hurry up and decide, Aubrey. You're holding us up.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, I don't know. Can the villager leave the village if we're gonna be on the water?
Of course. Yeah, you're gonna be on an adventure. You're not gonna be just like specifically in the village. You'll have to like think up a reason that you're not in your village right now.
Aubrey, you
but-
should definitely re-roll 2 times. No, actually no, because then it'll take you 45 minutes to pick between the 3. So I say you stick.
Damn.
Just at me, thanks.
Fucking rude.
Sorry, I just... After a while, I have learned the ways of Aubrey.
We have been dating for almost a decade,
But
so
when they
I would
river,
hope
they're
so.
gonna fucking river.
So yeah, Aubrey's a villager. What's next? We did it.
Alright, cool. Now you're gonna roll your basic stats. So, thankfully, everyone's a human, and everything is pretty much exactly as you might expect for a human, which is you take 2d10, and then you add 20 for every stat.
Oh.
There is a special rule that says, where is it? If you don't like certain, okay, yeah. If you just take your rolls as they are, you get another 50 XP.
Doing that.
You can rearrange them until you're happy with the mix and get plus 25. And if you're still not happy, you can either roll again and swap the rolls around with no XP bonus, or you could ignore the dice completely and do an allocation thing. So I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
roll and probably rearrange them, but I am keeping the randomness of the roll.
slash 2d10 a lot.
So we on roll 20, we just roll 2d10 all these times. How many times is that?
It's 10 times total.
Where do
Okay.
we input that?
That would be under
We
advances,
should
your career tab,
should
and
do
your
one at a
initial
time.
thing. Your initial stats will be recorded in there.
Oh, okay.
Who's rolling first?
I think people should do this one at a time so it doesn't get too confusing.
Yeah, definitely.
I
I
will
will go first. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
You go.
you go.
You go. No, you go. You go.
Okay. So 2d10. 10.
Or
So
wait.
my first stat is 30, right? And I put that under initial.
Wait. Yeah.
Oh, it's time to start streaming. Lamau?
2d10. 29. And I'm just going one down the row, right? And then talking 50. So BS and then S.
Yeah, you're gonna have to click BS as well to your different stats to make them actually become relevant. And like inputable.
My stats all so far have been unbelievably average. There we go. I'm very high I. Is that intelligence?
That's initiative.
Oh, I rolled 2d12. Ignore that. 2d10. 32. 2d10. 29.
Better start the stream. Gotta avenge that Lamia. Please stop. The last thing I'm gonna think of is
10,
fucking
nat 1.
Darkest Dungeon. Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
Nat 10, 2. Let's go, gamers.
31. My stats were all almost as close to 30 as could be, except for is 36.
I think you rolled 11 times.
Did I? Oh, one of them was a D12. I
Oh,
two
yeah, that's
D12s.
fine. You fool.
Okay, so those are my stats. Who next?
It would go.
I have a 36. Everything else is between 29 and 33.
So
That's not
Whoa,
bad.
sorry.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, hold on. Wait a minute.
I didn't get any bad stats. Like I didn't beef any.
You can add a plus 20 onto that and then make the addition easier for your brain.
So that's 30.
Like
Oh.
class.
under careers
There you go.
name, we put like I would put villager for the name.
Yeah. So,
And I get 50 extra for
Ooh.
doing
Chris,
this, right?
you know you can just, when you have the dialogue box selected, you know you can just press up on the arrow keys to get the last thing that you inputted, right?
Nope.
We'll do that.
And you said it's 50 for keeping what you roll in order?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
And then and you said do plus 30.
Yeah, and you can do plus 20, and that'll add it in.
Oh yeah, plus 20, not. Yeah.
So this Pit Fighter Advanced scheme that I'm looking at on the Pit Fighter page,
Oh my god.
Mhm.
that doesn't mean anything in terms of determining initial stats.
No.
Okay.
Your initial stats, there's an attributes table on page 33 that you're looking for.
Right. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, and you've got crazy stats because elf.
Oh yeah, he's an elf.
Yep.
Oh wait, what happens because I'm an elf?
You roll different things. You add a different number. Where instead of
Chris
plus
is cheating.
20 to, why is he cheating?
His stats are way better than
Dang
mine.
it, my willpower is low though.
Do you want to change it around?
I'm gonna have to change it around, yeah. Still got one more to roll. Come on, High Fellowship. That
Okay,
doesn't really
so-
matter. Might move around.
Hold on. What the fuck is extra points?
Wait.
Hmm?
What's this thing about rolling 2d10 for each of the 10 characteristics
that-
if they have this attributes table?
Yeah, so the
That's what we're doing
attributes
now.
table randomizes it. So you roll 2d10, and then you add a number after that to determine what your stat is.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
So if I move these around, I can move around any number of them I want, right?
Yes. You can. So it's gonna be a little weird for Aaron because you can't just freely move them around. Because you add a different number based on whichever stat you roll, because you're an elf and not a human. Because the humans all just get plus 20 to everything. Elves, on the other hand, are better at some things and really good at some things. Like, your initiative is plus 40, so you can't take the number that was plus 40 and then put it into a plus 20 slot. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to do the 2d10 thing where you roll 10 2d10s, and then you will move those numbers around and then add in the bonuses.
Okay, so as a priest, what stats do I want? Willpower, I know,
Willpower
right?
is your biggest. Willpower is very important for you.
Toughness is always good, just because that affects you not dying.
Yep.
What about am I gonna need intelligence?
Probably not. like outside of like, so Fellowship is also going to be really useful, because you can, you know, preach to people like that.
Yeah, I've got a decent fellowship. Okay, so
And other than that, you probably want a little bit of weapon skill and strength, because eventually you'll have to throw hands, unless you're a Shalian priest, and even then you'll have a walking stick. Thought that was a dick. I swear to God. I'm seeing phantom penises everywhere. God help me. It's like Freud's nightmare.
Why are we here?
Suffer.
Just to suffer.
Alright, I think I've got my stats the way I want them. So I get an extra 25 XP for having the randomized rolls, yeah?
Yep. There's a
Alright,
dick
from these
somewhere in
random
this
rolls, I'm
box.
currently getting 100 extra XP.
Someone must have drawn a fucking micro penis or some shit.
Jeez.
Alright, so this was a 2d10 plus 20?
Yep.
Alright. Alright. Okay.
He's getting decent stats. Oh god. So
What the fuck?
Apparently, the only number you know how to roll
What the
is
hell?
32.
Wait, how many times was that? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Just what the fuck?
7, 8, 9.
Oh!
Oh my god, another 32!
Why did I get 5 fucking 30?
I don't know, man. That's not even
Oh,
the
no.
average. That's what's weird.
Okay.
Actually, no, wait. Is that the average? I don't know. I don't fucking brain. So we have a...
1.
Let's see. We have a priest, a river woman, a smuggler, a pit fighter, and a villager on our team. Yeah, this is a Warhammer Fantasy Squad.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No
8,
one went
9,
wizard.
10.
Good choice. Being a wizard is fucking rough.
If I had picked my class, I probably would have been a wizard.
Yeah, it's I would recommend waiting on wizard. Like, make it your second class, because playing a wizard is hard.
Okay. And the total experience bonus XP we have is 100 if we just kept our numbers and everything.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
so if you kept your initial race, it's 25. If you no, it's 20 if you kept your initial race. My bad. If you kept your initial class, it's 50. And if you chose to re-roll again, if you choose to re-roll 2 extra ones, it's 25. When you say hard, do you mean rolls can fuck you hard or hard to manage? Yes, both. And if you kept your initial stat rolls, it's another 50. So if you kept everything from the very first ones, it's a total of 120 XP.
Oh, okay.
What if you kept
Nice.
the original rolls and only swapped around a couple? Is that...
That's still, you go down to 70... 95. I think.
Oh, I get 95, not 25?
No, 95 total. Yeah, it's 25 if you kept only if you rearranged. If you kept your initial roll on the class and career, it's 50, and if you kept your initial race, it's 20.
Okay.
I remember hearing bad rolls can just kill you, hearing from a great lecture. Yeah, pretty much. Warhammer Fantasy will fucking murder you. It is brutal. Like, this game does not give a shit. It will just break your character's back and dab on them.
What are... Sorry, I'm trying to see, like, the smuggler class, what they should and shouldn't specialize in. I don't quite understand these.
So I'll talk about those in a sec.
Okay.
Give me a sec. I'm flipping towards it. So generally speaking, the things that are just pluses on your career list, you should probably put a decent amount in. Basically, anything that has a symbol on it, you should put a decent amount in.
Okay.
And weapon skill, and maybe strength, because you do need to fight back sometimes.
What are these abbreviations for wounds?
W.
Ooh.
Oh, your wounds, it's twice, so, for, I think, all of us, you take double your toughness bonus, which is the tens digit in your toughness stat.
Mm-hmm.
Then you add your strength bonus and your willpower bonus to that.
Okay.
It
Got it.
should just be recorded on your character sheet. I'm pretty sure they do the math for you. Somewhere around here.
Where is it?
I don't actually know where wounds is. It might be under combat. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, there it is, under advantage.
Oh,
on
max
combat.
wounds?
Yep.
Max wounds, okay. Alright, and then... And it also calculates the fate, resilience, extra points, and movement, and all that. As well.
It does it. I mean, I'm not...
Is that under combat?
Don't think so. Yeah, no, fate is something that you put in for your own stuff. Which, so your fortune will be equal to your fate, and your resolve will be equal to your resilience.
Where is it written in?
Which are
When you
what?
get the
1 and
power.
1 and then 2 and 2?
Oh, wait, I think I
Yeah,
see it.
so for humans, you get 2 fate and 2 fortune to start. And for,
Where do you see? Oh, I see.
yeah, it's down there. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck extra points means.
Fate resilience is 0, and extra points.
How do I figure out my resilience and resolve?
It's 1. You're a human.
Motivation.
5.
So that's something that you have to determine. Motivation is not a stat.
Ah.
You have to write your character motivation,
Okay.
which is kind of important. You can deal with that later. You don't necessarily need to decide that right now.
Who else needs to roll the 2d10 plus 20?
Here
Aubrey?
it is.
I've done mine. Where's the extra point thing written in?
I'm trying to figure it out. Give me a second.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck it means by extra points.
Alright, I'm gonna start rolling.
Good
Do
luck.
it. There you go.
Oh.
Spicy.
Hey.
Good. Good.
Nice.
I'm ready for the important one to like be the one that screws me.
Ooh.
What is T?
Toughness.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna have to move these around.
Squishy girl.
I can't have a 28 in my toughness. That's bad. Let me click on the character sheet. Type this in. Go. I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, I'm rolling good. I'm gonna get screwed on the one important one.
That's good.
Rolling well.
Listen, I'm not an English major. I'm gonna speak how I speak.
It's also good. You're rolling good.
What the fuck?
Hmm.
What?
Goo.
Goo. Don't even have it on the fuck. Oh, the human average for characteristics is 30. Goo.
What's the average for elves?
I don't know. The human average is 30. The elvish average would probably be like 40 for certain things and 30 for others. And 50 for initiative.
Dude, I got 55 for initiative.
Oh, he's fast as fuck, yo.
Whoa.
Alright, so I'm gonna move my stats around.
I'm gonna goof with that.
Because I'm not gonna have a 28 in my toughness.
A good plan.
I feel like a villager wouldn't use a gun, so I'm thinking my 28 is gonna be ballistic skill.
Yeah, you in fact, I don't think you ever really get a chance to use much ballistic skill.
What was WP again?
Willpower.
Willpower.
Oh, willpower.
Willpower.
My willpower is sucky. That's the worst thing I have.
That's
But
what
we're
I
gonna
have.
keep it.
Get ready for some chaos corruption.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I found out what extra points are fucking finally. So, extra points you can spend between Fate and Resilience to increase them by however much you want. You have 3 points that you can split between either Fate or Resilience.
Right now.
Yeah. Although, Aaron, you've only got 2. As elf.
I mean, that's more than I have in Fate Resilience.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
To ensure you do not get completely
Okay,
screwed.
could you give me a quick recap of what the two can do again?
So, Fate prevents you from dying. Every Fate point that you have, when you burn a Fate, it will either make the attack that just swung at you miss, or take you out of the combat. If you make it miss, you can still get hit again, and you're not safe. Fortune, I don't remember exactly what Fortune was spent on. Let me go look at my fucking presentation. So Fortune, you can spend a Fortune to re-roll a failed test, add +1 SL to a test after it's rolled, or change where you move in initiative order. Resilience is the auto roll, or either prevent a mutation from happening. So you either say, no, I don't mutate, or you can choose what number you roll on a test.
And these extra points can go into any of those?
Yeah, either of those. And the Resolve, which is tied to Resilience, can either ignore critical wound modifiers, become immune to psychology, or remove a condition. Like being unconscious, or being... if you remove prone with that, you spring to your feet. And regain a wound.
I'm getting an extra 2 in Fate and Fortune.
We have 3 points total to split among them.
Yep. Among Us.
Among Us?
Okay, got it.
Okay, once you have assigned your stats and are settled with how it is, go and turn to your specific... oh, Bomb, why would you do this right now? I'm in the middle of a thing. God damn it.
Oh, what is he doing?
Dehydrated. I'll go grab some water in just a second. Let me set these guys off. Turn to your class page, your career page, which, let's see.
I am there. You can control F on this thing, so
Ah, well, in that case.
control F, search the word, and then click the arrow to get to the page.
Yeah. Adion, you would be on 98, just for the record.
Gotcha.
Where
Thank you.
Aubrey would be on 84.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And Chris, are you on it?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Aaron, are you on your class page?
It's below, it's 112, I believe.
Okay. So, you should see a thing at the top which lists out a series of characteristics, which are your stats, basically. There are 3 marked with a plus sign, and then 1 with a brass, 1 with a silver, and 1 with a gold background. Pick, oh wait, hold on. Okay. So, you get to put 5 advances across these characteristics as you choose. And advance is basically a +1. And so you'll do that. To do that on the actual, like, Roll20 character sheet, you'll go to the Advances tab, and then put it under Advances for your characteristic advances in that class.
Just for clarification, are we spreading 5 across the ones with the plus, or spreading 5 across the ones with the plus and the
Any of the ones with a symbol on it. Now, while you guys do that,
okay.
I'm gonna go get some water to satisfy the fucking hydration moguls that hang out in my chat.
Okay.
Give me that willpower.
What does the initial go as for these?
The initial. What do you mean?
Like when I go to the advances thing and look under character advances, each box has an initial and then an advances box.
What do you mean? What are you asking for?
Like, what goes in the initial box and what goes in the advances box?
I would assume initial is what you rolled, and then
Yeah.
advances would be after bonuses, or what you add to it. One of the two.
Weird to me that doesn't automatically get filled in after I've inserted it.
It might be so you can keep track of like what your stats initially were.
It might get filled in when you go to the main on that page. It might change there.
Did he explain what the like bronze, silver, gold, and pluses even mean?
No, he just said that
No.
those were options.
I think I'm gonna give all 5 of my points to toughness.
That will certainly make you tanky.
Well, I've kept my rolls and I only rolled a 30.
What was the difference between agility and dexterity in this?
Dexterity is like the sleight of hand, stuff
Mhm.
like that. And agility is more like athletics type stuff.
Got it. Okay.
Okay,
Oh, that's
I
not
returned.
right. How the fuck? Wait a minute.
what's up?
That can't be right. Is that right?
What's going on?
So I'm under advances, characteristic advances. I put 2 more, the number 2 for my dex. So 29 plus 2 should be 31. I go back to the main page. It says my current dex is 60.
Oh, so actually, I figured this out. For the characteristics that are your actual initial characteristics, you're gonna put those into the characteristics thing under main. So you put each of those in there, and then for advances under your career, you're gonna put it not under initial but under advances.
Okay, so what's the point of the initial box? Because that's what we were trying
I
to figure out.
don't know.
That's-
I have
okay,
no
that's
answer for you.
So only
Whoa.
fill out
This is my
advances.
first time doing this. Please be patient.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so I can just delete all this then.
Also, what did the bronze, silver, and gold and plus
Okay.
symbols all mean?
Let me get there. So, as you go up, so if you're looking at your fucking
Career.
you'll notice that there's different levels. For instance, you've got horseman, cavalryman, cavalry sergeant, and cavalry officer on a cavalryman. You unlock that characteristic to improve every time you go up the level. So if you look to the left of that level, you should see a little symbol, and that symbol will correspond to a symbol on the career. For instance, on... Where's Priest? There's Priest. This is loud. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit.
Oh, there it is. It's fixed. Okay, good.
Okay, so I think I figured it out. You put these points that you're putting in now under the initial, and it doesn't take away any of your experience.
Oh, yeah. Do that. Yeah, these are your initial advances, not your initial stat. Okay, I get it.
Oh, fuck. Okay. So I have to
Because
change those around.
when I was putting
That
them in
is
the
so
advances
unclear.
box, it started taking away from my experience points, and I was like, no, give me those
Yeah,
back.
no, do not. These are not EXP yet. So, for instance, for you, Chris, you start out as an initiate on your campaign, and you are able to improve toughness, agility, and willpower. When you become a priest, you get access to the one that has like 2 axes on it and is the bronze one. That means you get access to being able to improve fellowship as a characteristic. And then
That makes
one up from that is intelligence, and then one up from that is initiative.
Yeah, I'm
and
putting
so,
3. We get 5 advances, right?
yep.
Okay. I'm doing
Just
3
spread
into
out as much.
willpower, 1 into agility and toughness.
Good idea.
Wait,
I did 5 into toughness.
can you run through an example using mine just to make sure I'm clear?
Okay, let me flip over.
So it's on 112.
Why is this not changing then? What happened?
Okay, so you start out as a pugilist, and then you eventually
Okay.
become a pit fighter, a pit champion, and a pit legend.
Mhm.
So while you are a pugilist, you can only take advances in weapon skill, strength, and toughness. When you become a pit fighter, you will unlock initiative. When you become a pit fighter, you unlock agility. And when you become a pit legend, you unlock fellowship for stuff that you can
Got
put
it,
your
got
stats
it,
in.
okay.
However, right now, you can put it into anything with a symbol on it. So you can put your initial advances into whatever you want.
Got it.
Okay.
What? Why is it doing this for me?
I think so far I've done
What is
everything
agility
correctly.
used for again? That's like athletics and
What is agility? Yeah, that's stealthing, athletics. That's running for a long distance, running for a short distance. That kind of thing.
Alright, what's the next step?
I'm reading. Give me a sec. Okay. So, there is a page. I'm going to write these down in the Discord in visual aids, even though this is not a visual aid. So this will determine. So humans, you can put advances into a few different things. So right now we're going into skills and talents. So each race has a different thing that they can put advances into at this point. So humans get animal care, charm, cool, evaluate, gossip, hoggle, language, Bretonian, language, wastelander.
Oh wait,
Ship or
Kenny, I don't think we can put 5 across all 6. I think it's just the ones with the pluses is what it's saying on page 35.
Yes, that's what he said.
Oh, okay.
I thought I said all 6.
Okay. Let me
No,
move
it-
some stuff around.
Hold on. Turn to your career. Look for the advanced scheme to find 3 characteristics marked plus with. Oh, without a. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm stupid.
Okay,
Yeah,
let
only
me-
put 'em in the
let me move
pluses.
this.
Hold on, I am head ass.
Yeah.
There's an important there's a head ass. There's important without there that I didn't read.
How's everyone doing?
I'm
ready to
still
go.
allocating
Good.
my stat points to things.
Oh.
Sorry, I know this isn't the greatest content right now, stream. Please be patient.
Okay. So, can we go? I'm sorry. I'm really far behind everybody else.
Take your time.
How do we do the points again?
What points?
Which
Can you,
points?
you can keep looking at that. I think I understand.
The advances or whatever.
Okay, so what class are you? You're a villager?
Villager.
Alright, so do you have your page?
Yeah.
What page number is it?
84.
So I've got it.
Okay, so
So actually, go ahead. You're already on a roll.
you see how the S, T, and agility all have pluses on them?
Yeah.
That means at this point you can allocate any of your 5 advances to one of those. Like, you can spread out your 5 advances among those 3.
We
Right,
must do the paperwork
but how
before the
I got
adventure can
that
begin.
part. How do I put it on this character sheet to
Hmm.
where it
Go to,
like
so go to your character sheet, and then go to the advances tab. You know how to change between tabs?
yeah.
Okay, and then under character advances, put however many you want into the initial box of whatever of whatever characteristic you want to advance.
And it has to be
So-
one of the ones with the plus on it.
Yeah, so the initial row should have like
So-
numbers 21 through 40, and then the 5 points you want to allocate, put them in the
I
advanced
plan
spot
on ending
under the
around
one you want
midnight.
that point allocated.
We're not gonna like start playing or anything. We're gonna finish character creation and then probably
That
swap
makes
over to
sense.
like 14.
So if you
or
wanted to
something
add
else.
3 to your toughness, you would put 3 in the advances row under your toughness, which is probably like 30 something.
Okay, because I thought
No,
that's what
put
I
it in the
told you.
initial row for that. Because
Yeah.
so we had a whole thing about this. So the initial tells the computer thing that you're not taking XP for these. This is just the initial advances that you get. Your actual initial stats go on the main page under your characteristics.
I did not put them there at all. So let me go move that.
Yeah,
they might
this
have
is-
auto went to there. Maybe.
They didn't fill out the initial section, but they
Yeah,
filled
the,
out
the initial
every other
section on the
Oh.
main. Yeah, that. So the initial for the advances page is telling them that's what you picked for your free ones in character creation.
Okay, this makes sense. My problem that I was having there was that when I tried clicking on characteristics before I had typed them into the advances page, it wasn't letting me click on it for some reason. So I couldn't type them, but now it's letting me, so I don't know.
If you had to click on the actual like word in order to actually put stuff in them, like ag or dex.
Yeah, this screws up my currents and makes them all like 60s and
Yeah.
70s. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's correct because you're gonna go back and change your initial ones on your advances page to just the things that you put your numbers in. So you had those 5 initial advances that you get. You're gonna put those in the actual initial column, and then get rid of everything else that was in the initial column.
And it's only
Because-
going to be like 1 through 5. It's not going to
Yeah.
be whatever your original is plus whatever you put in. It's
Yeah.
just
So,
going to be
so the
advanced points.
initial should all be 0 except for where I put points in.
Right.
Or just empty.
Yeah,
Update.
because what the characteristic advances page is, that initial row is saying, oh, that's the ones that you used for the character creation. Those are the free ones that you got for character creation, not the
I
ones that
see.
you took as like your starting stats. I'm sorry, I directed everyone in the wrong way. That was foolishness on my part.
I think I have it
You're fine.
balanced out now. Yeah, I do. All my stats are correct on the home page. Except for intelligence, which is still just broken.
Hmm?
Why?
It's busted, Lamau. Yeah, led to ruin by DM. Yeah, this is my first time actually like going in depth running this
There
system.
we go. Alright, my sheet is good now, I believe.
So we get 5 points, right?
Yep, you can
Yeah.
spread them around to whatever has a plus on your thing.
Is there really any point to like dumping points into things that are like not close to getting to the next tens digit?
Getting them closer.
Getting them closer to being to the next tens digit.
And I mean, that's, 1 through 5 less you have to
Yeah, actually.
get by.
Yeah. You are improving your chances by 5%, which is not great, but hey, it's a thing.
It's something.
Okay.
Okay, are we good to move on?
I think so.
I'm
Yes,
putting in,
I am good.
All right.
I'm putting in skills and talents.
Okay. So
He's moving ahead.
you go off. I'm gonna tell these guys what to do for this. So, depending on your race, which for you guys you can see it in the visual aids, you get to pick out of those 3 skills, which each get 5 advances, and then another 3 skills, which each also get 3 advances.
So 6 total.
Yeah, so you pick 6
Three
skills.
are getting 5, and
Yeah,
3
3 are getting 5, and 3 are getting 3. And then you get all the talents on your on the talents section.
Wait, where's the
So-
talents?
Ooh.
It's talents under. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can see it. It's the thing that says
Can
talents.
you double
What?
stack the 3 that get 5 and the 3 that
And
get
you're also gonna scroll all the way down on your actual sheet, on your digital sheet, and then put all of these advances that you're doing under the actual species that you are, as opposed to your class.
All the way down on advances.
Yeah, on the advances tab, and then it should say human on the left.
Yes.
So-
Human.
Human.
So, do we get all the talents for our that are
Yes.
listed, or we have to choose?
Well, you get unless it says or. If it says or, you pick one or the other.
Oh, okay. Mine just lists them straight up, so. Okay. Let's see.
If you have a question about a skill, ask and I will answer.
What does Savvy and Suave do?
Okay, so A, that's a talent.
Well, okay, yeah.
Oh, I see.
And B, Savvy is you get a permanent +5 to your starting intelligence characteristic, and this is not an advance, you just go up by 5. And Suave is, I believe, the same for your fellowship.
Okay, taking Suave.
Do we
Yeah.
would've
our
been-
sheet has skills and talents listed? Do those change? Do those affect us at all?
No, this is purely your race.
Okay. So
We'll do your career ones after this.
gotcha. That makes sense. Cool. So
So, also, you each get 3 random talents. You'll have to roll on the chart. I have the chart. Feel free to roll.
I
It's a
think you
D100.
already explained this, but I didn't hear it. What are the +3 and +5 buttons beside the skills?
That is whether or not... So, with each of these skills, you're picking 3 of them to get 5, and then 3 of them to get 3. You're picking 6 skills in total, 3 of those get a +5, and then 3 of those skills get a +3. You're gonna denote which one goes up based on that. I don't know why the fuck that they made slots for 12 skills, but that's... This is the official sheet, and they keep doing things
Okay,
that are
so-
kind of weird.
With Suave, I can either get a +3 to Fellowship or a +5 to Fellowship.
No, that is a talent.
You're right.
Look at the thing
you're
that
right.
says
Yep,
talents to
yep,
the
yep,
left.
should I take melee as a woman or no?
It is always helpful. It is literally always helpful to be able to hit slightly better.
Okay.
Okay, question.
Yes,
So
sir.
on the career pass thing, it has skills on there.
Yes. Don't worry about those right now.
Okay.
This is... So consider this to be what you are naturally good at as your character. This is just your character's natural talent as the race that they are. On a cleric that hits like a noodle. I mean, that's pretty much what Chris is gonna be.
Yup, at me.
Okay,
pretty much
I'm
a
ready to
pure
roll
caster.
for my random talents. whenever
Alright.
you are ready.
Go ahead. Just,
Am I
just
just D100?
yeah, D100, just do it 3 times. And I'll tell you which ones you get.
31.
Okay, 31, 18, and 93. 31 is lightning reflexes. Just write these down for now. I'll tell you what they do in a sec.
Yep.
18 is cool-headed. And 93 is very resilient.
Hey,
So, let me go
if only I
find
knew
those
how to
real quick.
spell resilient. There it is.
Okay, you got it.
I just right-clicked it and Google told me.
Uh,
Thanks, Google.
So what are those? Read them out one at a time, please.
Lightning reflexes.
Give me a sec. Let me answer.
Yeah. And do I need to check off this box that says taken on the talent?
Go ahead, and we'll see if you actually need to or not in just a sec.
Okay.
So for now, do it, but... So lightning reflexes is a permanent +5 bonus to your starting agility.
Whoa. So do I need to go add that in? Or
Yeah,
will
no,
it-
that just goes on to your initial. It will
Okay.
not add it in, it doesn't know what talents are.
So do I have to go to my like initial
Yep.
and add 5?
Where's my nuke the Danish skill? Oh, don't worry. The rats will do that eventually.
So what stat was that? Intelligence?
So that one was agility. That's lightning reflexes.
Agility. So
you-
I'm
you
adding
are
5
very
to
agile.
that, correct?
Yep. Just
Okay.
your basic initial one from
On the advances tab?
no,
is
on the
that
main
5?
tab. On the main tab.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Where we probably don't need the Bretonian language, do we?
Probably not. You're going to be fairly centric, but that doesn't mean that you will not run into Bretonians on your adventure. You may be able to
True.
charm them by speaking Bretonian to them.
So I change
That is
agility
the
on the
nearest
main
neighbor.
tab.
And so I get 6 of these skills because I
Yeah.
can get +3 and 3 and +5 and 3.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a lot
So
of
real
weird
quick-
numbers getting thrown around.
Aw.
What's up?
Just triple checking I didn't screw this up. On the main tab on the character sheet, I just added 5 to my agility initial.
Yes. That is,
Okay.
Basically, these talents say you rolled 5 better than you did before.
That's pretty
Or
lit.
you add,
Okay.
or instead of adding 20, you added 25. That kind of thing.
What is cool do?
So cool is being super sweet and awesome. It is actually managing to keep your head in stressful situations. So not freaking the fuck out. Let me go ahead and read it out. It is generally used to resist other skills like charm, intimidate, and other stuff. But you may also be required to make a cool test when faced with anything forcing you to do something you would rather not. Cool is also the primary skill used to limit psychology effects on you in the middle of fights. So it prevents you from getting the shit scared out of you by a giant bull man.
Okay. My next one was cool-headed.
That
Other
is
talent?
a permanent +5 to your starting willpower characteristic.
Okay, so I'll bump that up 5. And then
Very
what was my-
resilient.
very resilient.
Yep. Which is a permanent +5 to your toughness characteristic. There you go.
Nice.
Damn.
Wow, dude.
He's so tough.
Yeah, that's
My
good
toughness
stats.
is a 40.
Woo!
'Cause I added
Double
all
thick.
5 of my points I could allocate. I put all in toughness. So
We have our
I am-
frontliner. for
I am
now.
a tank. I am a tanky woman.
Yeah, you are subtracting 4 from every amount of wounds that get dealt to you.
Damn.
Yeah, congratulations. It won't save
What
you.
does charm do exactly?
So charm.
5 advances, 3 skills,
You flip.
3 advances.
And while you're looking, I also want to know what evaluate is.
All right. So certain of these are advanced and certain of these are basic. So if you are trained in them, you can do them if they are advanced. You can't. So if you are not trained in something, you cannot do it if it isn't advanced. There's a better way to say that. My brain is just refusing to fucking spit it out. Basically, anyone can do basic skills. If you try to do an advanced skill and you're not trained in it, you won't be able to do it. Because
Like I
sometimes you just can't be
couldn't
naturally
juggle
good at things.
cords
Yeah. You need to actually
because
be
I
trained in
don't
that.
know how to do that.
Yeah. So charm is, I mean, it's like persuasion from D&D.
Okay.
And you can also charm in combat. Although good luck charming a goblin, direct quote from the book. And you can use your action to try and gain an advantage, basically. Yeah, and I think it also has a lot to do with public speaking. For charm. How do you? I say no to wounds very carefully.
And
preferably
evaluate.
with some magic. So evaluate is an advanced one, and it lets you determine the value of rare artifacts, unusual trade goods, and works of art. Everybody is assumed to know the relative worth of general items, but a successful use of the evaluate skill allows you to identify the value of curious and unique items. A successful evaluate test might also alert you to if the goods or coins you are studying are counterfeit. This test will usually be opposed by the forger's success level on their art or trade test. Your GM may apply modifiers based on just how rare or obscure the item is, or on your character's particular experience or background.
And then I'm assuming animal care is like animal handling.
There's actually 2 different ones. There's animal training and animal care. Animal care is more just to make them calm down. Animal care is literally like tending for animals. It's like
Okay.
being able to check for an illness, making sure that they know what to eat, that kind of thing. Animal training, on the other hand, is actually training your animal and making them calm down.
Okay, and then
And they're also both advanced.
Go ahead.
so Savvy and Suave, those are both +5 to something, right?
Mm-hmm. So Suave is +5 to your starting fellowship, and Savvy is +5 to your starting intelligence.
And then
I'm
what
ready
was
to-
Doom? Sorry.
Are you rolling your talents?
What
I'm
was
ready whenever.
Doomed added to?
Okay, so Doomed is in talent, and we need to talk about it because it's important. So
Okay,
Doomed is a special thing that is given to every human, where at some point, early on in your life, at the age of 10, a priest of Mor called a Doomsayer took you aside to foretell your death in an incense-laden coming-of-age ritual called the Dooming. In conjunction with your DM, come up with a suitable Dooming. Should your character die in a fashion that matches your Dooming, your next character gains a bonus of half the total XP your dead character accrued during play.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Totally do a beast faster of some kind. Yeah. So, some of the examples of Doom that they give are: From darkness cometh the raven, beasts of the field hath eyes for thee, plague and dark disease shall bring thee to thy knees, absence makes thy heart grow weaker, the sword shalt bring no justice, only thine end, the bun, the pastry, the pie, lo, they are Mor's dishes, the drummer beats out thine end, thine end is not thine end, thou shalt sup deep of the cup of corruption, and high places bring a low end. And you can imagine what sort of deaths those might cause.
I am
Suave was
ready
a
for
+5 to intelligence, you said?
No, Suave is
Suave's
charisma.
fellowship.
Or fellowship, yeah.
Okay,
And then
basically
Savvy was what?
Savvy was intelligence. Again. Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
there's your
do
roll.
Intelligence
instead then.
or charisma?
So, Chris, you have animal affinity,
Oh,
perfect pitch,
Okay.
Oh wow.
and suave.
wait. I already have Suave.
Go ahead and take Savvy then.
Or do you just want me to roll again?
Hold on. You may reroll.
Hi-ya! What do you...
Lightning reflexes. That's, I believe, agility. +5
Oh.
to agility. So what were they again? You're gonna have to read them out for me.
Animal affinity.
Okay, so animal affinity means that you may need to write this down somewhere else because it's not just a stat one.
Okay, give me 1 second. Now that I
Take it
added
out.
those in, I can go over to main, and all my talents are there, and I can just write it in there. Okay.
Yep, there you go. So animal affinity, the maximum that you can have is based on your willpower bonus, and the test is related to charm animal. Wild animals feel comfortable in your presence and often follow your lead. All creatures with the bestial trait, not trained to be belligerent, will automatically be calm in your presence unless they have a reason not to be, such as pain, an attack, being naturally hyper-aggressive, or having nearby young. Being naturally hyper-aggressive describes like half of the shit in the old world, so have fun.
Okay, perfect pitch.
I believe that just means you're really good at singing.
Frick, that's what I thought it meant.
The maximum that you can have is related to your initiative bonus, and the
Oh,
tests...
I'm real quick. The animal affinity, that was based on my...
willpower. You can only have as many willpower, and the role associated with it is animal handling, I believe.
Okay.
Let me double check that real quick. No, it's charm
Perfect.
animal, my bad.
And perfect pitch was fellowship?
Yeah, so perfect pitch is maximum is initiative bonus, and the tests
That's
related
weird.
to it are entertain, sing, language, tonal languages such as Eltharian, Cathayan, and magic, and that's it.
Okay, so.
And the description
that
of it
was-
is, you have perfect pitch, able to replicate notes perfectly and identify them without even making a test. Further, add entertain sing to any career you enter. If it is already in your career, you may instead purchase this skill for 5 fewer EXP per advance.
Oh boy. Okay, that's kind of. I've got to add a lot of stuff there.
Oh, good. Oh god, is this a Skaven? Oh god, it's Ground Zero, the Vermintide song. Why are Bretonians on screen for this? What the fuck? God, the rat chanting. I hate it.
So these talents that I got that gave me pluses don't always give pluses. Sometimes they're just effect.
Yeah, sometimes they're just normal effect.
So I got pretty lucky then, I guess. Getting
I need
three
to make
frickin'
fucking
pluses.
Snow White. There you go. Yeah, you just lucked out because you just got all stat bonuses.
GG easy.
The Mongolian throat singing rats are fucking terrifying.
What were the skill modifiers for perfect pitch again? It was language and something else.
Tonal languages such as Eltharian, Cathayan, and Magic, and entertain sing.
Okay.
Entertain parentheses sing. That sings to charm animals to fight for her. Yes, please. Can we get Battle Wizard Snow White? Clearly a wizard. Or maybe a tall priest. But probably a Gur wizard.
In this plus
Or an
3 and plus
affirmation.
5, we're just typing in the skill and checking the
Nice.
plus. We're not like changing
Yeah.
anything on our base sheet yet with them.
Yeah, you're just typing in the skill and pressing and clicking the thing.
Cool.
That I missed all the race stuff. I'm gonna post the link to the PowerPoint presentation in the Discord. I'll post it in the stream Discord and in the fucking tabletop
Bungalow?
Discord. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Fucking-
Okay, so in my class thing, that added entertain into
Yeah,
I
entertain
noticed
parentheses sing. Only caught on the mechanics and stat stuff. Yeah, dude, the stat, lore stuff for Warhammer Fantasy is fucking fantastic. There's so much crazy shit in the setting. You'll see some of it when we finish Luigi's Mansion. I'm probably gonna pick up Total Warhammer for a little bit. That way you can get introduced to all the absolutely fucking crazy nonsense in this game.
All right, so where are we as a group now?
Other
I'm
people have
having
to
trouble
roll their
placing my
talent.
stuff like actually in the sheet.
Yeah,
The
so
CDCs thing?
yeah, you scroll all the way down on your advances tab.
Is that where I'm at? Okay, yeah, I'm there. Okay, so I'm at the bottom. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, you.
So
God.
am I listing all of them or just the ones I'm advancing?
God, Bomb, I'm so sorry you've been caught exclusively in, like, mechanics jargon. Just the one that you're advancing, you're only gonna put those in there.
Okay.
And guess what? We have more advances after this, so get ready. More advances and talents, but this time associated with your actual class. Or your career.
Okay.
So someone else go ahead and start rolling for your random talents.
Really fast to make sure I put the right one. So Suave is the one for fellowship.
Yes.
Okay, and so I add in the initial on the main page. I just make my fellowship 5 higher.
Yeah,
on that.
it's like you added 25 instead of 20. Saw the tail end of Mostly Naked Woman. Yeah, that's Slanesh. The booba one.
Nice.
Nice, gamer. Nice.
And for humans, we're supposed to have 3 plus 3 and 3 plus 5, or?
Yep, that's for everyone. Everyone gets 3 plus 3s and everyone gets 3 plus 5s.
Okay. So I have that. The talents, we're supposed to have Doomed, right?
Yeah, so you always have Doomed. You take
Mhm.
either Savvy or Suave, and then you roll for 3 random talents.
Got it. Okay,
And I'll tell
okay, then
you-
I'm ready to roll. for
Alright, cool. Give me him.
3D100.
41 is Marksman.
Hey!
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
that sucks.
6
Damn
is Ambidextrous.
And
And 89 is Supernumerate. None of the stat ones, but you get some crazy shit. Alright, I'm gonna start.
Okay.
I'm going to start with ambidextrous. Take your time to put the things in. If you go back to your main page after you put these into your talents and check them as taken, you can actually go and write the description in there. I'm going to read out what they are right now, but feel free to flip to the talent section on page 132 and then just like copy and paste them. Yeah, a super what? A supernumerate, which means you're really good with numbers. Basically, you always have a calculator in your head. Which means that outside of game, you can...
cool for a smuggler, though.
Yeah, outside of game, you can literally have a calculator. That's what the rule says.
Oh, great. A nerd.
Now, that's actually very useful. Oh, great. A nerd. Yeah, no. Bomb, you're right. He's correct. So are you ready to go, Adion?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a pretty neat series of talents to take for a smuggler. And I think marksman might be more useful than you realize at this moment. I think you may get ranged eventually. Oh no, it doesn't look like it. But the character is holding a pistol.
All right, so I'm typing these in under species talent name.
Yep. So species talent name. Do you remember which ones you got?
Marksman, ambidextrous, and supernumerate.
Yep. Numerate. Yeah, because of god at artillery strikes. Not yet. Not yet. We'll get to artillery. Boy, is there artillery.
Oh lord.
That might be what we do post character creation, because we're getting towards the end. Just a heads up. We're getting towards the end in terms of like stat stuff. After this is just fluff.
All right, so I have those written down. Okay.
Okay, so so if you go back to your main page, you should see those talents as things that you can write in. Yeah, we're getting to the end of character creation, but after this, I'm thinking we're gonna go into Total Warhammer and show off a lot of this stuff, like for all of y'all, that you can see all the crazy fucking nonsense that exists in the setting in a more presented, like fancy style than just a PowerPoint presentation.
Where?
So.
Oh, there they are. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so ambidextrous, you can only have a maximum of 2 ambidextrous traits. This basically what ambidextrous means that you can use your offhand far better than most folk, either by training or innate talent. You only suffer a penalty of -10 to tests relying solely on your secondary hand, not -20. If you have this talent twice, you suffer no penalty at all.
Mm-hmm.
Very useful. What was the second one?
Marksman or supernumerate.
So marksman, you can only have one of those, and you gain a permanent +5 bonus to your starting ballistic skill.
+5 to ballistic skill. Okay.
Yep, and you just go in and change that.
Okay.
And then supernumerate, you can only have a max equal to your intelligence bonus. Your tests related to it are Evaluate and Gomble. You have a gift for calculation and can work out the solution to most mathematical problems with ease. You may use a simple calculator to represent what your PC is capable of mentally computing. Okay, 10 viewers. Pog, let's go. It's mostly just hanging out at this point. We're kind of just chatting. There's not a whole lot of visual stuff going on. I'm tempted to turn it on to just chatting, but also kind of want to keep the big screen going. What do you guys think? Should we swap to just chatting?
I mean, we're still working on stuff.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, no, we should actually. You're right. We should be able to keep looking at the rolls.
This +3 and 5 bonus that I checked off on the advances tab.
Mm-hmm.
Do I then need to go to that skill in the main tab and like modify it to add +3 and +5?
Does it say that it has already added it?
Don't believe so.
If you typed it in right, I think it should have, because like
goes
my
under
cool,
modifier.
yeah, my cool has a 5 added
Okay.
to it, and like.
You might have to type it in
Okay.
under talents
I
on the right.
may have typed it in. Some of them got it and some of them didn't.
Okay.
Does that have to be like right, like
Almost
uppercase,
exactly what they
lowercase?
said, yeah.
Okay.
Probably, because I typed mine all in like verbatim.
Looks like my 3+5s worked and my 3+3s did not.
Ooh, this theme. The Skaven theme from Vermintide. I love it. The fucking violins creeping in.
What is it? So animal care isn't like an option on the main page. Is it this charm animal? Would that be what
That would
type?
be under advanced.
Oh,
so-
oh, I see advanced skills. There it is. Evaluate. I got the bonus. So what was the last
Aubrey, have you done your skills or your talents yet?
No, he was doing Audions, so
Yep, I think he's done. So let's
Yeah, I'm good.
take yours. And
Where's
Aaron,
the
you've already, or no, you don't have random. Never mind.
Where- If I picked a melee basic, where is that shown? The chain? Is that on
In
main or is that
melee.
somewhere else?
It should be in main. Or no, that might actually. That's probably under combat.
Combat.
Never mind, it's not. I just checked.
Yeah, that's the only one I don't see somewhere.
Oh, you have to put it in for melee. If you hit the gear to the left of it, it'll tell you like, oh, which one do you want? Like specialization display, and you can tell it what to actually show up. Because there's
Where-
so
where's
main-
melee on
main
this?
page.
Yep,
Under
main
basic
page.
skills, left hand, scroll down, find melee, click the gear to the left of it.
Wait, I don't see melee. Oh, there it is. Geared to the left of it.
And then click whatever ones that you have that are relevant.
So
That's
which ones would those be for me?
whatever you have
Okay,
advances
that's
in. Alright,
Oh,
Aubrey.
just basic. I see. Cool.
So 11 for you. You are artistic. Another supernumerate.
Oh,
And very resilient.
What is super what?
You are
You
super
can use
resilient.
a calculator.
You can, you are super resilient. You are also a supernumerate, which a supernumerate means that you can just use a calculator whenever you want. And you are artistic. Let me go
Artistic.
in. I mean, it's
So
one letter
basically
away.
Aubrey in real life. Artistic and always needs a calculator.
Wow.
Always has a calculator is what numerate
Okay,
is.
so I'm sorry. It was. I only heard two.
It is artistic,
Uh-huh.
supernumerate,
I have that one.
and very resilient.
I
Yeah,
thought
very
you were gonna say
resilient.
very retarded. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not that rude.
Matt, just so you know, I also can't spell resilient because I
So-
spelled
Right.
it and I put an A instead of an E.
Right, click
So-
it and Google will tell you the way.
Will you show you the way? I will show you the way. Very resilient is just a straight up +5 to your toughness. So go back to your initiative in the characteristics under the main tab, and then just put 5 more into your initial.
My toughness is also 40 then.
Oh,
Nice.
dummy
Damn.
thick. Let's go. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
my fellowship is high.
Oh, cool, you like God or something?
Yeah.
Actually, I think Fellowship might be the casting stat for Prayer.
You better not have freaking lied to me, bro.
I'm not 100% sure on what it is. Give me a sec, I'm checking. Yeah, it's a Prey test, so whatever Prey is associated with.
Pray.
Pray return.
Oh,
to
no,
the
I don't
wall.
have the. I don't have the. Oh wait, no, there it is. It's fellowship.
I lied to you, I'm sorry. You can change it around if you'd like. No penalty to it.
I will.
I guided you incorrectly. I am sorry.
It's fine.
Why is it not
I
showing?
just hate you.
Did you
Okay.
update it?
It was only a 1 point difference anyway, so it's fine.
God damn it, Chris.
What? What?
There we go.
So the other thing that you're gonna have to figure out, Chris, is which god you worship.
Yeah, I was
Oh, boy.
thinking about that. Is there a god of singing?
There's not really a god of the arts or anything like that.
Well, frick.
Not under the big 8, at least, that they put out in here. I guess the closest would probably be Manon, because he really likes sea shanties.
Hey, that can work.
Could work.
God, we are the most fucking aquatic-based group, I swear to God. We're gonna die. We're gonna have to walk around on ground land for 2 seconds, and then everyone's gonna get fucking dried out and die.
Get land sickness.
I need to look at their
Yeah, look at all of them. Look at what they
Visuals.
do. I'll direct you towards them a little later. For
Is
now,
there a page number?
I will direct you towards them in just a sec. Aubrey is almost done with her stuff, so we're about to move on to the next. The next step. There's one more step after this, which is going to be trappings, and then we add detail, which is just like name, age, eye and hair color, height, psychology, and ambitions. The psychology, I believe, is not actually like a stat thing.
When I'm doing the advancements into specifically for the career.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Onto the page.
I don't know what to do for it. Give me a bit.
Oh, okay.
I have not worked too much with Roll20 on this right now.
Okay.
So, Aubrey, do you have all your talents written down?
Yeah.
Okay. So, for artistic, the maximum that you can have is equal to your dexterity bonus. Go look on your main page for this, by the way, to jot all this down.
Make sure you mark them as taken as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm copy pasting them right now.
Okay, good. Never mind then. Moving on to the last bit. Or not the last bit, but the last bit for talents and skills. This is all related to your career. What were you saying, Aubrey?
Oh, I was just saying really fast. It says further this, add art to any career you enter.
Yeah, so that means that whatever career you're in, you have the option of taking advances in art or trade artist. So that's literally whatever you're doing, you can always just like learn to be a better artist.
Okay.
Okay, so let me read this real quick. Holy shit. Okay, so this next step represents the amount of experience that you have had with your initial career starting out. There are 8 skills and 4 talents at this first level for each of you. You will proceed to allocate 40 advances between your 8 starting skills.
Oh.
You cannot go above 10 for an individual skill. For now, you can go over later, but for now, it is just this initial one. I believe the way that you're going to do that is you're going to put the names of each of the skills in your, you're going to scroll back up to your career sheet. You're going to put in the names of each of the skills, and then put whatever you've taken in it during this phase in the initial bit. And then do the same thing for
The
talent.
advances tab, this like first skills section.
Yeah, the level 1 skill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Talent
So I
1,
need to
2, 3,
go
4, 5.
back to my Riverfolk page.
Yep,
Right.
You're going to be spending more time on your Riverfolk page.
Okay.
You're probably going to be looking at that a lot. You may just want to screenshot that whole, like, segment.
Oh no. I accidentally X'd out the Amazon link to add it to my cart, and now I can't get back to it. Oh, there we go. Okay, that scared me. That was spooky. But I'm in.
Damn Amazon and their shoddy servers. I mean, glorious Amazon and their wonderful servers. Please don't nuke my Twitch channel, Jeff Bezos. Gotta respect the people that pay my bills. I just realized you're basically just a villager on the river, Matt,
Nice.
as a river woman.
What does the skill intuition do for me?
Yeah, let me check that real quick.
My book will legitimately not load.
So that's like insight check, I believe. It gets, but it's more general for that. You get a feel for your surroundings, leading you to notice when something is wrong, and gives you a sense of when people may be hiding something from you. Successful use of the intuition skill gives you a subtle or implicit intelligence relating to your environment, determined by your GM. This may be situational. This may be information such as whether someone believes what they are saying, what the general attitude is towards the local noble, or if the helpful locals' motives are as pure as they seem. If someone is actively trying to hide their intent, they may resist your intuition with a cool or entertain acting. In combat, a successful intuition test may be used to give you +1 advantage as you weigh the environment and your opponents. You may continue building advantage in subsequent turns, provided you are able to observe your targets and are not interrupted, such as being attacked, and you may gain a maximum advantage equal to your intelligence bonus in this manner. So, behold, as you hang around in the background observing everything until you inevitably walk forward and bonk someone in the head. Alright, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. While you guys do this, I will return momentarily.
Okay. Did he say how many we get of the talents? You
get 40 total, and you can put 10... Oh, you get 1 talent.
Okay, 1 talent. Gotcha.
Why is it not saving?
Wait, so what are the numbers we're choosing again? How many of what?
So you have 40 advances total for these skills, and you can put a maximum of 10 into any of them.
And what about the talents?
You pick 1 talent from that list.
So am I adding right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. Oh, so I add the 9 skills, I just type them in on skill, right?
Sure. Yeah, you can do that way. You can put all them in. And then you distribute 40 points to them however you want, but you cannot put more than 10 in a single skill.
And then after the 9 skills that are listed to me.
Oh, sorry, you broke up. What'd you say?
So it has me with 9 skills listed here.
Uh-huh.
So after I add the 9 skills, I pick one of these talents, and that's it.
Right, but you also need to put in how many advances you're spending into each of your skills.
And is the talent part of the 40 points?
I don't think so. I think you just take one of the talents.
Okay, question on what you're talking about.
Okay.
Are we supposed to have 9 skills? Because I only have 8.
No,
I
I
also
think
only have 8.
I think each
I may
class
only have
picks
8.
from a different list. But the point, you can put 40 points, a total of 40 points,
Into the ones
and spread them out however you want into those skills that you have.
Okay.
Yeah, I only have 8 too. I miscounted. And we only pick one of the talents.
So says Kenny. I have not read it, but that's just what he said. I'm just relaying the information he just gave me. I also don't know what these talents... I mean, I obviously know what read/write does. That lets you read and write.
Yeah, these ones, I kind of... Like, rover? I don't know what that means.
Alright, yeah, let me,
Can I open more than one of these? Like, if I open another one...
Yeah, so... You should be able to open another one.
If I copy-paste... If I copy this and paste it...
Yeah, I've got 2
open. Okay, good.
I'll pull up the talents page.
Well, just tell me what page talents is so I can go to it.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Haha. Table of contents. Talents. There we go.
Okay, talent list. Okay, what talents do you have, Audion? I can look at them for you if you want.
Oh shit. Oh.
Got half returned.
No.
I need to do it for you.
What's up?
Kenny,
Okay.
this talent that we pick one of,
Mm-hmm.
is that part of the 40 points allocated
No.
we can add to that talent?
So talents are a one-off thing. You get... So talents are not like skills and stats where you can put in like a whole bunch of advances into them. Generally speaking, taking one advance in a talent is like a lot. Because they're like feats in Dungeons and Dragons, or like powerful passive abilities. And like, yeah, you could take a couple of them. You can take multiple talents. You can take multiple of the same talent, but generally speaking, you're going to want to spread out a good bit. Depends on what you're looking to do and the talent specifically that you're trying to figure out. Audion, what was your talent that you were looking up?
Shit, okay. Strider, and then in parentheses, marshes.
So, I believe that just means that you're really good at traversing marshes, but let me,
Well, it's not so bad.
You are experienced in traversing difficult ground. You ignore all movement penalties while crossing over or through a specified terrain, which in this case would be marshes. The maximum is equal to your agility bonus, and the test would be, the related tests are the athletic tests to traverse the terrain in question. Basically, ranger.
And we're adding all this in the level 1 section,
Yes,
right?
in the level 1 section.
So
Under...
what is resolve?
What, the talent? Or is that a stat? Or is that the stat that you're looking for?
Because this strong-minded thing, it says you can add it to your resolve pool. What's
Okay,
resolve?
so resolve is the small version of resilience. Resilience is the thing that lets you choose what you roll whenever you do a test, or lets you, I don't remember exactly what the original... Oh, prevent mutation from happening. Whereas resolve is you get to... Oh, hold on, I've got the thing right here. You can become immune to psychology until the end of the round, ignore all modifiers from all critical wounds you're currently suffering until the end of the next round, or remove one condition. Resolve will refill up to the amount of resilience that you have at the end of every session, or maybe +1 depending on what the talent does. Yeah. Anyone else need me to look up anything else?
I'm just looking at the deity list right now because I think the talent I want to pick up is Bless, but I need to figure out which
and you need
god
to figure
I'm...
out what deity you're going to be associated with for that. Let me go ahead and post the.
Okay, so I think the important. So I'm looking at the gods thing. I think the important thing I need to look at is the strictures. Yeah,
the strictures is very important. Everything else is kind of fluffy because that tells you what you are supposed to do and what you can't do. You can also look, if you want to flip ahead a little bit, you can look at their specific miracles and what blessings they're able to do.
Okay, that's more important to me. I will go do that.
The differentiation between melee any and melee brawl versus melee basic that I got from my racial thing.
Melee any just tells you that you can pick any melee ability for that one. And you get to pick one melee enemy or one melee ability. You would probably go into your main, or no, you would put it onto your into the level 1 section of your advances tab, and then just put melee any / whatever melee that you picked. You're gonna want to pick something that you're not gonna naturally get as well.
So because I got melee basic from my High Elf thing, I would want to pick a different melee?
Well, something that's not associated with your career, because you're going to get melee basic when you become a pit fighter, so you're probably not going to want to take that. And you also get to choose between melee flail or two-handed once you become a pit fighter as well. So it's up to you what you want to really pick, because sometimes it's good to... What? Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, like, what weapons are associated with what.
I can help you with that. It's gonna take me a little bit of flipping to get there.
Okay.
Well, the consumer's guide.
So the talent I chose, I put it in level 1, but it doesn't show up on my main. Is that something I just need to, like, remember?
Did you put 1 in the initial?
Put 1 in the initial. Boom.
So, basic weapons. Can I two-hand a detonator? Too technologically advanced. You're a little further along than we are. So basic weapons are hand weapons, which are just... That is a general term for, like, an axe, sword, literally anything that you hold in one hand and swing.
Okay.
An improvised weapon, which can be literally something that you just pick up off the side of the road and swing. Daggers, knives, shields bucklers, shields large, Cavalry weapons are things like cavalry hammers and lances. Fencing weapons are foils and rapiers. Brawling is unarmed and knuckle dusters. Flailing weapons are grain flails, and military flails. Parry weapons are polearms. Parry weapons are main gauche and swordbreaker. Polearms are halberd, spear, pike, or quarterstaff, all of which are two-handed. And two-handed is bastard sword, great axe, pick, warhammer, or zweihander.
So, what did you say brawl was?
Brawl gives you unarmed and knuckle dusters, and unarmed damage is undamaging, so you don't actually like hurt people, but you instead just like wear them down.
Oh, okay. So with basic, because you said it could be like daggers, swords, or whatever, is dual wielding something different?
Yeah, dual wielding just means that you can hold two weapons. It's not like a weapon class.
So so if I put it into basic, it would apply to dual wielding, as long as I could dual wield, correct?
Yeah. Dual wielding's a little rough in this. Go look up the actual talent, because that's a lot of reading. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, undamaging is kind of bad. You are not very good at penetrating armor. All armor points are counted as doubled against undamaging weapons, and you do not automatically inflict a minimum of 1 wound on a successful hit in combat, which is a thing, by the way. Every time that you hit something, you do at least 1 wound.
So it's under the talent for dual wielding?
Yeah, so the dual wielding talent is... It basically is the rules for dual wielding. Which is basically, when you attack, you can when you make an attack action, you can attack with both of your weapons. You roll to hit with the weapon held in your primary hand. If you hit, you do the damage as normal, and then you keep the dice roll. And then you use the same roll for the first strike, but reversed for your second weapon in your offhand. And then you modify it by whatever penalties or bonuses you might have. With basically, if you don't have ambidextrous, you take a -20 to that second roll. And then that second test is opposed as a new roll. And then critical hits also work a little differently. There's just a whole... There's like an entire paragraph of rules for this. It's very complicated.
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
Well, the good news is you will at least start with knuckle dusters.
Ooh.
Which means that you will not be just slapping people with your open palm.
I think all my points have been allocated.
Okay. Your skills
I have
are all laid out.
48 in gossip because I'm a gossiping little river woman.
Trading gossip up and down the river. What a lad.
Pretty much.
Okay, question. So when you're typing stuff in on this page, under like the careers, like level 1 would be like the first of the 4 things, right?
Yep.
Okay, so for like the talents, it says like initial and advances.
Right.
How does that, like, what would be...
So, if you choose to, whichever talent that you pick for this one, you would put a 1 in the initial. And then every time that you would spend XP on an advance in that talent, you would then put a 1 in that advanced section. You can take some talents multiple times. Ambidextrous is a good example of this, where you can take ambidextrous twice, which, if you only have 1 rank in ambidextrous, your -20 to using your offhand goes down to -10. And if you have 2 ranks in ambidextrous, it just goes away entirely.
So not all of them. So that's not necessarily going to be relevant for
Correct.
more than just... okay.
Not every single one of them. Some of them you only put 1 in and then you're done. Can I offhand a guard dog? No, but the rat catcher does start off with a small but scrappy hound. That is actually required. That is the...
Okay, scrap everything. I'm now a rat catcher.
Yeah.
You could be that in your next life. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Small but vicious dog is part of rat catcher's starting trappings, and their very final tier, which is Exterminator, is Large and Vicious Dog. Yeah, Ratcatcher is the most fucking disgusting character in the game, but, yeah, the, what is it? The Ratcatchers are low-key some of the only people in the entire Empire that understand that the Skaven are a threat. And even then, they mostly, do not try to fuck with, they don't, like, talk about it. Because if they do, then the Skaven will probably have them murdered.
Alright. I think I picked my god.
Who are you looking at?
Shalia.
Really? Alright.
Yeah.
Let's go. She's healing, right?
Yes.
She's the merciful one. So you have a walking stick. That is it. Just for the record, so you know, you will only be able to use a walking stick in combat if you worship Shalia.
Yes.
Yeah, Bomb, if you enjoy Darkest Dungeon, you will enjoy the shit out of Warhammer Fantasy, because they are very similar in tone. Yeah, I figured you were either going to play a Shalia Priest or you were going to play a Surgeon, honestly.
It's kind of insane how intuitive this like sheet is, where you just type the word athletics and put a 6, and it auto adds 6 to your athletics.
And it understands, like, oh, damn, all right.
Yeah, like this is I've double checked everything to make sure I spelled it right. Like all the stats got buffed, and every one is right. It's like, how did they do this?
The
Once you
sheet.
figure out what you're doing, it's actually really nice. But
Yeah.
It's just figuring it out that's a pain in the ass.
like,
Which, that's kind of universal truth with a lot of the Roll20 sheet systems, is it's just like, God, this is so fucking obtuse, but, like, when you get it, you get it. So when you're done with that, you can then actually spend your XP. You can do this at any time, so you don't have to do it right now. But I will be copying and pasting into visual aids and then pinning a bunch of pictures with the stats, or like the characteristic and skill improvement XP costs and the talent XP costs and all that.
okay, so speaking of experience, because I don't think I ever adjusted my number, I have 75 right now.
Okay.
But I took my numbers, but I rearranged them. So how many points was that? That's the only one I need to add.
That one I believe is 25 if you
Okay.
change your
So I
numbers
should have
around
100
a little bit.
then. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. That's one talent, if you would like to take another talent.
Alright.
Alright.
So the talents I can pick from, are they just the ones that are on my career path?
Yes,
Or like...
you only get the stuff on your career now. All the stuff from your race, that's gone now. This was your only chance of grabbing stuff like that from your skills or your talents. Now it is all just career advances.
So is there like a recommendation chart somewhere that tells me what I should advance first? Is a river woman?
Not necessarily. It mostly just comes from your experience.
How many
in the game.
wounds are a lot of wounds?
Okay, let's... So, what do you mean by a lot of wounds? Because there are
How many wounds will take me down with a 37 toughness?
A 37 toughness? How many... Well, I mean, how many wounds do you have? That's the big question.
I don't know. How many wounds do I have with
go to-
37 toughness?
Go to combat, and it should tell you under the wounds thing. Because it'll
14.
automatically calculate it out. That's the nice thing, is you don't have to worry about exactly
Oh,
what
13. Okay.
So you have 13 wounds. That is a little bit more than a goblin.
Oh,
And one
that's
more
good.
than a skeleton.
That's good.
And about... How many did you say you had? One more time?
13.
13? Okay, so that is... roughly, 73 less than a Demon Prince.
Oh, that's good.
Demon Princes are scary. Do not fight Demon Princes. And that's a Slanesh one. Those are the weak ones. Physically weak, not necessarily, like, overall weaker. But Slanesh, anything associated with Slanesh tends to not wear armor because it gets in the way of the boob piercings. So, like, they tend to be a little bit squishier than everything else.
Yeah,
You
they
said
gotta love those
100.
titties. Free the titty.
100 is enough to just pick a talent, like any talent, or it has to be one on my list?
It has to be on your career list. Everything from now on is career list.
Okay.
I was wondering because you were talking about wounds like it's a resource. Yeah, it's your health pool. It's just how much health you have.
So, okay, this might just be way later, and that's fine if it is, but I am not understanding blessings and prayers and miracles. Like, I don't know how they fit into the action economy during combat in particular.
You spend an action to pray and give a blessing.
Okay, so blessings and miracles both take the same action slot?
Yes. So
Okay.
you can spend your action to use a skill.
Gotcha.
I'm not deleting that one. That's not a penis. That's just sweet.
I literally was looking and I was like, okay, if I write on that part of the map, you can still see it.
That's very good. Yeah, so you can spend your turn, spend your action to be like, alright, I try to bless someone. And then you'll roll a pray, and then depending on your success, you'll either do it or you won't do it. I've been digging into magic a good bit, so I haven't really dug into exactly how... I believe miracles and blessings are a do or you don't kind of thing, where you don't have to hit a certain level of success. You just either succeed at the roll or you don't. And then it either works or it doesn't. And then plus success levels just give you more bonuses.
What is CN when it comes to
Casting
my
number.
Gotcha.
And I
What,
don't think that's super
that's-
relevant for most of your stuff.
Besides taking a talent, how else can we spend XP?
Okay, so let me go and find the chart. So, advancements. There are characteristic and skill improvement XP costs. For every 0 to 5 advancement that you have in characteristics, it costs 25 XP to go up 1. For skills, it costs 10. Once you will then move on to 6 to 10, that means that it costs 30 for characteristics and 15 for skills. And then it goes up by whatever amount every 5 advances that you take. By the time that you get to 46 to 50, it's 230 for characteristics and 180 for skills. For talents, it's 100 XP for a talent, plus 100 more XP for each time the talent has already been taken. And then leaving a career, you don't need to worry about leaving a career yet. We're not doing that at the moment. Which, leaving a career would be advancing into the next level of yours, or maybe even going into something completely different. That's an option too.
And that's something we'll do once we adventure a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll need...
Are there like milestones where we would advance, or do I need to be doing certain things to level up to?
So,
are there like prerequisites I need to have to level up?
So to level up, the prerequisite to leveling up your career is, where is it? So to consider each career to be completed and spend significantly less XP on leveling up to your next career, is to, so you need to have 5 advances in your skills and your talents, or in your skills and your characteristics. Oh wait, hold on, never mind, give me a second. To complete a career, you must have the number of advances listed below in all of your career levels characteristics and in 8 of your career levels available skills. You must also have at least 1 talent from your current career level. Skills and talents you have gained from advancement prior to entering your current career count towards this. So you need to have 5 for level 1, 10 for level 2, 15 for level 3, and 20 for level 4. And then once you try to leave a level 4 thing, you actually just go and start a new career.
And what page is that on in the book?
48.
48.
And the chart for telling you exactly how much things cost to improve is on page 43. And then there's a lot of bringing your party to life stuff and party ambitions and that kind of thing. We'll cover that later, because I feel like that's more of a personal thing that y'all should figure out on your own.
So I have a... Oh, characteristics are like ability stats and skills
Yeah.
are...
Yeah. I've been calling them stats. They're technically speaking called characteristics.
So in the range of 31 to 35, it costs 20 XP to go up 1 level. So from like a 31 to a 32 would be 120.
No. So it's based on the number of advances that you've currently taken. So you have no advances right now in whatever your thing is. So it's only 25 to go up for a characteristic. But it is also only 10. So once you would be taking your 6th one, once you would take a characteristic advance and you are at 6 in there, it starts costing a bracket more, and then it goes down when you do 11, and then 21, 16, and 21, and so on.
So right now, I could level up any characteristic with 100 XP 4 times. Right?
Yes, but only the ones that are plussed on your sheet. On your career. On your career? Remember the thing that we did an eternity ago?
Yeah. Oh, you can only level up the pluses, gotcha.
Yep. And then once you go to your 2nd level, you can level up the pluses and the bronze ones.
So right now, if I go to Advances tab, under Advances, I can go ahead and use 4 with 100 XP.
Yeah, and it should just straight up use the XP.
Okay, I'm gonna try it and let you know. Or it said it spent 120.
I don't quite know why I would do that.
Let me see if I do 3, what it does. Yeah, it looks like it's charging me 30.
Oh.
Is that because I did something wrong somewhere?
I do not know.
The 5 points that I originally put into toughness, would that be affecting it maybe?
Did you put it into initial?
Yeah, I put it into initial.
It shouldn't. Because I'm pretty sure that's completely irrelevant to it. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Let me try doing 0
Oh, maybe
there.
it does. Maybe. Oh, I think it definitely counts. Because those are advances you've taken, just not ones that you've taken and spent XP on. Okay, no, that makes sense.
So I should go back and just change my toughness on the default sheet, but not in that advanced tab.
No, don't change anything. Whatever you did before is fine. It's just that the initial things that you took were basically free advances, but those still count towards the number of advances that you've taken in that section.
Oh, they still count.
Yeah.
Gotcha, but they're free, but now everything's gonna cost 30 for me.
Yeah, so if you've taken 3, you can take 2 more that cost 25, and then when you go into taking something that's and the 6th one, then it's gonna start costing 30.
Okay.
So when you would so if you would take 3 advances, you would get 2 of them that cost 25, and then 1 of them that cost 30.
Okay.
Math! Everyone's favorite.
Ooh.
Okay, question. Where is this thing that says how much stuff costs?
Page 43.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just spent 3 more points in toughness, and now I'm at a 43.
He's getting big. God help us all.
I will be the tanky river woman who gossips and then punches goblins in the face.
Matt can be gross. Why is Matt gross? That's not gross. Matt's cute.
Oh, thanks.
True.
What's your plus
math,
in
math.
gossip?
Oh, Matt.
Oh,
can be
Oh,
no.
Matt can be gross. Yeah, we can all agree on that. That shit nice, dude.
Matt, what's your plus in gossip?
My plus in gossip is 12. Plus 12.
Ha! Mine is 13. I
There you go.
gossip more than you.
What's your total, though?
51.
You son of a freaking biscuit. Why are you copying me?
I'm not. I had that earlier.
Oh boy, our stats are quite low at this point. This must be Matt's character, River Woman. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, well, you've got outdoor survival, that's good. Lots of gossip. 48 total in gossip, holy shit.
Yes, so
Okay, I know you were kind of going over this with Matt, but
Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry if you had to repeat yourself.
I'm
So,
fine repeating myself.
Just to double check, because I think I know what it is. So under the characteristic and skills improvement XP cost, it's at, like advances. It was like 0 to 5. That's talking about the like. Can you look at my character sheet?
I'm currently looking at your character sheet, yes.
Okay. Whoa. Yeah, I think you moved it.
It would be
Good
over
job.
here.
I'm in on my screen. It like jumped to a different page.
I could do that. Behold my power.
Also took strong back.
Yeah. So like the one that has 3, once that one gets past 5, then it starts
5 in
costing
total
more.
between both of these. Because you're gonna put any future advances in the advances one.
Not in the initial, but those both add together, and once they
To determine
whatever
your XP
that
cost.
number is determines how much it costs to do.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Another question about prayers.
Gotcha. What's up?
Do I have all of these?
I believe you have all of your blessings to start out with. I think you need to spend XP to get different miracles.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go look at what's the talent for being able to... It's invoke, right? Actually, never mind. I know what it is. Big brain.
I don't know. I have not had the opportunity to pick up the invoke talent, so I hope I don't need that.
You get that at your next level. You get bless, so
I can only do blessings right now?
yeah, for now you can only do blessings for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are weak right now. You guys are not very strong.
Yeah, I know.
So invoke, you get 1 miracle, and then you can get an additional miracle every time that you don't necessarily take it multiple times, but it gives you the option to buy new miracles. And so it costs 100 per miracle you already know. So the first time you get it, you get 1 miracle. And then the second miracle you get is also 1 miracle. But then from then on, it costs 200 to get a miracle, and then 300, and then 400, so on, so on, so on.
Okay, could you take a peek at my skill page and make sure I've got the stuff in right?
I'm checking right now.
Cause like there's the CN block, and I'm not sure what
Don't worry
to
about
put
CN.
there.
So that's for spells and prayers. You do not have CN.
Okay.
Because you are
not
prayer.
on blessings.
Yeah, not on blessing.
Okay, hello, it is me again, coming to pester you.
Good afternoon, what's up?
Okay, so if I level up a characteristic, that costs 25. I got that part. It levels it up by just 1, right?
Yep, that is 1 point in that characteristic.
Oh boy.
Skills are kind of the way to go because those cost pretty cheap to start out with, and I believe even at 10, yeah, even when you have 10, they're still cheaper to advance than characteristics. Like going from 11 to 15 in skills is 20 per advance, whereas advancing your characteristic is 25.
Okay, and skills. How does it calculate the XP?
The same way it's the same on the chart.
No. Like in the, like when I type in a new skill, do I just have to manually subtract the XP somehow?
No, it should.
Or is there a specific place that I'm supposed to put it?
You put it in the advances tab. It's just like with the characteristics. It takes the total of the two of them.
You type it in okay, I was confused on what the advances tab was on there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So instead of typing in an initial thing.
Right. You would type it in advances, it adds the two of them together, and that tells you how much XP is getting spent.
Okay. I got
I've
it.
technically done 8 advances already, right? Because of the 5 points we got, and then the 3 I just spent.
In
Is
characteristics?
that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when it goes from 6 to 10,
Sorry. Sorry, I just noticed what someone did to Key's lip.
That was me.
It's really good. I'm leaving
Thank
that
you.
one. I'm impressed by that one.
I have another one hidden on there. I think it's hidden pretty
Oh
good.
god, no. Okay, cool. What's up, Matt? Keep going.
This
Sorry.
XP cost is shared, right? So when like if I'm all the way up to 16 to 20 in characteristics, my skills are also gonna cost 30.
No. It's based on the amount of characteristics that based on the amount of advances that you've taken in that specific skill or that specific characteristic.
Okay, because I'm trying to advance skills currently.
This is the whole campaign. Yeah, me laughing at the dicks that my party has drawn on the map. It's just me.
I haven't advanced a skill, but so it should only cost 10.
Yeah.
But when I go to advance one, it's costing.
Are you putting it in the one that
20?
in a skill that you have put stuff in already in the initials?
Maybe.
Yeah, this is the
I
whole
don't
campaign. Find the penis. Yeah, I don't know where the other one is. I'm scared. Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna just leave it be for now and assume it's correct. Just have 10 XP left over.
Okay.
Wow,
so
that's cheating.
Yeah. I still can't
I
see where it
hate to
is.
say this,
So,
but I was very busy with the spell and prayer stuff, and I am a step behind on
Uh-oh.
you guys.
uh-oh.
Yeah,
We're-
I think I'm a little behind too.
What it is?
We're not that far ahead. We're still doing the, So they're spending XP right now.
Yeah,
Where are you at?
So I picked that whole thing came
the
from me
career
picking
skills
the
and
blessed
talents?
talent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Did you do all your skills for that as well?
Yeah, I got the skills,
You're-
and I finished the skills and talent.
You're not that far behind. You also don't have to spend XP right now. I'm just saying. You can hold on to it.
True.
I'm at the trappings part.
Yeah, let's do trappings real quick.
Okay.
So trappings decide what you start the adventure with, and it is determined by your class. So I'm not sure exactly where on this you can see. Here, let me pull up test.
Combat.
It's under combat?
It's under combat.
That makes
Under
sense.
advances, there is a section like under like the level 1, level 2. There is
Yeah.
also a
Yeah,
section
for trappings, that's where you
there.
write down. You should write what is in each. So you should honestly just like copy down every single skill, talent, and trappings thing that are in each of your tiers of your career, just to have it there, so you don't have to check the book like ever.
Okay.
And then when you advance to each different tier on your I'm blanking. I'm just gonna call it class. When you advance to each tier in your class, you will have to check back and then click on the characteristic that you can now advance in. That way
What
you will be able to put them in.
What page is the trappings on? Is it on the? You said
It's
it's on
on-
the page for
so
our career.
There's one for your there's one on your career and there's one on page 37. That determines it's like what category your thing is. Like if you're a river person or an academic or a burger, you get certain trappings, and then you get some that are specific to your career. Stay on your career one. I'll tell you what you get for your class trappings.
Okay, so do I need to? I get bucket, fishing rod, bait. Do I need to put all these in individually?
Yeah, you should put those into your trappings in there. But
Okay.
let's do the ones that you get for your quote unquote like category. I don't have a good way to define those. It's rough. Because I'm using the word class for careers, but this is technically speaking class. So on the combat tab, very left at the top of the tab, you'll see trappings, and then you'll just add it and then type it in. Fuck encumbrance, I don't care about it. I don't want to keep track of that as a stat. I don't think it's fun.
Can you give me like 20 seconds? My sister's texting me and said she's locked out. I just need to go unlock.
Yeah, go.
I'll be right back.
Go.
Do I need to put my robes on? Do they give any like toughness or armor points?
No.
Okay. I'm not even gonna add my robes into this then.
You should, because if you don't, you'll be walking around buck-ass nude.
Wow, okay, fine.
Just don't put it in armor, just put it in trappings.
Modifiers.
I have 14 wounds.
Literally
I am
nothing.
Oh, just don't fuck
Great.
around with... Just don't fuck around with
Also
modifiers, just put the name in.
nothing.
Fuck traits, type, and warlock. Fuck all that.
I know.
Okay, so as a let's see, Chris, I believe you're an academic, right?
Yeah.
So, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna type down what these are in the visual aids real quick. So we have an academic, a peasant, a riverfolk, and a warrior. 2 riverfolk actually.
A smuggler.
Yep.
Does my religious symbol do anything for me?
You can probably show it off and get some rep from some villagers.
Okay.
You said don't worry about our career one right now, right? You're doing something else first.
Yeah, you're doing the ones that you're gonna do the ones that are for your specific class.
You're gonna have so much by the end of this.
You have so much money. Unfortunately, that means that you have to understand how money works in this fucking setting.
There has to be like an easier way to convert it, right?
I
Like
believe there's a
homebrew
thing. Looking at it right now, if I put 1 SP in and then I press up or down, yeah. So into the actual wealth section, you can press up or down on it, and it'll actually just immediately convert it. Because this system is actually fucking amazing. I believe I got that right.
I don't need a dagger or a sling bag. Or not, never mind, I do need a sling bag.
I was about to say, you might need the sling bag. Keep the dagger on you, you can use it.
Nope, don't want the dagger.
Oh no, wait, that's right, you're a Shalian priest. Never mind, get rid of it.
Do these like modifiers or traits or anything, or am I just typing in only the name?
Just only the name.
Okay.
These are your items that you currently have.
Gotcha. Cloak.
Alright, those are the 4 classes that we have. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. How's it going? Nothing. Alright, cool.
Okay, so these go under
Trappings.
I need to roll D10. Yeah. 9. I have 9 pieces of paper.
Hi, Bob. How's it going? Hope you're having a good night. That's very rare for where you're at. That's like the finest parchment, too. It's not just paper, it's parchment.
And then I should or should not add these for my level 1 of my career.
Yes, so the level 1 of your career get put in there as well. And then we'll roll for your money in just a sec.
I have a
Stay on your
bucket.
career page.
A cloak and clothing don't do anything for me, like, armor-wise, right?
No, they do absolutely nothing for you.
Okay, cool. So I can put those under the same thing. Like a cloak and clothing. That's
Yeah.
1 trapping.
If you would like to, go ahead. But they definitely don't do anything for your armor.
Yeah.
But they might be useful for, you know, stealthing around a city. That kind of thing. I don't want to be seen as much, so you put on your cloak.
Okay, but the dagger's like an actual weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can, if you would like the stats for your dagger, I can go and pull that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
What group would it be under? Basic?
Basic.
Range, I'm assuming it's melee.
It is not ranged. Yeah, does it talk about price? So the reach is very short.
Is that range?
Yep. Well, that's under reach. I don't know if reach and range are the same thing. Let me go check.
Okay, so is walking stick a weapon?
Yes. Let me go give that to you in just a second. It would be quarterstaff, technically speaking.
Okay.
Wow, it doesn't even have like money on here. Okay, yeah. Group basic damage would be +2 SB +2. Or plus SB +2. My bad.
So +2, and then check the
SB.
box after it, and it'll. So if you check the little box after it, it'll change the damage to +2 plus SB.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that for my weapon or was that for Matt's?
Plus-
That's for dagger. For yours, it is plus SB +4.
And that's the damage.
Yes, that's the
Yeah, the
that it
damage you
does.
put +4, and then you check off the box, and it auto plus SB for you.
And you have 2 qualities on yours as well, Chris. You have defensive and pummel,
Ooh.
which means
Defensive.
it is designed to parry incoming attacks. If you are wielding such a weapon, gain a bonus of +1 SL to any melee test when you oppose an incoming attack. And pummel. You're especially good at battering foes into submission. If you score a head hit with a pummel weapon, attempt an opposed strength/endurance test against the struck opponent, and if you win the test, your opponent gets a stun condition. Very fun. Bonk!
Okay, so defensive was +2 to parry.
You get a +1 SL to any melee test when you oppose an incoming attack. So if someone attacks you, you automatically get a success level.
Okay.
An impressive failure! -4.
My test roll went
What's
very
the range
poorly.
on the walking stick?
Long. I don't necessarily know what that means, but long.
And then do I need anything on our modifiers?
Long.
No, because it's not like a finely made one.
And we didn't have any bonus qualities on dagger, right? It was just a dagger.
Nah, it's just a dagger.
Okay. How do you roll it, Aubrey? You just click it?
You click dagger and then it asks you
Oh,
like
God.
7 questions. Ha! So I still hit Testy McSampleton.
Oh shit.
Bonk.
Chris
Do I
bumped
keep
the
it on
shit out of you.
challenging? Challenging +0 or change it to something else?
Just keep it +0 for now. I'll tell you if you need to change that.
Target bonus
Oh man,
is
you
0.
can see like the hit location. That's dope.
Yeah, that's also really nice, is because it automatically tells you where it hits.
Wait, who's that?
I also have an
Just
impressive
practicing,
failure.
0 plus opposed SL. I don't know why that did no damage.
It asked me a question about...
Don't add a plus onto your damage.
Wait, what?
Just put it in as 2.
Oh.
For the dagger?
Wait, my
for
quarterstaff was
anything,
4?
for every single yeah. So it's your quarterstaff actually does more damage than a dagger.
I was about to say.
It says imp.
Oh.
Oh, critical failure.
Never mind.
Critical failure. Critical failure.
Okay, question. So when we're putting these in, like target bonus would be
Target bonus.
yeah, because like whenever I hit dagger, it says
Difficulty.
Okay, so
Difficulty.
that has to do with combat stuff. Let me flip. And
Okay.
flap all
Because it
my
asks
way
for
back.
target bonus and SL bonus. What's SL?
So success level.
Skill level. Oh.
Uh,
Still,
hold on. Is it asking for SL bonus? I guess that might be a I'm not 100% certain. I'll be real. Target bonus, I believe, would be any modifiers from conditions that the target has. If they're like stunned, you would get a +10. And SL, that might. I don't know if that's advantage. I don't. There might be certain things that modify the amount, your chance to hit, depending on your success level.
Aubrey, you and me suck. We keep...
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
Hey,
Okay.
congrats.
Adion out
There he
here.
goes. There he
So you had
goes.
Aubrey to keep
Fools.
impressively failing.
All right, let's see if
Oh,
you
my fault.
succeed against. Oh, yep, no, you succeed. You would do 5.
Wait,
let's
where'd
see,
you go?
plus opposed SL.
Success level. It's just
Yeah.
so the success level was 0, so he would deal 5.
Yeah, he would deal 5, but then he's got a toughness
Or
bonus
is-
of 2, so he would only
is
do 3.
Opposed SL, his success level minus the defender's success level, mayhaps.
I'm looking
Like
it up right now.
the more you succeed over the other person, the more damage you deal.
Okay, this was less bad.
Uh,
I still haven't succeeded on a hit. I suck.
No, okay, that just means this is the success level of the opposed test, which would just be your success level. Which in the case... Oh, Aubrey, your dagger is still busted. You need to remove the plus in the +2 that you have to the damage. It just wants it to be 2. That adding the plus there causes it to go fucky wucky. Also, that was a crit fail, Aubrey.
Ooh. Okay, wait. So damage should not be +2.
Yeah, it should just be 2.
2.
So Aubrey, could you do me a really quick favor and roll
Wait,
a
hold
D100?
on. Matt talked over you. So what damage? I don't put anything there,
You
or
just
I just
put a 2.
2.
No plus. The plus fucks up the algorithm.
Gotcha. Hold
So
on.
let me test this then.
Attempts to pray. Ayo God, are you there? It's me.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, +5 SL. Holy shit.
somebody can live without breathing now.
Why did you get a +20 to the prayer? Or is that just what
Ooh, wait.
is that just what blessings are? That wouldn't surprise me. Blessings are pretty easy to get out. So they also kind of don't do shit.
Hey,
I'm not wrong.
Okay, what
Hey.
did you want me to roll?
you're not.
Roll a D100 for funsies.
Okay.
That's still blasphemy, though.
What one success?
99.
Ooh.
A
died.
99, you would then beat the shit out. So you crit rolled there. You crit failed, which means you rolled on the oops table, and a 99 is you completely mess up, hitting one random ally in range using your rolled units die to determine the SL of the hit. If that's not possible, you somehow hit yourself in the face and gain a stun condition.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. We're gonna need some practice with this
I
stuff.
feel glad we're not playing, because who, buddy?
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
embarrassing.
I
Get ready to be
crit-
embarrassed.
I critically failed, and then on top of that, I think I critically failed on the critical fail chart, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's the worst
You rolled
possible
about
one you
as
can get.
bad as you could.
Yeah, that's a 91 to a double O.
Crushed it!
It could have been worse. You could have gotten a torn muscle, which is that fucking sucks. Because it's just painful and uncomfortable. So one thing that's also very relevant is the critical charts. You guys need to understand just how scary critical hits can be in this game. So while you're creating this, these wonderful, happy characters, remember that this could happen to them. Where's the critical chart? Oh, there it is. So, there's a critical head wound chart here. So 0 to 10 is dramatic injury, which you get a bleeding condition, and once the wound is healed, the impressive scar it leaves provides a bonus of +1 SL to appropriate social tests, and you can only gain that benefit once. From an 11 to 20, you could get a minor cut, which is just a bleeding condition. For 21 to 25, you get a poked eye, which is the blow glances across your eye socket and you get a blinded condition. For 26 to 30, you get an ear bash, which is your ear takes a sickening impact, leaving it ringing. You get a deafened condition. 31 to 35 is a rattling blow and gives you a stun condition. 36 to 40 is a black eye and gives you 2 blinded conditions. 41 to 45 is a sliced ear, which gives you a 2 deafened and 1 bleeding. 46 to 50 is struck forehead, which is 2 bleeding conditions and a blinded condition that cannot be removed until all bleeding conditions are removed. 56 to 60, or 51 to 55 is fractured jaw. With a sickening crunch, pain fills your face as the blow fractures your jaw. Gain 2 stun conditions and suffer a broken bone minor injury. 56 to 60 is major eye wound. The blow cracks across your eye socket. Gain 1 bleeding condition. Also, gain 1 blinded condition that cannot be removed until you receive medical attention. 61 to 65 is major ear wound. The blow damages your ear, leaving you with permanent hearing loss in one ear. Suffer a -20 penalty on all tests related to hearing. If you suffer this result again, your hearing is permanently lost as the second ear falls quiet. Only magic can heal this. Have fun. 66 to 70 is broken nose. A solid blow to the center of your face causing blood to pour. gain 2 bleeding conditions, make a challenging endurance test, or also gain a stunned condition. After this wound is healed, gain +1/-1 SL on social rolls depending on the encounter, unless surgery is used to reset the nose. On 71 to 75, you get a broken jaw. On 76 to 80, you get a concussive blow. On an 81 to an 85, you get a smashed mouth where you lose 1d10 teeth and have to get something amputated. On 86 to 90, you get a mangled ear, which makes you just straight up lose your ear, which needs to be amputated. On a 91 to a 93, you get a devastated eye, where you lose your eye, which means to be difficultly amputated. On a 94 to a 96, you get a disfiguring blow. The blow smashes your entire face, destroying your eye and nose in a cloud of blood. Gain 3 bleeding, 3 blinded, and 2 stunned conditions. Lose your eye and nose. Amputation hard. On a 97 to a 99, you get a mangled jaw. The blow almost removes your jaw as it utterly destroys your tongue, sending teeth flying in a shower of blood. Gain 4 bleeding and 3 stunned conditions. Make a very hard -30 endurance test, or gain an unconscious condition. Suffer a broken bone major injury, and lose your tongue, and 1d10 teeth, with a hard amputation. On 00, you are decapitated. Your head is entirely severed from your neck and soars through the air, landing 1d10 feet away in a random direction. See scatter. Your body collapses, instantly dead. No, there is no health insurance, Bomb. Why would there be? You're not in any danger. Just remember that while you're making your fun characters. You could end up with a grisly fucking end. And you most likely will. So yeah, let's go ahead and move on to spending XP. After that sobering note. But the other thing that's really fun is you can do that to enemies.
True.
So and I'm gonna run the rule where after the first combat, all mooks, also known as just kind of generic like minor enemies, die once they run out of wounds, because I don't want to have to go through, oh, this guy loses an arm and then he loses a leg and then he explodes. Is there life insurance? Also no. What was I gonna say? But for main, like, NPCs that are major characters and important to the plot, yeah, no, all these critical wounds apply to them, too.
Nice.
That said, it is actually fairly difficult to roll some of those more crippling ones, because the way that critical wounds work is that you get... So long as you're not at, like, 0 wounds and getting hit, it's actually fairly hard to just, like, instant kill someone.
I'm so bad at everything.
Is there slight god insurance? That's called a fate point. Actually, no. Life insurance is a fate point. Health insurance would be fortune points, or maybe resilience. No, that would be resilience because of corruption. Which, by the way, have fun with corruption, because mutations suck. All right.
Okay, so I have 100 XP. Is that a lot?
That's a decent amount. That's 1 talent.
Minus 515 XP.
Who what?
On my sheet, it says I have minus 515 current experience.
Did you have most likely put in things in the wrong places?
Yeah, I think when I had that, I was putting them in the advances.
Yeah, all
It
of the
showed
stuff
me.
that we did for character creation goes in the initial tab. And then the advances that you take actually cost XP.
Yeah.
But they do count towards your total number of advances, which, by the way, let's look at that. Chris, if you would like to see the chart that tells you how much everything costs, that's on page 43 of your book.
Oh.
So, when you have no to 5 advances, for characteristics, that's 25 XP per advance, and for skills, it's 10. And yes, the free ones do count towards the total number of advances you have in that talent or skill or characteristic. Characteristic is so rough to say in casual conversation.
I think I'm gonna spend all my XP to learn how to read and write.
Well, there you go. Now you have parchment, and you can actually read and write.
Yeah. I might also be the only one of us that has the potential to read or write.
Yep.
I can
think
read
so.
and write. I already do it.
Really?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
elf.
He's an elf, yeah. Because he's busted.
He's broken as fuck, yo. Now that actually tracks. Elves would probably teach their kids how to read and write because they're not backwoods empire folk. Which, by the way, medicine in this setting sucks. Like, it's bad. Like, all right.
like practical use. What would consume alcohol be used for? Like literally, just if we go out drinking.
Yeah, consume alcohol is basically just avoiding the negative impacts of alcohol, like hangovers or getting like
So
super
specific.
wasted. You'd be surprised. With the shit that you see in Warhammer, you take drinks when you can get them. I think that's about it. If you guys have finished spending XP and put your trappings in, which by the way, money.
Money.
Go to your career and tell me what the so it should be after the dash, after your very starting one. So it should be, I think most of you are brass. I think all of you are brass actually. And so it's brass and a number. If you're silver, let me know, but if you're brass, you will roll 2d10 per that number. So if you're brass 3, you roll 3d10, and you get that many brass pennies to start out with.
So I'm brass
I am
too.
brass 2.
I'm also brass too.
Okay, all of you will roll 4d10, and you get that many brass pennies.
Sorry. One more
27.
time.
You take your
I'm
status
poor.
tier,
26.
either brass, silver, or gold. I'm assuming you're brass.
24.
What's
I'm
the number after
poor.
that?
Aubrey has no money.
And it's just written on the career sheet which status we
Right.
start at.
Right. What?
Okay.
So it should be the one directly after your first thing. So if you're, I don't know, you're not a pit fighter yet. You're. Oh, hey, I turned right to it. You're a pugilist. You are brass
Yeah.
4, which means that you are going to roll 8d10.
Where do we put this at?
Jesus.
Where's the amount of money we have on the sheet?
I'm
Combat.
thinking-
Combat?
yeah, it's under combat for some reason.
It's right
Wait,
under your
I'm rolling
trappings.
8. I'm rolling 8d10 for what?
For how many brass pennies you start with.
Oh.
We're doing
27.
money right now. Holy shit, Chris with the double tens.
Hello.
It kind of fits though that I have the least amount since I'm a peasant.
Yeah.
You are a peasant. Get out of here, peasant.
You are literally the most peasanty peasant that has ever peasanted. Like, that is what villagers are. Villagers are literally like the peasants of this
Aaron,
setting.
you and I can just write notes to each other, and none of them can follow.
I feel like I'm just gonna be. I feel like my character is probably like a middle-aged woman.
Are you basing that off of the picture for peasant or for villager? Just
not
an old
exactly.
lady dragging her kid around.
Yeah.
Oh my
that-
god, you
Yeah.
get no fucking trappings from your career. Oof.
Is there a
Yeah.
like a table I can roll on for my height, or do I just need to arbitrarily pick a number?
There is a table. If you go a little further into adding detail, I believe there is. There's like age, eye color, hair color. Yeah, it's on page 40, top right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You are
okay,
4'9" plus 2d10 inches,
Let's roll.
whereas
Am I a manlet
Aaron
or a
is
man?
5'11" plus d10 inches.
Oh, I think I'm a manlet. Was it
Even if you
4'9"?
I rolled backwards of what you rolled.
Yeah, you're 4'9", plus 2d10 inches.
Wow. Wow.
So
I'm 5'5".
Short.
I'm so short.
Short.
I'm a manlet.
I think they let you
I'm
pick
also
your height.
5'5".
Who? What?
Don't they let you pick your height?
I mean, you can.
Yeah, but they're just rolling.
I'm just gonna
Oh.
roll.
Everything else has been random by this point.
Yeah.
Like, fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
What was it, 2d10?
Oh
yeah.
Oh, 8. Okay, yeah, 8. Cool. I'm gonna roll that too. How young am I?
Well, wait a minute.
He's a young priest.
Hiya!
Where?
Oh, you're
No.
16?
I'm
Oh,
16
God.
years old.
He's a small baby.
no!
That reminds me of the time that
Catholic Church.
I rolled.
How do we determine our age?
What did you say, Aubrey?
It's 39.
Nothing.
It's on
If
page
I'm a
39.
human, do I? Oh, 39.
Yeah, it's 15 plus D10. You all are probably going to be quite young.
Wait, what's...
It is actually unlikely that you will. Actually, some of us. No, for me, you actually cannot be older than me. For this, that makes me feel really.
Wait.
As your starting age, it's 15 plus D10. I'm 25.
I think I can.
I'm
be older than
20.
you.
Yeah, no, of course you
said
can.
on page
You add
39?
10 D10. Yeah, it's on page 39 at the very bottom right.
15 plus D10.
Which tab?
Why did everyone roll 40? Oh, I'm scrolled up, JK.
What were we saying, Aaron?
Which tab do I
23.
input the career level at on the sheet?
What is 4, 9 plus 17? What the fuck is that supposed to be?
Presumably.
So that's a foot.
I don't know.
So
Don't worry
5,
about
9 plus another 5 inch, or plus. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Make sure you put in
17?
your
There's
name and your
light
status
brown.
into the level 1.
So add a foot and then add 5 more inches.
Wait, one more time.
alright.
Put your name and status into your level 1 career section under advances. That might fix
So-
it.
You're what, like 6 foot something, Audion?
Oh,
4?
like where it's. Oh, okay, I see.
He is tall boy.
I've never been this
name.
tall.
Pugilist, and then status bronze 4.
Yep.
5'8".
He's
All right.
almost not a manlet.
So
yeah, but to
2d10.
be fair, Chris, you're still growing.
True. Okay, so I am a 16-year-old boy, 5'5", light brown hair, and pale gray eyes.
Minor alert, do not bring this man towards Slanesh.
Oh no. Oh no, get that
Okay,
lobster
I'm
lady away from me.
re-rolling my eye color because I got free choice, and I'm rolling on a random because I don't want to make a choice. So.
Why would they do that? Like, you can just pick your eye color.
Yeah, that's stupid. Stupid.
I am 23. I'm 5'8". I have dark brown hair and gray eyes.
I think you can. I don't know where you would mark this down. Oh no, it's right
on your
there. Never
character
mind.
sheet.
Yeah,
Never
it's
mind.
like-
It's fucking right there.
Alright, my
How
name
old are
is
you, man?
Blessed Lucas.
I'll use my first roll for my hair color, because that one's not free choice.
Ah, there you go.
I don't remember what box I read it in, but people with the people that have blessings are often referred to as blessed something.
Yep.
I am Blessed Lucas.
Ah, Blessed Lucas.
I need to pick a name still. I am 20. I am 5'5". I have white blonde hair and
Ooh.
pale blue eyes.
Oh no.
I'm 22. I'm 6'4". I have dark brown hair
Shit,
and
he's
gray
huge.
eyes.
He's huge. You
Such
are
a
the
tall
tallest
boy.
motherfucker here, except for
Massive.
the elf.
Or woman.
That's true. You could be a woman.
You could be
I'm
a
a woman.
big lady.
Yeah, Matt's
Could be
playing a
tall
lady.
lady. I love tall lady.
Am I gonna be surrounded by tall women?
Oh god,
No,
no.
I'm 5'5".
The 15-year-old priest boy surrounded by tall, or the 16-year-old priest boy surrounded by tall woman. Oh no.
This is not good.
This is probably something on the internet somewhere.
This is not foggers.
This is not foggers.
I feel like I'm just like a
you
very.
can say that
I've
about people, too.
reimagined my character. She is like. I probably just look
Yeah,
very.
that's actually
sickly.
fairly striking, honestly. Like,
I
the
probably look
piercing
really
blue eyes.
sickly.
I mean, you are a peasant, so yes.
I'm like
You need to
emaciated.
get a hamburger into
My
this girl.
hand is white.
You didn't tell me this was a porno. Oh god, it's like the reverse of the girl on the couch with the black dudes behind her.
Oh no.
It's the 16-year-old dude, and it's just a bunch of tall women behind him.
Get these boat ladies away from me.
These Goliath
These boat babes. He's afraid of the boat babes. Oh no.
I hate this.
I hate it here. Oh god.
Careless whisper
I'm gonna-
playing in the background.
Casually clips. I can't wait till I get my fucking stream deck in. That way I could just press a button and clip.
I
think I'm done.
So the other things that you need to do, and this is something that we will do later, it's not super important to do right now, is ambitions. You need a short-term ambition, and you need a long-term ambition. These need to be things that your character wishes to do, because you will get absolutely fucking gargantuan XP bonuses for whenever you finish an ambition.
Okay.
I will also inform you guys of some information relating to your events. You guys are currently heading towards Altdorf on a road from the north. That's about it.
Wait, could you ping where that is?
Altdorf is the capital of the empire, right here.
Okay.
I wish there was a place for notes on the character sheet.
There might be.
There might be.
On the
And where are we
bio,
coming from?
on the bio and info, if you hit edit, you can put stuff in there.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I was wanting to just like write like actual like a note, but that's fine. That'll work.
Also,
For that.
try to find images that relate to your character so that I can make them into tokens and stuff. Which,
Hell
yeah.
so I know that we are doing this now, but it's still probably going to be a couple weeks before I can actually start running the campaign because I have not actually made anything beyond this screen in Roll20, and I need to actually hand make pretty much the
That
entire
works
campaign.
for me though, because that gives me multiple weeks to try to attempt to draw my character.
There you go.
Which will probably take me a while because I'm gonna have. It's really hard to find when you type in Warhammer. All the images that pop up on Pinterest are all like 40K
Dudes,
Warhammer.
yeah.
Even though I typed in Warhammer Fantasy, so like I don't know what to look up to find like period appropriate clothing.
I can try and find some
Renaissance
stuff for
peasants.
you. Yeah, Renaissance peasants. Literally just look through the art in the book, honestly. Like, the book itself has a lot of really good art. So the goal, I'm gonna say, is to start on December 12th in about a month. Because I was gonna say we should start on December 5th, but Endwalker is gonna be out, and I think we're all gonna be busy. Or most of us are gonna be busy.
You're not wrong.
Alright, sounds like Chris has already figured out magic stuff. You guys want to see some cool Warhammer things in Total War Warhammer?
Sure.
Baller. Let's go.
Real fast. Well, where are we heading?
Where are we heading? You're heading
Yeah.
towards Altdorf, the Imperial capital.
From where?
Slightly north of it. You're like a day north, so, don't...
Where
Do
is
we have a
Stupid
do
town.
we have as a party a goal in the Altdorf, or is that what our
You
short-term
are
ambition is?
seeking adventure.
Gotcha.
You
Okay,
guys
so
can
we are
determine
heading-
what exactly your long-term goal is maybe a little later.
Heading
The
towards
party
Altdorf
stuff,
from
party
where?
ambitions, and short-term and long-term party ambitions are the sort of thing that will probably evolve with the game as we go.
Okay.
Oh god. Wait, no, hold on. Stop that. Don't show off my tabs. I have too many of them. My shame.
Oh no, the waifu cups.
No.
They're there.
Were they? I don't think so. I don't think I've clicked on that tab.
I don't know. I was just making a joke.
I was about to say, how did that get there? I'm scared.
Where are we heading from again? Sorry.
Slightly north.
Can't even find the location we're supposed to be heading to.
It's towards the middle of the map. Or towards the bottom, my bad. Hold on, let me go back into Roll20 real quick and I'll ping it. You will slowly but surely become more familiar with
Altdorf, not Outdorf. Okay.
yeah, Altdorf.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Can I just share this, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, I found it.
Squat in the middle of like everything. Fucking elves.
And there's... I'm just gonna throw this link in general.
There's a
I'll throw it
castle all the way south of us. Vampires or no?
Potentially.
Oh.
It's hard when it comes to Warhammer to say whether or not there will be vampires. The answer is most of the time yes. Let me check.
Short-term goal to die.
Castle Drachenfell. I don't 100% know that there's vampires there. Probably. I would say I would bet on probably, honestly.
Yeah, boy. There's also Bloodkeep over here, so that's kind of
Yeah, I get used to
vampire-y.
that. Very metal band names. Oh hey Nolan, how's it going? Yeah, cool animation. Hello High Elves. Have you heard of the High Elves?
I'm sending.
Hello Dark Elves.
I'm sending a picture of my character in visual aids.
I can't tell if we're about to get a troll picture or not.
I think so. Is it just gonna be Emerald again?
Smug.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's been a hot minute since I've actually watched this cutscene. Wow.
I wish I did that. That would have been hilarious.
God, I finally make it to a stream. Oh, you just missed all of our character creation for Warhammer Fantasy, Lamau.
Yeah. Upload fail.
It's been a ride. We have 2 river people in the group. And a priest. I'm so glad that you rolled a priest.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And peasant woman.
Yeah, and a villager. And a pit fighter. Which the pit fighter is honestly the only one that's actually going to be able to fight for a hot minute. We're watching a cool Warhammer cutscene on. Oh god, Lizardmen, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! I love all of my loves. The scaly boys.
What was that?
That was the Slan. Don't worry about it, Big Frog Man.
Oh no, the picture Matt put up.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
That is me, the river.
Where are the
woman.
rats at, though?
Adeline.
Oh, stumbling. Oh. What would it matter?
Were you just singing Fergie?
Possibly. Aw, that's a really sweet picture.
It me, the gossipy river woman.
Literally me. Man, skip past the rats. Yeah, no rats in this. We don't do rats here. Is there a way that I can just like see characters and stuff?
Wait, so Warhammer name generator, would I hit Bretonia?
No, do not hit Bretonia. Hit the Empire. You do not want. Do you wish to be French? Do you wish to be French?
Well, I didn't see Empire, but everything else that I saw was not humans. So I was like, is that the only human one?
Oh god, this game.
Teclis, Lore Master of Hoeth.
Yeah, this is a good way to see actual like characters that are cool in Warhammer, as opposed to just like these are the factions.
That's not real. You can't do that to me. I went
What's
to
not
the
real?
Warhammer Fantasy Name Generator 2. I got Hemo Wank. You can't do that to me.
That's illegal. What are you talking about? Get that shit out of here.
That's beautiful.
Oh god. Okay. Well, I'm glad that we rolled 2 river people because there's a thing that's specifically made for river people in this this thing. Which will be a little easier to do. Oh, the question is.
It is dusk.
Oh, that's right. Fantasy Batman. I forgot. Yeah, and then we have Alariel, also known as Patas. She got bare feet. Ooh.
Serve the Shadow King.
No, that's not Batman. Wait. Oh no, that's right. Eltharion's Batman. Shit, I forgot.
We are the
What the fuck is?
Nagaryth.
Oh yeah, that's right. This guy's fuck Dark Elves, the character. High Elves be like, boy, do I really fucking hate Dark Elves. That's so fucking funny. I love that.
Dragon fire runs through.
Dragons. I like dragons. Have I mentioned how much I enjoy dragons? It's me. Toad. Big frog. And then we have Krokgar, my boy, the actual leader of the Lizardmen, IMO. It's so funny the difference between the things that the leaders do on their cards for this, where it's like Krokgar pets his giant fucking dinosaur buddy, Mazda Mundi like does some crazy shit, casts a little bit of magic, and then you have fucking Morathi, who are literally just. Morathi, what are you doing? Morathi, what the fuck was that? Morathi, what the fuck are you doing? You're just spinning your... What the fuck?
I seek my birthright.
Are you guys looking at this, or am I talking to the void?
I'm looking at it.
I am looking at it, and
currently.
I'm glancing.
Ah, gotcha. Doing
I'm
stuff with the
trying to pick a
character. I feel
name.
that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we have many different characters spread across the stuff. The ones that are most relevant to y'all would probably be the Empire. This is the Boe. This is the absolute unit himself, the legend. Karl Franz. The absolute boy. I love him. I'm probably going to play a campaign as him for the stream, just so that you guys can see some Empire shenanigans.
I can't remember what it was called, but there was like a Warhammer game that was very similar to like Divinity or Baldur's Gate type game on Steam.
Was it Mordheim, was it? That's not
Maybe.
super similar to that.
No, I wanted to say it was like Warhammer themed. I remember sending it to like Aubrey and Chris because at the time we were playing Baldur's Gate. I don't
What was
remember
It's
what?
like character audio.
Oh no! Oh, why does this image make me so uncomfortable? What
It's
the
so
fuck?
innocent.
I'm like vaguely creeped out by your character
That's my
image,
character.
Chris.
Oh man, he shouldn't be here.
Oh, was it
What the fuck?
Chaos Bane? Hey, Mayhem and Chaos Bane. 9 on Shack News, 8.7 on IGM, mixed on Steam. Yeah, I think it's Chaos Bane. This looks like Divinity.
Is it on Steam?
Yeah.
Just
What are
this
you
young
searching to
lad.
find it? Chaos.
I just
what?
I just looked up Warhammer. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief.
Warhammer Chaos Bane.
Warhammer like colon. It's a competent ARPG. One of my buddies posted a review, and I'm gonna look at this. Recommend it, but not at the price. It's a competent ARPG, but unfortunately, outside of the fact that it's Warhammer fantasy battle themed, it's not really worth it. Classes can't use different weapons, so you're basically stuck with whatever you have, and you can't have the free form feeling of building a character like in, for example, Diablo 3 right now. Unit variety is more or less faithful to the setting, possibly to its own detriment, as there are not that many. That said, I believe that this is probably the best Warhammer game aside from Total War Warhammer that the community has gotten in a while, and hopefully the time there can be some improvement. Would
This be like a good game to play over the week to like learn?
Honestly, I don't know if this would be the best. Like, there's a lot of good Warhammer fantasy games out there. Actually, there's only a couple really good Warhammer fantasy games out there now that I think about it. With Total Warhammer being probably number one.
Just go play Blood Bowl.
I didn't read Dr. Weird. I'm sorry.
Blood Bowl, yeah.
Game kind of released with not much hype, and I've not heard anything since. Vermintide for streaming shenanigans. Yeah, Vermintide and Total Warhammer are my two like stream games.
Is
Yeah,
Total
I need to
Warhammer an
download them,
RTS game?
Total
What?
Warhammer, yes, RTS.
Yeah.
What about Vermintide?
Vermintide is Left 4
Vermintide
Dead.
is like Left 4 Dead. Vermintide is mucho fun.
Yeah, Vermintide is quite good. I'm going to re-download Vermintide so that we can play Vermintide.
I also need to re-download Vermin.
Get 2. 2 is really good.
Warhammer Vermintide. It's
Yeah,
multiplayer?
Oh yeah. Hope you got 100 gigabytes. Yeah, I'm gonna be clearing out some room. That game's fucking thick.
You summon me.
What?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no, it's gargantuan.
Dude, I was just hitting female names over and over again on Fantasy Name Generator, and one of the names it gave me was Aubrey.
Oh no, it knows.
I could just name my character Aubrey.
All right. Well, it doesn't look like it's crossplay, and it's not on the Xbox app.
Oh shit.
So I would have to rebuy the game,
Oh, that's cringe.
which I don't really feel like doing.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
unfortunate. Damn. Big Fs. How much is Vermintide these days?
$30.
$30.
That's still a little bit more. Right.
Yeah.
For now.
Unless there's a generous
I should read that.
benefactor in chat.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I get. Don't.
So one thing that I should point out to you is easily the most powerful character in all of Warhammer Fantasy, Balthazar Gelp, who is currently on my stream right now. You know how I said he makes more, how the Lore of Metal makes more money than literally anything else in the setting? Yeah, Balthazar Gelp is that to a factor of 10. The man himself. I am supreme. A pretty good video to watch if you want Warhammer stuff is Mandalore's Warhammer Fantasy Total Warhammer video. Let me go look that up. I watched it in preparation for this. I stole maybe like 2 jokes from him. It was mostly just calling dwarves spiteful little fuckers. It's an hour and a half long, so.
Post in visual aids.
Yeah, but he's quite funny, so it doesn't feel like it goes that long. There you go. I'm gonna watch that video again. Yeah, Balthazar Gelp is a meme and beautiful, and I love him. Thorgrim Grudgebearer and Grombrindal, the White Dwarf himself. Yeah, if you've ever been into 40k, you'll notice a lot of things. It's like, oh, that's where that's from. Because, like, 40k has had a magazine called The White Dwarf for a long time, which is named after the White Dwarf from Warhammer Fantasy. Welcome to Estalia, gentlemen! I am going to commit war crimes. I really want to do a Wolfheart campaign as well. This is a campaign where you go and land on South America and attempt to live there as an empire. Is an imperial colony. Where you have to participate in the Lustriable. Which is the fan nickname given to the absurdly crowded Lustria start zone in Total Warhammer. Short but fun. That's good for stream. I don't like it when these things take like 500 turns to do anything. And then we have Grimgor Ironhide, the biggest and the baddest orc in the setting. Who one time kicked Archaon so hard in the dick that he completely lost, and then that entire timeline was erased from canon. They, so, a long time ago, they tried to do an end times, kind of thing called Storm of Chaos, but the plot direction of them was all determined by, actual in-game game stuff, but in order to, but Chaos kept getting fucking dunked on, so that they literally had to, like, basically say, oh, Chaos magically kept winning, and then they, like, found their way to Altdorf, and oh no, now the capital's under siege, and we're totally at, like, a terrifying 11th hour moment, but then Chaos lost to Grimgor, and so Grimgor literally popped out of nowhere, kicked Archaon in the dick, and then just left. And they were like, this was lame, this isn't canon anymore. And so then they started over, and then they did End Times, which wound up just erasing Warhammer Fantasy from existence. You can no longer play Warhammer Fantasy on the tabletop. I don't know why they made that fucking decision, but they did. You can only now play Age of Sigmar, which is infinitely worse. You know all these things that I've talked about that has, like, a rich lore and really, like, in-depth setting? None of that exists for Age of Sigmar. It's just disappointment! Yay!
That's good.
I am unironically gamer angry about Age of Sigmar still. Yeah, no, like, as a game, Age of Sigmar is way more entertaining than, old Warhammer Fantasy. because it's good to just like sit down, pick up, and play. But the setting is just dog shit. It's so undefined and vague and just doesn't feel like anything is concrete or happening.
Master of
That's right. Fucking Mandalore skipped over Helmengorst, and I don't actually know what Helmengorst does. He's just like the legendary lord for undead shenanigans, for necromancer shenanigans. And then we have all the fun vampire count people, like Disappointment. God, I hate you. I hate you, Manfred. I fucking hate you, Manfred. The fact that Manfred continues to exist annoys me to this day. Mostly because he pretty much caused the end times. Because he's a selfish, backstabbing prick and I hate him. And then we have Vlad von Karstein, the first vampire, and Lad. And his wife, who continues the trend of having a really weird, like, player card. Because, what are you doing, Isabella? Isabella, what are you doing right now? Like, you're threatening the man, but then you just kind of hiss, and then... Like, where's the conclusion to this? Ah! And then we have Heinrich Kimmler, and his buddy. Fuck, do they not have Krell on here? They don't tell you about Krell, that's kind of dumb. So Heinrich Kimmler is a funny necromancer who has a giant Standoka zombie named Krell. Now vaguely more relevant because of Krell. Yeah, Krell is actually fucking amazing. He is so great. I especially love Kemmler because he will pop up in the most random of places on this fucking map. Every once in a while you'll be wandering around and then, oh look, there's Kemmler. Kemmler and Krell just hanging out on a world tour. Why are they in Lustria? Who fucking knows? They're going on a walk. Don't worry about it. We also have Norska, which is a really fun race to play because holy shit, you get to hunt monsters. And then you have the 3 Chaos factions who are all terrible. The Warriors of Chaos in this game are actually dog shit because they have not gotten a rework and their original concept was bad. So unfortunately, Archaon the Everchosen, the big boy in charge of Chaos Undivided and potentially the scariest motherfucker, allegedly the scariest motherfucker in the entire game, is a pain in the ass to play and not satisfying at all. Yay.
That's good.
Yep. You see what I mean by him being horny, though. Holy shit. Bighorn. There's also Pretty Boy. Hello, I am the Slaneshi representative. I am horny, and that's it. I love this guy starts with Chosen, and Chosen halberds. God, I'll never play fucking Warriors of Chaos again. Unless they rework them. And then we have this...
Yeah, they're about to come out with the next one. They're not reworking anyone.
Well, for now. They reworked a lot of the Warhammer 1 factions back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, for Warhammer 2, it's because a lot of them were, like, bad. The Beastmen were almost completely unplayable. The Beastmen, the Wood Elves, and the Orcs were all pretty much unplayable. Although Orcs were okay. Orcs were in an alright place. But they reworked Orcs to be much better, big and scary. They are now properly big and green.
Nice.
And the Wood Elves are now, like, just the way that they designed the races back in the day were just so bafflingly confusing. If you watch the Mandalore video, he talks about this as well. Where, like, the Orcs spend their entire time in the early game fighting nothing but Dwarves and other Orcs. And Dwarves are absurdly armored, and they have no way of getting through the armor in early game. And Orcs are also one of the only races in the entire game to have units gated off by technology. The Orcs have units that rely on technology. That is not how this works. And the Wood Elves were even more baffling. You know how I said that the Wood Elves are basically just get the fuck out of my lawn, like, incarnate? The way that Wood Elves worked back in the day was, and still kind of work to this day, are that they need amber in order to do stuff. And they need to get a certain amount of amber in order to progress. The only way back in the day to get amber was to go and conquer other factions, meaning that they needed to play as a giant world-spanning empire, but they also couldn't build good cities anywhere outside of magic forests.
That's good.
It was a bafflingly bad campaign to play. Nowadays it's great, because you basically could just deep strike between magic forests across the entire planet, and just, you just travel across the world and tell a bunch of people to get off your lawn. It's wonderful. And the Beastmen were also dog shit because the Warriors of Chaos, they were shit because they are shit currently because they're a pure horde army, which means that they have no way of taking and holding ground. So it's impossible for them to establish war fronts, which means that every time that you go and you conquer a location, your only option is to raise the settlement. And then once the settlement is raised, people can just walk right back in and fucking settle it again. Like, it's an endless merry-go-round of bullshit. It sucks. It's awful. But they fixed it with Beastmen by allowing Beastmen to construct herdstones, which denotes certain locations as blood grounds. And the more chaos you cause in blood grounds, the more runes of devastation you earn, until you can eventually cause the end times and apocalypse shit. It's wonderful. It's such a fun campaign to play now because you just get to go around and cause problems around the entire world.
Matt and I are gonna go play an ARAM before I go to sleep.
Alright.
And you are welcome to join.
Yeah, ARAM tends to not take that long, so I will go and join up with you guys. We'll do it for stream because fuck it.
Oh boy, stream can watch me be bad at this game.
Stream gets to also watch me be bad at League of Legends. Let's go.
For the record, I just started playing this game like 3 days ago, so...
Trash.
Trash,
Yeah.
you're bad.
Yeah, I am.
You guys want to just stay in here?
Yeah.
I don't know, Aubrey's in here, I'd rather be somewhere else.
Alright, damn.
Okay.
Shit. Trying to remember what my fucking password is. Fuck it. Alright.
Haha, Kenny forgot his password.
Yep. Just give me a sec.
I'm gonna get off.
Welcome, everyone.
Alright, man.
Have a
Later.
good night, my dude.
Good night.
I will DM you later about details about your character. I need to learn more about your characters so I can properly make things fucking terrifying for you all as we go. And yet also, dude, the opening for this campaign is actually fucking hilarious. Like, the amount of shit that you guys are gonna have to deal with is gonna be beautiful.
As long as it's not fighting...
It's not fighting to start out with, unless you play your cards particularly poorly. 10 minutes to midnight, yeah, basically. Have a good night, my dude. And I will change what game we are playing.
To lol.
Florida Squad plays a quick game of ARAM. I'll keep the beginner's tag up because I think it's appropriate.
Alright, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off for the night.
Alright, good night, my dude.
Hey, man.
Adios.
See ya.
And then there were just us, the Final Fantasy crew.
You guys want to hear something painful?
What?
I leveled up my, I'm trying to level up my grain company so I can actually buy ventures from them.
Right.
And I did the hunting log, and he makes you do like a trial, and it's Armvale.
You can
And I
unsync
wanna
it. You
try.
can unsync it. You can unsync it. You don't have to run it. properly.
Oh, you just saved my life because I've been staring at that quest all day, just like I don't want to.
I would prefer not to.
Yeah. Arm Veil is not fun. Not poggers.
Wait a minute. You know what, for now we're just gonna do... Do I have a whole ass monitor gamer one? No, I don't.
I'm tired. I do not feel like going to class tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
I
understandable.
sent you my Pinterest board, Kenny, that has my my character inspirations that I'm going to draw from.
Never been sent a Pinterest board, so...
You pin pictures that you like into a thing.
I see. I see. I get it. I don't get it.
Accept the queue, Kenny.
I did.
Kenny, why didn't you accept the queue?
I did.
Obviously
dang
not.
it, Kenny.
We're not in the game.
I'm sorry, gamers.
Can we hurry up and find a game, League? Come on, man. We're just trying to get our one game in before we go to bed.
There it is. Got there. Finally capturing actual footage. Griselda Weinbacher. I love the name.
Thanks. It was one of the first ones that popped up.
I got Vayne. I don't know what Vayne do.
She auto attacks a lot.
I'm pretty sure I know what Scion does though. Just saying.
I'll trade you.
I'm getting a trade offer from Tristana. Do I take it? I'll take it. Do you know what to do with Tristana?
Auto attack a lot.
Duly noted. I know what Scion do.
I'm gonna try one reroll. I shouldn't have rerolled.
Do I want Sona?
Sona's very supporty. Here, actually,
I've played her. I just don't know if I want her.
I'll trade.
Okay. I don't know who Scion is.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to move quick for this.
Sion's a big beefy boy. He's the guy that every time you kill him, his like body reanimates and he can move really fast and punch
stand
people.
back up. It's terrifying. I didn't get my fucking runes finished. Not poggers.
Neither did I.
Oh god, I have bad runes right now.
Ruins.
So your Q, Chris, you hold it
And
and let it go whenever you think it. The longer you hold it, the more damage it does. But your opponent sees the range where it is, so they'll be trying to move out of it. So you kind of want to let go, like right before they're out of range of your Q. It'll probably make sense after a time or two of using it.
Oh, I need to go and check what runes set uses these days.
Wait, why is it telling me to buy like a legendary item plus 2 other items for my starting items? Oh, that's weird. They like changed the site. There's now starting in core.
Are you on the ARAM item?
Yeah. I figured it out, don't worry about it.
Gotcha.
I figured it out.
Yeah, hold on. I need to go pull up Sona again. Oof. Please do not sniff in my general direction, sir. I can heal. Poggers.
Okay, so my Q is that thing that I hold that's big bonk. My W
is like a shield, I think.
Shield, and then I can detonate it. And then E is a shockwave that slows and removes.
And your R, you
it's
hold
not
it.
Capturing. It's not capturing.
You press R and you become untouchable and just become a freight train that just charges at people.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a Zed. That hurt really hard.
Sorry, I'm standing still. I'm trying to get my game capturing. I just kind of hang out in the back line and press buttons. Oh
Okay.
god. Oh, I'm so much better with different fucking setup than this. Oh, my runes were important. I'm just slapping abilities. Let's go. At least my ult's gonna be pretty useful when it goes off. When we inevitably get there. This fucking Catman and these damn bushes. Fuck off.
Yeah, stay away from the bushes. Rengar can hop out in your face. That's his like whole kit, is hopping out of bushes at you.
Pounces on you, uwu.
That's why he keeps going in the bush and then just.
Just pouncing immediately. Oh yeah, that's right. After 3 uses, I think my right click powers up. Ow. Here's healing. Ow.
Their team is actually low-key so annoying to deal with.
Now that makes good content. Annoying teams.
I just started mana to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Because I can keep us all healed. I'm going heal friend strats. Let's go. Oh, I'll take that. I need to be able to actually get an auto attack off to do much of anything. The struggle. You gotta love the, like, dead silent League of Legends games. The feeling I'm not quite actually rich. Maybe I don't know how this character plays, Lamel.
Is she the one that you can like drain your health pool to give somebody else help?
No, that's Sorka.
Okay.
Yeah, my character is the plays music lady.
I've literally played like 5 games of League total in my entire life, so.
That's
Your Q
understandable.
under us busts all our attack damage, your W gives us all health, and your E speeds us up. That's all I really know about Sona.
Yeah.
And every like third one is like buff.
Yeah,
kinda getting
E's
wrecked.
move speed go up.
This Zed is low-key kind of cracked out of his mind, which is painful to deal with.
Pain Pekka.
Probably a rain guard right here waiting
Yep.
to jump on us.
I'm just gonna move away from that. Oh, how is he not there? What the fuck?
He just moved out of it. I
Oh,
saw him go to the
okay,
bush.
okay, I see. Oh, they're laugh spamming. Good to see that happens here, too.
Starting to see why Tristana has a low win rate in ARAM. My attacks are tickling people.
Oh no. The dreaded pickle tickle attack.
Stupid idiot.
Alright, I'm charged up. Field up and ready to go. Boop. Oh god, he just ate me. Holy shit. I'm like, I'm fine. I can keep fighting. And then Rengar just looked at me and my entire health pool vanished. You hate to see it happen. I love the sound of Scion just...
Ugh. I am certainly existing this game.
I am certainly taking place in this time-space continuum. I'm coming, Leona! I'm coming with the heals! Yet again, I just now noticed that we have a fucking Leona on our team. Why would you W? Why would you W there? Just don't.
God, I hate Rengar, man.
Yep.
I don't have to deal with a bush champ. Like, F off, bro.
I don't know what that does, but I pressed a button. Ah! I will buy these boots, and I will buy this stuff. I don't know what any of these weapons do, but I am taking them.
It's gonna be a nice, quick, and easy butt whooping to go to bed to.
Yep. Nice solid spanking. Oh. I don't even know what I have a Moonstone Renewer. I don't know what that do.
When you use an ability, it heals the lowest allied champ near you.
Oh, sweet.
So it's just like free bonus healing every time you use a spell.
Good, because I'm spamming my fucking heal spell on cooldown, basically. But they have so much burst that it doesn't really matter that much. Wow, I completely whiffed that, Lamau. Oh! Bye, Chris. I don't want to see your ball trigger go away! Notices your bulge? Ooh. 3 seconds.
Well.
Well. Oh, look at it go. Wait, that's a Dota 2 reference. I can't make that here.
You will not trap me, Victor. Jesus. We're about to lose our inhib less than 10 minutes in.
Unfortunate. We truly hate to see it happen. Oh. Wait, somehow the Rengar wasn't in that bush. That's legitimately shocking. Found him. Oh, what? I'm out of music. My sick beats!
Can kill him, mate. It's a close fight still.
Oops! I'm gone! I'm gone! I no longer wish to be here. I wish to no longer be present. I'm letting... What do you guys think we should do? Should we scoop?
I meeshed.
We've got
Well,
a surrender vote ticking. Should we?
it's too late now. One person declined. It won't pass. I think before like 15 minutes in ARAM, it has to be unanimous.
Oh, I gotta heal. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help as much as I can. Oh no! Bro, run! Bro, out! Oh, never mind. Got that motherfucker.
In the bush. In the bush.
Oh, he's Scioning. He's Scioning. Wait a minute. Game might not be over. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Not gonna lie, I thought I could kill him with that. I was obviously miscalculated.
Greetings, Leona. How's it going? I am leaving. I will now leave. An exit I am making. Oh, Jesus Christ, Zed just erased me. I turned around and Zed was like, bet!
He got exhausted and still wrecked Vayne.
I have obtained a stick. It's a stick of water. A watery stick.
I am dead.
I will grab this item. I do not know what it does. Here is the enemy team. Hello, enemy team. It is I, Sona. I am here to be completely and utterly inconsequential to this. Goodbye. Norska! Wow, the Zed player GG-EZ'd. What a shock.
There's always the one autistic kid who does that.
Yep, every time. Without fail. Alright, stream. Hope you guys have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow for some either Final Fantasy shenanigans or Halo Infinite, depending on whether or not Halo Infinite actually launches tomorrow.
Oh, if Halo Infinite launches tomorrow, I'm gonna cream my pants.
They've been like hinting and like nudging at it, and it's not been denied. That's the key thing. Is it's like they haven't come out and been like, no, it's not happening tomorrow. But they haven't come out and been like, yeah, no, it's totally happening tomorrow. So we'll see. Allegedly, what's gonna happen is it's gonna be a launch of the fucking, what's it called?
Multiplayer?
Yeah, just the multiplayer. It might have a beta of the campaign out, or like a demo for the campaign.
Yeah, I know the campaign's not coming out when the game comes out. They announced that already.
Yeah, it's unconfirmed if that the campaign is going to come out at the same time. Or it's not going to come out at the same time, but it's unconfirmed if there's going to be a demo, because I think they said that the demo is in like a rough place right now. Where they like found a game-breaking bug, and then they were like, oh no, we gotta fix this. And so the demo for the campaign might be delayed, but I think the multiplayer might still be coming out. We'll see. That's all kind of up in the air. We'll figure out at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So I won't have it downloaded, so I'll have to download it when I get home. Hopefully I will have enough time to download it when I get home. We shall see. Alright, y'all. Have a good night, stream. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good night, Bomb, specifically, because I don't know if I've said goodbye and good night to you exactly, but I think you're the only person currently watching in chat that, like, actually chats. So, have a good night.